Okay. Oh, I should not be allowed to touch technology. There's a reason this game is 21 years old and I'm still playing it, because I've just about got to grips with it. Why does it say public and that one doesn't? There we go. Hopefully, has that improved YouTube a little bit? Fingers crossed. Next year I'll have you go through StreamYard. We'll do a non-podcast day over as well. Let's try YouTube. See where we are on YouTube. Go. Right, so if I click, this is riveting view, mate. This is what it's been like for all bloody night. Yeah, it's still quite a web, because I've not pressed live and okay. It's about 10 seconds behind now. That's a bit better. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Hello Theo, if you're watching now, buddy. Looks like it's working. Lovely. Oh, there you go, Betsy. You can be on this stream as well. Look, there you go. Oh, bless her. There you go. I think that's most of my family now involved. JJ, Betsy. I'm hungry, so I do need to get up now. I can't believe you're still in bed. I've been slaving away over a hot laptop for 14 hours now. Unbelievable. You've got to be getting close to me finishing the season now, surely. Finally. I'm going to save it just in case. I'm not having it break again. Anybody missing should be going. Let's get you to bed then, mate. Morning nap time. Just scrub it. Nothing necessarily do. Just one short days. I'm going like that 9 o'clock this morning. Absolute gold machine.
Alright, bye.
Have a good day at work, darling. That's supposed to be asleep and still being on the stream. He can't help himself. Richardson Grusk. Yeah, I'm aware JJ's still awake. We shall see if that one settles. I don't expect he will. Shitbag. Don't put it on too fast. Oh, I did. I thought it was on fast. See, that's me trying to multitask. He's another Garforce player. He's Portry, sorry. It's Portry in motion, realistically. Look at that, we're in the playoffs. Mate, there was indeed a very solid 4-1-3-2 formation for Wrexham before the bloody save broke. Yeah, there's quite a few very good players that you can pick up for absolutely nothing at Garforth. Fox, another one who just looks decent. He's got no interest in joining me, but Barnsley are interested. That looks very good. Dobson again looks pretty good. Buttons. Not a player I need, but just in case. Danny Philpott again, 21 for crossing. Mad. 3k. You pretty much buy the whole of Garforth and you do it right. Carl Ward again. Buttons. Basically, if anybody from there wants to come and play, yeah, you can come and play. So with absolutely nothing, Garforth is one of those ridiculous teams that are just. Oh, he's left. Oh, no, he's not. He's just not on it. No, there he is. 10 grand. Boo! Boy, settled himself. What a legend. Right, tell you what, because I haven't done it in a little while, and I want to test. Whee! We're promoted. That was easy enough. Where is that? No, there it is. I'm going to post up the link there. I say the link, the details if anybody would like to donate to Baby Loss Awareness Week and the various charities that are associated. Absolute buttons, no bargain. There we go, so the text is still working on YouTube as well, good. The running joke, obviously, last year was that I got barely into season 3 on stream, and it's going to be worse this year after the 7.5 hour debacle. So I've basically done 2 seasons, but I've not yet finished a single season thanks to the 2:30 in the morning capitulation, and then having to do all of the transfers that I normally do off screen on screen at sort of 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. It's been a long 14 hours, 10 minutes. I'm hoping now season 1 is done, I can absolutely fly through it. Brixton born Topanga. Do you mean Chibanga? Topanga was in Boy Meets World in the 90s, mate. Unless that has just auto-corrected from Tenino. Oh, he's already moved. Fuming. 14k. Bargain. Oh, get him in his coach as well. See where the rest of the crew are. Still there. Not the worst version I've ever seen. Actually, that's quite a good one. And if that is an autocorrect from Tenino to Topanga, that's fantastic as well. Last year, Chibanga was Topanga. Okay. Is that what I kept calling him, was it? I can't remember last week, let alone last year. Forgot to have a look at available players when he scored his champ. She bangs, yeah. Richard Naylor would be a decent signing in that Allen League. Julius Agahauer is at Ipswich. Jesus. That's a good signing. Muru's not getting a game. Look at the fleet. Is anybody there that I've heard of? No. Andy Williams still available on free. Ooh. That might get him, you know. Tonino's a beast every year. John Solarco. Actually looks alright. No, I'm not playing that for him. Brian Dean! No, don't be damned. Tony Agana. God, there's another I don't need. Oh, no, apologies everyone. It's JJ, not settled. There we go, we're back in business. We're back, we're all good. What a player that is. One for the neutrals. Whee! And of course, there's only going to be one player to score the goal that sends us into the Premier League as champions. Oh, Theo, watching on telly, mate. Lovely. Hello, buddy. Hope you're enjoying it. I'm going to try not to do any swear words for you, alright? There you go. Proper grown up now, buddy. And to watch on YouTube. Oh. Watching it back rather than watching it live, so me shouting him out doesn't make any difference to him, so that's completely confused me. Oh, I'm so confused by technology. 9 years old and already knows how to use stuff better than I do. Milner's tired. Give him a rest. In fairness, I could have rested everyone. I won the league, hadn't I? Not quite as riveting as the first, as that previous game. All about that development now, exactly. We've got to bring on the youngsters. Already gone up to 10 finishing. 18, he's played plenty of games this season. 20, Dave Barnett's 35. Not really a lot of point playing him. Let's have a look. Is the older? Yeah, that's the one. And Richardson's gotta come on for that, I reckon. Moving across. As I've already won the league, doesn't make a lot of difference. Get the youngsters involved. Blood them early. Hope for the best. Look at that chalk and cheese of the last two games there. All of that created. Got to be keeper man of the match. Of course it is. Daniel Anderson's brother David. It's absolutely super keeper. Isn't it? Unbelievable. Finally as well. He's had a year not playing. Basically 2 years for not playing. At long at last, he joins. Too many is the honest answer. Let's have a look. How many have signed? Signed 29 players. And sold 15 of the original 23 that were here. I'm very much the Nottingham Forest of the Swedish First Division. Let's see. Contract expiry. You're going. Everyone else we'll get rid of. Right. £5,000 gone. I know, I don't like having this many players either, to be honest. 12 gone. Yeah, that's too much room for him. Hopefully somebody picks him up. There we go, you can go for free. You can go for free. Lovely, there we go, it's a bit more space. Clear squad, right, there's no need for you, you're not coming back next season. Let's get you into the reserves. Right. Dean Shields up front, done. Richardson on the right, done. Rankin in midfield, done. I thought it was. Bob attacking midfield, done. Left of midfield, done. Done. Oh, I forgot to sign him. I haven't played yet. Andy Williams, got to play. Yeah, that sounds about right, to be fair. I normally go as high as 33, having an under 21 player for each position, but yeah, no, I don't like to go too far overboard. Which ones are the keepers? I've forgotten already. That one, and that one, so that one, and then that one. Okay, there we go. Defensive midfield. Right. The defenders. So it's close to a defensive midfielder as I've got. Got to keep him on the bench. Steve, what are you doing? It's alright. The goal machine's coming on. It's not going well. Maybe Alan Hansen was right, you can't win anything with kids. You can with Simon Portree. How's it not 7 PM yet? I'm very tempted to completely switch the reverse Scandinauds plan for the Premier League. I'm tempted to completely change, go maybe all South American or all African maybe. What do we think? Just completely flog everybody in the squad again. No. Just starting to form a bond. Not sorry, man. As good as he is. I think maybe keep I mean, Victory's got to stay, that's disgusting. Only sign Africans without a cap. So what you're saying is, I'm not allowed to sign Chewy. That might be difficult. 7 potential players to sign. Penza region. Norman. Stephen Tetty. What about what other regions are there? Asian? Not a single one. Excellent. South America. Oof. Just players in general. That's annoying. Wayne Collins? Who's that? Deal. Interested, I can't sign it. Him. Oh, Skoog's decent as well. Barsom interested too. Jesus, there's loads of Scandi Nords available. Obviously completely defies the point of reverse Scandinaving it. What about North American? Nope. Oof. I reckon we plough on as we are. Have to see the options available. Jesper. No, his brother Hans. How are we behind here? Not a good debut from Andy Williams. Not a defensive midfielder, it turns out. Cabba injured again. I was about to talk up Byron Bubb being really good as well. I'm glad I didn't. I don't think I've won since I won the league, have I? Rubbish. Ooh. Can't sign him. Can't sign him. It's Of course, Roma are first in the group. Of course they are. That was Martin Eriksson done. Hakan Mild, Starman. Coventry. Jaded Martin Eriksson. What a player he is. Ooh, that's a good Frederick Brisbane. I think that is alright. Gotta win this one. Oh dear. It's not been going quite so well since there was talk of the squad refresh, as it were. Oof. Players feel disrespected. Oh, apparently not. Oh yeah, Theo is watching live. Well done, mate. Hello, Theo. Good to have you on board, man. What do you reckon I should do? Should I have a squad refresh and sign a load of new players? Or should I stick with the ones I've got? Hey, welcome, Big Gaz. You were discussed earlier. And yes, mate, I was playing as Wrexham until about 2:30 this morning, when after 7.5 hours of very competitive and thoroughly winning Wrexham action, game closed down and I hadn't saved it. Just as I'd won the league in the conference as well. Of course it was Big Ass. Very positive, nothing but positivity for you, my good man. Yeah, not very positive about Wrexham and that bloody save that crashed out on me 2:30 this morning, leaving me to immediately pivot. That's it. It's perfect timing as well, just as the season finishes. It's save the game. Not have the same issue again. Yeah, ridiculous. Very, very annoying. But my own fault for not saving. Lost all of that good work. UEFA Cup run, everything. Unbelievable. Luckily it was recorded for posterity. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah, just making the decision whether or not to pivot in season 2 to maybe completely tear up the squad, start fresh, or continue with the merry bands of British brothers that I've managed to pickle together. Dave Barnett didn't play a single game all season. Bless him. I don't know. Hayden Mullins now fancies a trip over the pond. Ooh. Oh, he looks good. This is annoying. There we go, there's an instant upgrade. Goal, Steve Palmer. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and panic then. I just accidentally minimised the screen instead. I thought I closed it again. When is the next season going to start? I think it's March until the season starts. Oh, a lot of clicking to do yet. Another lower league legend coming in. Starting goalkeeper sorted for next season, if he comes. Perfect, there we go. You are binned to the reserves. I think that's the way to do it. Phase him out. That is the team for next season. Not filling me with much confidence, I'll be honest. Jody Jenkins, not as good as the other strikers I've now got in. Almost at the 15-hour mark. And I'll be honest, I am flagging now. The Monster Energy drink needs to kick in soon. Some players starting to don't know where there's upgrades to be had. Realistically, bloody English, didn't realise. Never really cared. But that would be a very good player. Still young. 45. Presumably this will start updating in a minute. I'm going to check the JJ again. Absolutely sparkly. 'Absolutely weird transfers rolling around. There's a lot loaded again. Good sign there. £4.7 million for Hannah Tanner. Steve Barnes, let's go for it. A series of detective novels written about him. Hi, Steve Bruce. Good enough for Steve Bruce. Good enough for Sweden. We've got a loading bar, we're okay. We're all okay. Oh, that answers my question. Yeah, in fairness. That's probably about his level as well. Swindon got a manager a minute. I fucking watched them play last weekend and I have no idea if they had a manager in the dugout or not. I assume they did. The Wikipedia page has every single possible position except manager on it. First team head coach, are we saying he's the manager? Yeah, there we go. Scott Lindsay. Has caretaker managed Lincoln, managed Chatham Town, and is now manager of Swindon. They may have a manager, but you just wait until they find out. Steve Bruce been sacked again. Wow. Their assistant manager, Jamie Day, Dover Athletic legend on here, whose last team was in 2015, Cray Valley Paper Mills, and the last team he managed was Bangladesh. Wow. Super Scotty Lindsay. Is he any good? I mean, he was obviously crap last weekend. Jamie Victory, player of the season. Yeah, that's not a surprise. Got to battle bravely against relegation this season. Fine. No worries, Fife. I hadn't seen any comments for a while, so I was checking to make sure I hadn't broken anything. Saved. This has got updating written all over it. I'm going to check on JJ while this updates in a second. So this side as the new team, basically I picked what looked like the most in debt and shittest team. Sorry, Theo. Don't use naughty words like that. The worst team in the Swedish First Division with the least amount of money, and decided to go reverse Scandinavians. So instead of taking an English team or a team and only signing players from Scandinavia, I took a Scandinavian team and made it Brexit friendly and all British. And that has gone straight into the new year with no issue. Right, now I'm in the Premier League, surely I've got some better players who want to come and play. No, not really. Okay. Matthew Rose, not. There he is. I had a spidey sense tingling about that. About to start making it. So I should go and get JJ. Why you want at Matthew Rose's page? There we go. Good boy, Theo. You want to say hello to Theo? Anybody else, JJ? Oh, just a lovely bird, mate. Well done. Boy. Are you want to play with the mouse again? Boy, say hello. Still no money to spend either. Oof. Stuart Brightwell. Yeah. Alright, yeah. A very big story for everyone, haven't you? You want to play with the mouse, dear? Oh, I love your Danos. What a player. So, many moons ago at the start of lockdown, my something in the air save picked it off. What a version of your Danos that is as well. 35k. It's the Ethiopian Pele. Look at him. Yeah, many moons ago, up front for Air United was Abe Getahun Yordanos and his partner in crime, Anshui, who I lovingly christened Chewy, and scored goals for fun. What a pair they were. That's a fantastic version of him in the team as well. No chance he comes. He's also not British. My own pointless stipulations that I've put in place. Yeah. Can't sign him, can we, mate? We're scraping the barrel now. What about freebies? How many freebies we can get away with? Is he wanted by Barry Town? Pointless stipulations are what keep me coming back. Save after save after save. 21 years later. trying to get that hands up, mate. Hey. I'll tell you what we'll get for you. We'll get you your favourite toy, the wooden spoon. You can make loads of noise with your wooden spoon, can't you? Checked it at 40k as well. Yeah, that's it. Final off, I'm not paying any more It's a big story again. Yeah. You tell everybody about your favourite wooden spoon. You're supposed to hit the floor, not me. Does naughty. Oh, someone's found a new game. Hit Daddy with a wooden spoon. I don't think that'd be going in 21 years' time still, mate. No. Yeah. Some water down there for you as well. Oh dear. Oh dear me. I'm hoping next year for Smutsathon 23 that I'll have a laptop that I don't sharply intake breath on every time it updates. And I panic that it's not going to carry on into the next screen. Darren Curry. I'm sure he was alright in real life. Ben Roberts, was that the keeper that got beat at Middlesbrough? Yeah. Lobbed by Roberto Di Matteo. 97, I'm sure it was. Oh, you can't go wrong with the original database. Yeah, when I threw a strop last night, straight on it. If we're talking about cheap first day strikers, that is your man, right there. I thought he played wicked games. £14,000, that's the most I've ever seen him go for. Normally goes for between 8 and 12. What a goal machine. How have they only played him 23 games? That makes sense. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, mate? Yeah. What a player Timmy is. Decent in fairness. I don't think that's a player I've ever really had before. Yeah, I like him. I'll catch you later, Fifey, mate. Juninho, Ravanelli, Emerson, Branco as well, and then in defence Steve Vickers and Nigel Pearson. $240k. Look at them. Look at them numbers for 240k. Yeah. They also not on here. Yeah, I didn't know if Caleb was on this game. Looks alright as well. Doesn't look like he's on. Yeah, Lexos are fantastic for those sorts of players. I mean, the main man, obviously. I'm gonna have to sign it. That's a fantastic looking version. And China can be very good as well. There's plenty around that sort of league as well. China Daniel, decent as well. Yeah, Marco Alexio, decent. Where's Tota? Alanese, yeah. Tota can be a fantastic keeper. Di Mantino, it's usually one or the other. Usually pretty good keepers. Limiero can be good as well. Welcome, Rocks. Now, let's tell you a little story, Rocks. Just after you left, at 2:30, instead of saving, ploughed through. And game closed. No saves, 7.5 hours worth of playing. Gone. Heartbreaking. So I threw a strop at 2:30 this morning. Changed it up and went reverse Scandinavians. Obviously, one of them not capped. Still went fully English and Scottish and Irish and you know the other one. And it went alright. Dominated the first division. Won it. Now I'm gonna get dicked every week. Nobody wants to sign anymore. And I've got £100,000 to spend in the Swedish Premier League. No, don't play with the wire, mate. Come on. You don't need to play with the wire when you're perfectly good. Wooden fork, wooden spoon. Okay. Good boy. Well, that's annoying. Have we got anybody else who wants to sign yet? It isn't utter tripe. Not really, no. So if you've got a list in your head, Rocks, of cheap Season 2 British players that would improve I'm hoping so. Yeah. That's a big story. This one. Oh, yeah, as it stands, I'm just losing money. Mark Cleland is on my list. Mark Schmidt, how did I forget him? Weatherston left, he went somewhere else. He was on my list. Darlington, there you go. Yeah, couldn't afford 50k last season. This one? Presumably not this one. I don't think you can do a job up front. Cleveland hasn't gone anywhere, in fairness. She just doesn't want to play for me. No plan. In fairness, yeah, I did have a look through. Your wooden spoon not good enough for you, mate. You need a broom as well, do you? All of the toys in this fucking house. Your favourite toys, a broom and a wooden spoon. I'll stop buying new presents. Defensive midfield is not massively. Oh, I forgot to check Schmidt again. Schmidt! I suppose this is technically season. Yeah, it's halfway through season 2, isn't it? Oh, what are you doing, Steve Barnes? This is the squad I've got at the minute. Number 1 goalkeeper. Top man Stu, really appreciate you being on for so long, buddy. Massively appreciated. Top man, we shall speak soon, no doubt. I think I've decided I only want one from as well. Yeah, I'm going to try this. That's my main man. Yeah, that's going to be the centre back. Extraordinaire. Big Barry Laker. Can't remember signing it. Must have just been because he was cheap. He's my second choice. Centre back. Defensive midfielders. No, I suppose now I've got rid of Barry Horn. Do need another defensive midfielder. I'm playing 3. Mate, you trying to ride your broomstick? Look at them, that's unreal. 6k from Telford. Yeah, he's not developed particularly well, so I reckon Bob goes on the right. That's alright. Through the middle, Rankin or Ward. Or Bet. Yeah. And attacking midfield. Somerville and Williams. I reckon with Portry's the main man. Goal machine last season. Oh, excuse me. We do. With Milner and Shields. No, he's rubbish. There's your 4. On the bench. There we go. There we go, lovely. That is my new starting right winger, which which frees up Byron Bob to play in the middle. I think that already looks a tad improved. Another DMC and I'm happy, I reckon. I've got any money to sign one. Rotherham's Mike Duff is now not going to come. Preston's Pete here, also not going to come. Forrest Smart, good lad, not going to come. Not going to come. Not going to come. Downfall. Annoyingly, a lot of these are signed elsewhere now. It's alright. Oh, just ready to go, isn't it? You're getting hungry. Put another bottle in for you. What's this do? Right then. change something out this bottle, mate? Very well behaved, buddy. Oh, you be careful of that one. Wooden spoon. Yeah, you keep trying to sleep too. Oh, I'm not prepared for that one. How have you snuck that one in there? Snuck in a little brown surprise for me, didn't you, mate? Hey? Wasn't expecting that. You rascal. Absolutely snuck that one by me, mate. Come here then. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming. Here we go. Oh. Oh, there we are. No, I don't think this is what people stream to for. We're all here to listen to you. Drinking the bottle. Hmm? There it is, all gone. I don't want any more. No. Oh, too busy playing. Can't believe Chewie would do me like that. No. Just me and you then, Theo, mate. And JJ, obviously. No, no. Bless you, man. Did your mummy get to show you the photo, the video of JJ choosing his starter Pokemon that we did the other day? Hmm? Oh. He chose Pikachu. Couldn't believe it. I thought he was going to choose Squirtle. Hello, mate. Thought you'd gone to play. You ain't getting enough attention, but fair enough. Good luck getting a move away, mate. Yensloth. Oh, I love that. What a fantastic regen name as well. There we go. Still worried about it ticking over into the next day. Oh, there we go. I think many of these are coming. Worth a try. FIFA 23, Theo, it's alright. I've not really had a chance to play it properly yet. I'm with my new job and trying to get this ready. Yeah, it's alright, not too bad. Very quiet. Always a worry when you're quiet, mate. You're up to mischief. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, the power shots are fun. I'm not very good at them. But yeah, they are good. Good fun. Short right forwards. Load of random misfits, Leicester have signed. Yeah, Fall Guys is free. It's fun as well. I like Fall Guys. Yeah, never mind. Oh, are we sick again, are you? No? No, yeah, a little bit. A bit more milk? No? Okay, okay. Oh, yes, Trevor Benjamin. Tricky Trev. Watch your fingers, mate. Yeah. You're playing FIFA and watching on your phone. Fair play, mate. That's multitasking. I'm looking after JJ and being rubbish at this game. Excuse me. We don't play with that, do we, mate? Watch your fingers, mate. Watch your fingers, mate. Not a chance.
That looks like it's coming off a bit. That's nicht gut mehr, ne? Have you found 2 tiny bits of trouble you can get yourself in? I found that. You're an absolute rascal, aren't you? Is music back on?
Should give us a couple of extra minutes. Ooh. Not a very good version of Wayne Rooney. Oh dear. Well, we made it to 16 hours. 16 down, 8 to go. 2/3 of the way through. Oh, there we go. That's not a surprise. Also not surprised. Can't be long till the start of the season, though. Surely not. Fairly standard squad for a change. It's usually really weird. Don't think there's anyone there that's going to get anywhere near. Sam Parkin. That'd be a decent sign in. If it comes off, we shall see. Excellent. Saves his wages, I suppose. Charlie Sommer. He normally goes on before. Yeah. Oh wow. It's 2 on every round. Oof, look at Charlie. Absolutely transfixed by you. But in about an hour's time, Leicester City kick off. So I will obviously be putting the radio on so I can listen in, see how we get on. They are playing today at Crystal Palace at the King Power Stadium at home. But we've not been doing very well this season, so hopefully we might play a bit better today. I hope they win. I don't think they will. Be happy with a draw, I think. Crystal Palace have been okay this season. I don't think they've been doing too rubbish. They're certainly better than us because we're bottom of the league, aren't they? Yeah, they've got 5 more points than us. Played 1 less game. So they're a little bit better than us so far. Yeah, Rangers are rubbish. They got beat 7-0 or 7-1. Oh, nice, mate. Well done, Fifey. Hello. 7-1 it was, Theo says. There we go. You know more about that and more about Liverpool games than I do. we are indeed signed a couple of improvements. Stuart Brightwell come in. Palmer looks fantastic in fairness. Baxter, decent backup goalkeeper. Got some worldies on the way in. You might recognise that name on that one. Looks brilliant in fairness, does Tricky Trev. And Liam Miller on his way in as well. Yeah. Simon Royce, #1 goalkeeper as well, and just had the first game of the second season. Can't say fairer than that. You support PSG, do you, Theo? Well, you're no longer my nephew. You support Leicester City, or you have to leave the family, I'm afraid. That's the rules. Soon to be relegated, Leicester. Oh yeah. Oh no! This go across to be good. I don't think he's gonna come for 26 grand there. Tricky Trev played for everyone, so that doesn't surprise me, in fairness. I could... There's no chance I could name every team he played for, but I reckon I might be able to name a couple of teams that he didn't play for, but not many. He did or he didn't play for it. If you told me he played for Accrington and you told me he played for MK Dons, I'd believe you. Hey, what an Astra. Bub ahead of ranking, so just because I've got Brightwell, I've got Somerville and Williams, I think you've got a shoe on Bub in there somewhere. Look at that. That's fantastic numbers. Milner's there as well, looks pretty good. Ugh. Not really, is the honest answer to that. He's not been fantastic. Oh, a last-minute victory. The goal from Jamie Victor. That's what we like to see. Oh. Banned for one match. I'll let him have one match. That must be my voice coming back then. That's good. That's good news. See this ranking, he's not the best ranking I've seen. Creativity and passing decent. Teammate stamina alright, but I usually adopt the AMSR approach, do I? I don't know what that means. I don't go on that side of the internet. ASMR. I still don't know what it means. I know it's when you like get goose pimples from talking. Oh, he's back. He's back. He's back in business. The goal machine has kicked into action once again. It's back in business. Andy Williams looks better already. Good. Yeah, I made that joke about 4 or 5 hours ago. Vanarama. Goal scorer. Well, they are playing like a conference side, in fairness. IFK Vanarama. 6-0. Absolute drubbing. Love to see it. Get another 20 minutes out of Mrs. Rachel on YouTube. Brilliant, mate. 6-0 win, record as well. Into the quarter final of the Swedish Cup. No huge improvements either from last season. Said Ronaldo. That will be not the Ronaldo you're thinking of, Theo. So that is the much older and, in my opinion, better Brazilian Ronaldo, not Cristiano Ronaldo that you're thinking of. I'm assuming there's none of these. Yeah. Yeah. So, Ronaldo was R9, not CR7. Well done, mate. Yeah, that's the right player. R9, not CR7. Well done. I taught you well. Well, we'll give Rankin a shout on the bench. Oh, it's okay. So I thought it was the one from Feyenoord. No, I mean, compared to Cristiano Ronaldo, there is stick insects that are fat. In fairness, is Miss Rachel fit? I mean, I described her earlier as like a kindly reception school teacher. So I don't know. Yeah, that's the one, Theo. Well done, mate. That's the right one. And you see, not a lot of 10-year-olds would know that that's the proper Ronaldo, not the rubbish one who plays for Man United. only teacher I remember particularly attractive was a French teacher that I had that would have been the only parents' evening my dad ever turned up to. You're not 10? Well, you are next year. You're 9? You are 9? Hey, do you get it? R9? You are 9? R9? I set that one up, Theo. Come on, send me a laughing face emoji. Oh, you don't like it? That was a pity laughing emoji, Theo. That doesn't count. Hello, mate. You want to say hello to everybody? No? You just want to do a little squeak? Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. You want to know? No. You want to play here? You want to play there? Too cold in there, I think. Another Garforth graduate. Hello. What are you playing? Yeah, that's good. Here we go. Oh, Leicester City lineups are out. Let's see how bad it is. No, indeedy. That's not good news. Daka up front again. Vardy on the bench. Pats and Daka up front. Jamie Vardy on the bench. Theo. Uh-oh. What about for them? Is my mate Jeffrey playing for Crystal Palace? Of course he is. Jeffrey Schlupp, what a player. He's not been doing very good this season, Theo. Jamie Vardy not scored many. Patson Daka looks okay. As long as we win, it doesn't matter who's playing, does it? Do like Jamie Vardy though. My friend is a player. Well, it's actually more like your mummy's friend, actually. Hardly scored, hardly played. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's not set the world alight so far this season. Yeah, there you go. Next time you You go and see your mum. Say, ask her about Jeffrey Schlupp.
Hello. Oh, can't play with that. Any excuse to get into the question. That's good.
Ugh. Yes, yeah. A friend from school is the mother of Jeff's kid. So yes, she'll be okay to field that question. I don't think she's ever met him, in fairness.
Hello.
That's a better play in. Ooh, that's not good news. The Swedish version of Jamie Vardy is not playing very well yet in this game. Oof, might get dragged off at half time if it keeps going this way. Messi or Ronaldo? Oof, that's a big question, Theo. What do you reckon, Fifey? Messi or Ronaldo? Which Ronaldo? R9 or CR7? That's the big question, isn't it? CR7, right. Cristiano Ronaldo. Yep, same for me, Fifey. Cristiano Ronaldo. Regardless of where they both are currently in their careers, Cristiano Ronaldo can put a team on his back and drag them from mediocrity into being, or could drag them from mediocrity into being a very, very good team. You only have to look at Portugal winning the Euros in 2004, 8, 12, whatever years. No, you see, I'd put Ronaldo, Brazilian Ronaldo, above all of them. I'll put Gaza above all of them. Theo says Messi. He stole my haircut, Messi did, so I'm don't like him. Hey! Well done, Rob, mate. We did notice that you didn't appear at any point last night, presumably through drinky poos. Fair play, my good man. I hope your wife had a good birthday, mate. Yeah, I can see that in terms of entertaining players. Can you call in? You can indeed, my good man. I will mention that my 9-year-old nephew is vividly and avidly listening in. So I don't know how available you are going to be to maintain some level of decorum. But between the two of us, I don't think that's going to happen. I've got to remember how to do the zoomy thing now as well. Hang on. It will be a different link, Rob, as well, to call in on, because it keeps closing and opening and all sorts of shenanigans. My little nephew has just messaged, I always hear swears. Yeah, in fairness, in our family we'll do, buddy. Copy and there we go. Which account do you want me to send the link to? Yeah, no, to be honest, in about 40 minutes time when Leicester kick off, I'm not going to be able to multitask particularly well, as was very apparent during the small horse stream I did when Leicester absolutely annihilated some other rubbish team from the Midlands. I can't remember who it was. There you go, Rob, mate, there's the link. Jump in whenever you require. He's bringing a pillow in here, mate. Good lad. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where is he? Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm very well, buddy. How are you?
What's going on? How's things?
Doing alright, mate. Doing alright. It was a minor meltdown.
How you feeling?
Yeah, minor meltdown at 2:30 this morning when the Wrexham save that I was playing and hadn't saved at any point just turned itself off, which is nice of it. So
yeah, I was going to call in last night, but I got absolutely trousered. So yeah,
that would have been the perfect time to join in. Me with my two ciders last night would have been the perfect accoutrement.
So I can't actually see what's
Yeah, because I haven't shared the screen because I'm an idiot.
Why not?
You know full well that I cannot be trusted to do things.
So what's the plan for the rest of the day then, mate? You just she's pretty much in the home stretch now.
Pretty much this sort of shenanigans.
Do you think you're gonna? You'll make it, won't you? You'll be all right.
Yeah, I've cracked through. Well, we're what, 16, nearly 17 hours in now. Home stretch, mate. Home stretch.
Oh, that's fantastic. So I'm obviously being cautious of what to say. I know you've got a little.
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much, mate. Like I said, he's 9 years old, but he comes from my family, so as you can imagine, he knows all the swear words already.
He knows all the swears. Fantastic. I mean, so this morning, shall I just tell you what I've been doing this morning?
Yes, definitely.
So I woke up to the sound of my son throwing himself down the stairs, which was nice, about 6:30.
Nice.
And then I probably woke up and then vomited all over the bathroom, which is also
excellent.
nice.
JJ did something very similar first thing this morning.
climbed back into bed, and then my wife came in and said, "Why have you been sick all over the bathroom?" I said, "Well, that's probably the 14 pints of cider that I Absolutely disgusted. Absolutely disgusted. But I basically saw my meal again, which was nice.
Lovely.
Just been to football with my boy. It's a bunch of screaming 4-year-olds, which is whichever you look at it, is either a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah. And now I'm back at home feeling sorry for myself. I'm going to the FA Cup today. I'm going to
Love
go to
it.
town. The mighty Peacocks of Taunton Town. We're gonna fucking turn them over today.
Well, it might be nice to see a team of yours win a game then, wouldn't it?
It'd be lovely, wouldn't it? But both of my sides got promoted in the same season into and now they're Taunton are doing all right. Forest are not very good, are they? Not very good, are they?
Well, I mean, you struggle to be good with that level of turnover that early on in a very tough Premier League season.
And you just notice the difference, don't you? Like the difference in standard is like
it's a huge step up. Well, you got to look at the first season that we went up in 2014 or 15. Skin of our teeth, we stayed up. Really, really. Oh, Theo says ham sandwich is his favourite sandwich.
It's a great sandwich.
Ham sandwich.
Arthur, what's your favourite sandwich? Jam sandwich for
Jam
Arthur.
sandwich. Fair play.
Arthur is only 4.
It's for me. I'm only having jam on toast. I'm not having it in a sandwich. I don't know why. Just think. If I'm having jam on toast, you may as well have honey on toast. So I'm going honey all day of the week.
Honey on toast is good. So my boy's got his little Forest kit. I take him to footballing, and some kid was laughing at him last week saying your football team's rubbish. And then his dad, bearing in mind I'm in like deepest darkest Somerset, and his dad was like, yeah, we're United fans. And I just said to him, I bet you couldn't even point it out on a map, could you, mate? He was like, oh. Have you ever been? You ever been to Old Trafford? He went, well, no. I said, well, you know what I mean? Just... These people, man, these glory hunters. I can't accuse you being a glory hunter, sure.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. Well, I've only been a Leicester fan since 2016, in fairness. I was a Chelsea supporter in 2015. Of
course you were. How's the day gone anyway, mate? What have you been up to? Where are we?
Where are we? So we are. So I have taken over about 2:30 this morning in a fit of rage and ennui. Taken over the worst team in the Swedish First Division, and decided to go reverse Scandinavians.
Forest.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah.
But in fairness, it was a Graham Potter tribute. Morning, Nupu, mate. Nearly missed you there. Welcome. We're going fully global. We've had Canada. We've had Ireland, Northern Ireland now. Swindon.
Swindon.
Yeah, exactly. Norfolk is basically its own country, and it's got its own language, which is definitely not English.
Yo, we're in the FA Cup. Yeah, I can't wait for it, to be honest, mate. It's gonna be good. There's 1,400 Taunton fans going today, which is ridiculous for a National League South side, isn't it?
That's pretty good support in fairness. There's some really good. Is it the third round proper, or is it? No, that doesn't start until January, does it? So it was the
last qualifier. The last qualifying round.
Yeah, because I know that there's a couple of teams I've played against in my that have made it into that round. As Fife will know, a team close by him, Anstey Nomads made it in.
Yep.
Along with Colville Town as well, also made it even closer to Fifey.
Yeah, Colville. No, I know the place well. No.
Yeah, Colville known to be almost like the Norfolk of Leicestershire. Luckily, a lot of the family friendships that they enjoy in Colville have meant that the webbing between the fingers has come in handy for a lot of the swimming they do down the River Trent. Obviously, it comes in a lot handier being in Norfolk because you're near the seaside. Don't really
And it's great for
understand.
fingering as well. Let's not forget that.
They do have a couple of extra fingers here and there. Not on the hands. A couple out the ears every now and then. I've definitely seen someone in Colville with a finger through the what's the bit in between your nostril called? The bit that Kerry Katoa lost.
Filtrum. Is it the filtrum? No, that's your ear. You filtrum in your ear, isn't it? I don't know, but let's just think.
Frenulum, something like that. But yeah, it's certainly pierced that bit of their nose with one of their extra fingers. Yeah.
Right.
That took 10 minutes. I wasn't. That was a joke, Theo. I was never a Chelsea fan. I've always been a Leicester fan. I was about to be disowned by my nephew then. Although, I'm trying to think how he's related to me. So my cousin is a Chelsea fan. So your second Uncle Jay, he's a Chelsea fan.
Cousin / sister, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, no, he's not from Colville, so he's all right.
How many have we got in the chat in a minute? How many's in there?
Upwards of 3, maybe even
3.
4. Yeah.
Is there any questions that I can field to the host?
Oh, exactly. Yeah. I mean, we need the big questions answering, don't we? I mean, we know your favourite sandwich now.
And that's the question that everyone wants. The answer everyone wants to hear. What is your favourite sandwich? You judge a lot from a man about his favourite sandwich. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot fathom Fifey's choice of sandwich. It's absolutely horrendous, every single one. Almost as if he's specifically trying to pick the most disgusting thing possible.
That sounds very much to me like a thing he might do.
See, I'm trying to think what would I class as my favourite sandwich. You see, I'm a bit Neapolitano, so I'd probably go something like a prosciutto ham with a salami, maybe a pepperami in there. That's right, pepperami, not pepperoni.
Pepperami, not pepperoni. So pepperami, the remanufactured, regurgitated sausage that comes in a packet.
That's the one. That's the one I meant. I didn't misspeak. I did. Throw in some cheese, any old type of cheese. Not bothered.
Yeah.
Probably a red Leicester. And then you can't go wrong with red Leicester. And then obviously, on top of that, you're having that one side, and then like a half and half pizza, and the other side, probably like a foot long. You're getting sausage and bacon, red sauce, done.
Beautiful stuff. Okay, yeah. Why would you pick that? I mean, bacon sandwich is a great.
Yeah, it's a staple. You can't go wrong. Full on hog roast in a baguette. Throw on a bit of. If you're feeling fancy, a bit of barbecue sauce.
Fucking like a hog roast sandwich, yeah? Surely you just got to go stuff in an apple sauce.
Yeah, I throw in the stuff in, but you are getting a bit dry. So I don't eat an apple sauce, so you're getting a bit dry.
You can make a nice wet stuffing mixture. Come on, this is easy. Basics.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, hog roast and applesauce. I'd probably give it a bash if it was a particularly artisanal applesauce, and by that I mean, Bramley's or something. Yeah, you got to go stuffing. Bit of sage and onion stuffing. In with a hog roast.
Stuff. Oh, what a time to be alive.
Delightful. And the best hog roast and stuffing sandwiches you get are usually on a festival forecourt in the middle of the night when you've had 16 or 17 ciders and it's the only thing with any food left, and it is not so much a hog roast as a hog scrapings.
Oh, yeah, and all like the little crispy
All
burny
the
bits
little
in the
crispy
bottom.
burnt bits, like when you go into a chippy, and you go for the well, I don't know what you call them in a lot of places. No, it's not like the offcuts, but it's like the
Oh, the little spaghetti bits. Yeah, the little.
the scrag ends. They are again just the little batter, the fish batter, it's a
Oh, that's a
scrapings.
bit.
Oh, delightful.
That's fantastic. So, what's happening with your Where are you with your charge on the the Swedish Premier Division? How's it looking?
Doing all right so far, unbeaten in
What?
4.
How many seasons in are you?
This is season number 2 after the
Yeah.
capitulation of the Wrexham first season, when it was almost finished. And
How did you get on with Wrexham? How was that going?
in the Wrexham, absolutely just destroyed the conference. Got to the UEFA Cup 4th round, only to be beaten by the best team in the land.
Oh, what, Forest?
Yeah, no. Surprisingly, Forest weren't in the UEFA Cup. Didn't even get in via the Intertoto Cup like Wrexham.
What a surprise! I like that when you get on the old Intertoto. It's good, isn't it?
Yes, it's the gentleman's way in, I believe.
Take some absolute dog shit, don't you? You take some absolute garbage.
Scraggly end bits for a quid in it, yeah, absolute barnstorm in that as well. £1 well spent.
Oh, what an investment! What an investment!
Oof. Well, I think this is potentially an education. Welcome.
Yeah, absolute humpy.
I will catch you later, Fifey, mate. Lovely to have you on as always, buddy.
Have you got anyone else coming on today, mate? Anyone planned in, or are you just winging it?
Pretty much just winging it all the way through. Because I've got, I'm currently multitasking. You can probably hear in the background, my little lad is, oh, there you go, right on cue. Well done, mate. You hit your mark. Perfect. He's with me as his mum started back on after maternity leave last weekend. Last weekend when I was in Stevenage watching Stevenage against Swindon with Fifey.
Yeah.
And this weekend, again, I'd forgotten that she was back at work after maternity leave and didn't think to get somebody to look after him.
No. Sounds like it's all well planned out as usual.
Yeah. Literally the only 2 things I've done in the last nearly 10 months on a weekend. Ridiculous. Ooh, hello, Decisive. We don't need defending. No need for it. Welcome. Yeah, no, nothing planned at all, mate. I'd got Robin, who was fantastic last year, and told us the story about his family and Ellis. Last year, and made everybody cry.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he was taken ill literally around about the same time as he was about to be coming on. Bless him. So plenty of wibwob, loads of wibwob as well. Noopy, no worries, mate. Yes, I need to do that sort of shenanigans. I've really been lax on the linking to stuff, donations wise.
So let's have a look at the donations, and I'll give you some money.
What I'm doing is it's the same as last year. It's never been for me about rattling the old give us your money sort of Bob Geldof shenanigans for me. It's literally I just want a bit of awareness. You know what I mean? People talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keep Jordan's name in everyone's thoughts, especially
absolutely, mate.
At 7 o'clock today, during the Wave of Light, which
beautiful
is there. You go. There is the details on the screen now of how to donate to Baby Loss Awareness Week. Yeah, it's 7 o'clock
Lovely.
tonight, which is when the 24 hours will end. Me and little JJ here and the missus will be lighting a candle as we now do every year to mark the end of Baby Loss Awareness Week, and keeping the candle lit for an hour. The
Absolutely.
thinking behind it is that any lost baby souls can then,
Yeah, and as you know,
see the
I spoke
light.
to you before. We do the same every year as well.
Yeah,
So
I love that.
yeah, you try not to be too down about it, don't you? But it's important that
Yeah,
you these things and remember, and just for other people, because we know what it's like. We've been there. For
yeah,
other guys to go through it is and again, I think as well, even things like this and like the community as a whole, they're not. There's not that many bellends in it, me and you excluded, but and people do reach out and talk to each other. And that's really important. People have each other's back, especially blokes as well, because blokes never have each other's backs enough, do they? So
yeah, that absolutely, and the amount of because I've got a similar sort of personality to you, where I will happily talk anyone's ear off, chat all the nonsense in the world. I have no offence ever taken about anything ever, and filter wise, it is limited at best, to say the least. So I sort of get tarred with that. I'm never somebody's first port of call to go, feeling a bit rough. I tell you, I'll speak to. I tell you, who won't immediately come back with a stupid joke. Let's get Smuts on the phone, which is odd, because I will talk to anybody about anything without any filter, which is I don't know why. But yeah, I think it's sort of expected that I will. Not bring the levity to any situation that's.
But then I think as well, sometimes if I'm like, when it happened to me and Kat, I spoke to you for. I used to like spend my evenings just like crying in the back because I didn't want my family to think I was weak. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's mad, isn't it, that blokes do that and that they don't
Absolutely, just I don't know where the sort of caveman mentality came from, where my only thought was, make sure the missus is okay. Make sure the missus is okay. Keep talking to everybody in the family. Make sure they're okay when I'm dying inside. My arse is well and truly full of my head, and yeah. I was going to say luckily then for me, but not luckily. But when we lost my mum in 2013, I did exactly the same. Head went up my arse. I tried to rally around everybody, look after my dad, my sisters, as the oldest kids. My nephew Theo, who's on here, he was only a baby, so I came down and looked after him as much as I could. But didn't ever think, oh, I'm broken at any point. And having that sort of 8-year period of having to overcome that grief and having learnt a lot of hard lessons about how to grieve from that. I was a little bit further ahead in the process than my missus.
More prepared for it, but
in a weird way.
But I do think as well that as those men, whatever you want to say, we should reach out more if we see someone who's struggling. I mean, I did but amazingly at work. I mean, I work at a place where there's 8,000 people now. So, and I'm one of the mental health first aiders. So you say to someone, I know. I'm a different beast. I'm a different beast at work, mate. But you say to someone, you ask someone how they are, and the bloke will always say, "Yeah, I'm fine." So you ask them again,
Yeah.
Ask them twice.
Yeah.
You ask them twice, and then that's when someone will open up because they know that you're not just, how are you? Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
And leave it. Don't
You're
leave it.
not
Ask
you're
them
not
again.
asking for the sake of asking. Yeah.
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 Ask someone again. Ask them twice, and that's all I can. That's the most important thing you can do is just ask someone twice how they are,
Yeah.
and then people will open up. Then that's just how it works. Yeah, we just need to do that more and just stop being fucking dicks.
Yeah, I don't disagree entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Entirely.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong in the slightest. And like I said, it is that sort of automatic caveman, I think, sort of polite British person response to go, stiff upper lip. No, I'm fine. No, don't worry about me. I don't want to be in any trouble whatsoever.
Yeah.
I don't have feelings. Yeah. You know, that's sort of just the generic response, and yeah, it just sort of fall into bad habits immediately. And
Yeah.
having to really drag myself out of those bad habits, and having the experience, unfortunately, and the knowledge hard gained through that experience of how I needed to grieve was yeah, unfortunately set me up a little better, I think, than maybe how my missus has dealt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also, and I imagine probably the first thing you did as well, excuse me if I'm putting words in your mouth,
No.
is your first thought wasn't about yourself, it would have been about your missus.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
This tragedy, that's her body, you know.
Yes.
It's that physical pain, that short-term physical pain is the first thing to focus on, and that's something that you can, you know, massage her back, give her a kiss on the forehead, and help her through.
Yeah.
There's a very finite, there's a definitive thing that you can physically touch and help fix. Mentally, there isn't that.
No.
There is no massage to the back, kiss on the forehead.
No. They can cure that shit. No.
Not at all. No. And if there was, I tell you what, you'd bottle it and sell
millions. We'll make our millions.
Oh, mate, Elon Musk could be out of the Tesla game within minutes.
Yeah.
He'd take all that money he was spending on Twitter and go, no, spending it all.
I quite like Twitter if I had the money. Yeah, because you just turn it into a propaganda machine for yourself, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Think of the fun you could have.
That's the thing with that sort of thing is, and with your own personal Twitter accounts, in fairness, you can be whoever you want to be.
Yeah.
And the thing for me, and the thing with running these streams is you can't really hide behind your own voice, your own personality, your own self. You know what I mean? Which is why I will keep doing these as daft and small time and you know, whatever they are. I'll keep doing them, even if nobody's listening or watching at any point, because it might be that somebody, you know, I don't think if I hadn't spoken about Jordan last year, I don't think you'd have spoken to me at any point.
No, I don't think I would. No.
The same for basically anyone who spoke to me.
Yeah.
About their own. About their own experiences, you know.
No, you're right. I wouldn't have bothered because if you hadn't spoken about it, I would have spoken to you about it, and we wouldn't have been none the wiser, would we?
No, exactly. Because it's not something that anybody talks about, and that's why I'm not that fussed about. It's lovely, and I really appreciate any pennies that can go to the baby loss awareness group
Yeah.
of charities. Every penny goes to somewhere, like the Rainbow Clinic that helped deliver JJ, like Sands who helped me and my partner. You can hear him absolutely destroying everything. He's got a broom and is sweeping up bottles of 2 litre Pepsi Max. He's having an absolute ball of a time, bless him. Yeah, it's this awareness for me. It's the main word of the 4 is just I just want to have those conversations.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, it's not even a want; it's a need.
Yeah.
It is imperative that Egypts like me and you have some outlet somewhere, and the amount of people that speak to me, because I cannot. The worst question I get asked, and I get asked it regularly, is especially over the last 10 months, as you can imagine, and the previous 9 months, is whenever I talk about JJ, is JJ first? Is he first? And I could say yes, and then that's the end of the conversation. You move on.
Yeah.
I cannot think of a time I've ever said yes.
Right.
I make a point of saying no. Unfortunately, my son Jordan was stillborn.
Yeah. Yes.
And because I can take it on the chin.
Yeah.
I don't think that whoever asks me that question down the end of the phone will phrase that question the same to the next person they speak to.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I've never really thought about that before.
And
yeah, people do ask that, and I just ignore it.
Yeah, and it is something that I actively, consciously make a real effort to do.
Yeah.
Because it's those little microtransactions of awareness. Those little things, and the amount of times I've got back from somebody, oh, such and such I know, unfortunately went through something similar, this happened to me, and the conversation starts from there.
Yeah.
And that to me is far more worthwhile and far more important than a few moments of somebody on the other end of the phone feeling a bit awkward every now and then because they asked a leading question and
got an honest
by proxy felt upset, you know.
Yeah. Well, then again, a lot of time that's on them to speak about it, isn't it? And yeah. I never really thought about that, to be honest.
Yeah, and again, it without me telling you that that's how I process. It's not something you would have ever thought about potentially. You know what I mean? You know. But yeah, that's and it does help that I'm an awkward prick as well.
Yeah.
And I don't mind sitting in that awkwardness.
In that awkwardness bubble.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I live in that bubble, you know. So, yeah, I have no issues with somebody thinking, oh shit, I should have asked that. I should have phrased that.
I'm gonna have to go. I've got to drive to Yeovil.
I'm going to say you've got a trip to Yeovil to do, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I really do appreciate you popping in. Are you ever actually doing your Mario streaming?
One reason that it's not happening just yet is because of a letter received, an email received from Nintendo about their.
Really?
Yeah, do you know what? I'll be back about 6 and I'll tell you all about it, alright?
Lovely. All right, mate.
Right.
Top man. Enjoy the game, and
Cheers,
we'll
mate.
speak soon. Top man.
Bye.
Toodles. Ah, bless. Yeah. So I stream every week. DCC. DCC. Apologies if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Yeah, once a week usually. If you subscribe, follow, whatever it is, on the link, I get notifications, whatever. I run a league once a week with 12 other managers. So we've got 13 managers in the league, who have all drafted a team and picked a bunch of random players on the original Champ Manager database, and it's a lot of fun. You can pick your favourite team and join in. It's a lot of ridiculous players that you wouldn't think of all together in a team. But yeah, good fun. Okay. There's also a weekly Super League, a similar sort of thing, but with better players, realistically, that runs on YouTube once a week as well. I don't think that's on Twitch at the minute. Ooh. That's worth a watch. I think it's at CMSL on Twitter. So maybe be able to find that. Yeah, a lot of people on Twitter that stream, not necessarily regularly, but certainly join in. It's been a really fun group of people. Quite a few people that have been in and out of the chat today have been in and out of league. Still doing all right in the big step up to the Premier League so far. Play, mate. Oh, you almost ready for your lunch, buddy? Yeah? You getting hungry? Ooh. You're being a rascal, what, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to plop you in front of Mrs. Rachel again for a bit while I set your lunch. Try and put back together some of the devastation that this little one's caused in the kitchen. Absolute rascal. Hey, welcome back, Theo. JJ's just about to have his lunch as well. Stay right! Hey, welcome, my mate. 21-hour drinking session and a 3-hour nap. You were an absolute superstar last year, mate. Welcome. How have you been? You will obviously be expecting to see a Wrexham save. As you may have noticed on Twitter, I had a bit of a meltdown at 2:30 this morning when the Wrexham game crashed without having been saved 7.5 hours in. So we've gone all British with a random team in Sweden, reverse Scandinavians if you like, and doing pretty well in fairness. Some names that I've never had before that you will undoubtedly notice. Right, I need to work out how to get this. If you think it's just in Champ Manager that I'm unprepared, I've also not got JJ's lunch set up ready to go either. But I am going to blame that on the missus and friends. Yeah. So yeah, I had a little co-commentator with me. Finish up the work before going to get good stuff, mate. Love it. Well, in sort of 10 minutes time, Leicester will be sort of quietly playing in the background as we are up against Crystal Palace. Steve Palmer's got to be playing left wing. I mean, is this a player you've ever had before from Garforth, Steve? If you've not, he would absolutely destroy a Barry Sound save. What a player he has been in this second half of the stream. Absolute goal machine. Welcome back, James. You're very lucky because I know Theo's listening in again, so you didn't get the words that I was going to say. Knowles is, I think he's third choice goalkeeper now. There he is. Marchant couldn't get. He went somewhere. I think he went to like a championship side, something like that. Absolutely destroyed me. And the one that hurt the most was having a £7,000 bid for Steve Howsham accepted, agreed terms, couldn't afford him. I'm still clearing the debt that I was left with at Umea FC. £26,000 in debt, so I couldn't afford £7,000 for Steve Howsham. Absolutely heartbreaking. Just pop him straight out there. No need for a midfield.
Oh, sorry there, mate. I can't answer at the minute while I'm sorting JJ's food out. I can maybe answer. I can maybe give you a ring in a minute. Once JJ's in bed in about 20 minutes, half an hour or so, buddy. I've got a house full of baby wipes and I can never find anyone who need them. Ah, there they go. You've been into them. It's alright, mate. I'm getting you ready. Not a good result. What else is in toast? Big toast. Come on then, big man, let's get you some food. Woohoo! My little co-presenter for the day has been on his best behaviour. Has spoken more sense than me, as you can hear, throughout the streams. I'm going to remember to put a bib on you this time. What's that thinking? And then pop that on there, and we'll play. Multitasking. Right. Not successfully, but multitasking nonetheless. Good boy. Just click your tongue at me to hurry up and give you some more food. Absolute rascal. Mm-hmm. If I could afford £500,000, I would probably sign him.
The final of Swedish Cup. Massive game. Ooh. You excited, JJ and Theo? Everybody excited? Sound excited. Or hungry, I'm not sure. You just missed Rob Stee as well. On his way to Yeovil. Bit of a trek from Taunton, as you can imagine. He was in fine fettle as always, mate. Jonathan Milner, not James. This is... I don't know actually. I don't know. Is he? He might be related. Steer probably know the best, as he came through at. That'll do. They've got us here. Oh, 1-0 down. Oh, I forgot to put bib on again. I told you to remind me. That's on you, not me. I did tell you to remind me. So, this is your fault if you get a message, AJ. Alright? Good boy. Penalty, the only difference so far. I think this one's going my way. Not sure which way that was. That was a penalty turned down late in the game. Not quite. I mean, I technically sort of won the league with... Oh, it's only the first leg. Okay, right. We're okay. We'll win the second leg, 2-0 now. Yeah. Only 6.5 hours to go, mate. We're nearly there. Hopefully your mummy will be home soon enough. Unless she's run off with the milk pan. Champions League winners Arsenal, with massive name signings like Benito Carbone. Ooh, stepping up Simon Bosman. No, silly boy. Only a couple of bites left, mate. Looking at these players, I'm thinking, what are you doing? They're not English. Numpty. Steve said Wellers. Doesn't look that rubbish either. James Milner does play for Liverpool, mate. You're right. Oh, here we go. We've got some questions from Theo. Name a greatest of all time in football from the country that is currently playing in a team. So, you pick Brazil. So, who's the best current player in Brazil? Who do you think is the current best Brazilian footballer? Not a single Brazilian has ever played for Leicester. All the random nationalities we've had. Not a single Brazilian. Although I have seen a few Brazilians in Leicester. Yeah. Yeah. You think Neymar, I reckon, Theo. I don't think he's that good. Yeah, I don't think Neymar's that good for that. He used to be okay. No, I don't think he's that bothered anymore, is he? I think Gabriel Jesus is probably better. Argentina, so you're going to say Messi. I reckon... Yeah, he's probably... Ooh. Probably still the best Argentinian footballer at the minute. France, well, you're going to think Mbappe, but I think N'Golo Kante is the best French player. Ooh. put it back. Level pegging, absolutely destroying them. Ah, no. Ah, lost. Gutted. No, Pop was rubbish. Still eating the rest of that toast, my mate? Yeah? All finished? Yeah. Oh, should we get some medicines? I better wait until your mummy comes home. Otherwise I'll be in trouble. Yeah, you're funny. Good. You nearly got half the food off your face. Yeah. Don't count your ears. How behind your ears? Mad or impressed? Use that hand, please, mister. Yeah, you okay? Hang on. Okay. Here you go. Have you? No, you've not got your little present in there this time. That's good. You don't need to trick me again. There we go. Right, you little fella. Get you changed. Then you come back.
And get you a dummy. And then we'll be back with everybody, won't we? Oh, dropped it. Just all nice and beautiful. And I'm back. There we go. Let's turn that on. Make sure he's asleep. Oh, sorry, Theo. I may have just seen all your calls. Bless him. Yeah, JJ's just had to go to, just gone for his nap. So when he's up, we'll give you a little call, my buddy. Let's have a look. Crack on through. Ah, excellent news, Robin. Hello, mate. You alright? I don't know if you know this, but I'm streaming at the minute. Hello. You alright? You been enjoying the stream so far? Good. There you go. Oh look, you can hear me talking on your TV while you're talking to me. That's weird, isn't it? Yeah, it will do. It's a little bit of a delay on it. Yeah, it shouldn't be too long. Okay. Alright, I better crack on then, mate. But if you need me, you just send me a text, alright? Alright, buddy. Love you lots. See you later, Theo. Love you, bye. Oh, I'll tell you what I have missed. I haven't even started the Leicester game yet. Big, tricky Trev. He's in the building. What an absolute unit that man is. Dean Shields getting the reserves. Tricky Trev's here.
I don't know who's still watching, mate. There's been a few people on, popping in and out. That's the thing with 24-hour streaming. Nobody stays for the whole 24 hours. Unless they've been drinking for 21 of them. Let's have a look. I reckon that's good enough. Number 45. Michael Jordan's other number. That's a big first goal. Against probably the best team in Swindon. In Sweden. Not Swindon. Our little man is down. And fully sparked out asleep. Let's see how badly Leicester are doing. What a victory that is. Lovely. Good to see. I don't think he's worth 300k. I don't have 300k anyway. Oh, no. Yeah, no, I don't have anywhere near that. Hello, I love Creecraft and Flamgo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Byron Bob, the legend. Dave Brammer, you played alright in fairness, and you're getting a couple of games you here. Right, who is going to get that place? Got to be. Can go there and there, and Somerville can be the striker. Byron Bubb has been absolutely fantastic as well. Yeah, full on one at the back, 3 DMs, a bit of width. Two in behind the striker. Portrait is still absolutely knocking them in. 1 in every 2 at the minute in the Prem. Slowed down, as you can imagine. As well timed as that, the main man absolutely tings one straight in. Bargain, absolute bargain for 14k. Garforth are one of them teams that they just have some absolute stats monsters. That's all he's got, just finishing, bit of strength, all he's got, all he's needed. Some of these players in who went out. Did I go for Carl Fox? Another one. Look at all of them figures, decent. Who else did I go in for? Carl Ward is obviously with me. Again, a couple of good stat lines. All in places that you just sort of need. Absolutely buttons as well for a player as good as that. I mean, he's no Tonino, obviously, but he'll do a job. Ooh, awesome as well. I'll take mid-table sort of mediocrity. First season in the Prem. Take it, I don't mind it. I know, yes, an odd sort of colour clash there. Right. Here we go, Theo. I'm going to ring you then, so you can say something funny on the stream. Are you ready? Right then, Theo, this has got to be dead funny. Otherwise, the whole 24 hours of this stream is going to be wasted. Alright? You going to be funny? Where have you gone? You're supposed to be being funny.
Okay, yes.
I can hear you. Hello?
I like Harry Maguire.
You like Harry Maguire? Unbelievable. Right, now I'm putting the phone down on you. You rascal. That's it. You're barred from the stream now, Theo. I'm going to tell your mum. Nuisance. Oh, no, not more updates. Don't you worry, Theo. I would never tell your mum. Snitches get stitches. You remember that. Still 0-0 at Leicester. I can see us losing this as well. Still not moving that ball, don't I? Of course, I put some food in my gob as soon as there's a question. Sorry, guys, mate. And breathe. The thing for me with Rodgers is, I think he's lost the dressing room. I think that's clear from just the sort of the face on the players. You can see Fofana was desperate to get out. I think Tielemans, as professional as he's been, clearly wants out as well. Maddison is one of the most professional players I've ever seen. And again, I think he would potentially jump at any chance to go to a team that would increase his chances of playing for England. And I think probably the catalyst for that is Rodgers hitting that peak of his ability. I think that's as far as he gets in terms of how far he can take the club. I don't think there's another step for Rodgers. I think challenging that top six was probably the best he can get to. My issue is exactly that. But I think this season was potentially an odd one in terms of transfer windows. The last couple of years have been odd in terms of transfer windows because you cannot predict post-COVID what effects everything's had on all the clubs. So I kind of understand that we've kept him because as it's thank God it's carried on. Who do we replace him with at the minute as it stands? And say we get 25 million for him, how do you replace his numbers for say 15-20 million? Which to billionaire owners is not, it's not a massive amount of money when you've just spent £100 million on a training ground. So I kind of understand it from that side of things, but for me, he's still early 20s, sort of. It's not even mid 20s yet. Tielemans, he can progress. He's got all the right attributes to be a top player. He's not going to be Kevin De Bruyne. But him and Kevin De Bruyne in a midfield together would be lethal. Absolutely lethal. And Rodgers is not the manager to get him to that next level. I don't know who is. And 100%, yeah, Tielemans at Arsenal Tielemans at Chelsea makes them title contenders. Tielemans at Man City means that you may as well let everybody else go home. Tielemans at Liverpool takes them over the top. His ability to control the tempo of a game and his vision is disgusting. He's one of the best players I've ever seen at Leicester. Maddison has got the ability to completely dictate a game if he fancies it. No, he doesn't, you're right. Because of Pep's sort of rotation policy, I don't think he would go to someone like Man City, because he's played pretty much every minute possible under Rodgers until this season, where he's sort of regressed a little bit, because he's one of those players who is a form player. The more he plays, the more comfortable he is. Yeah, you can't look at that and say otherwise. But Tielemans takes Gundogan's place there, and that kicks on even further, I think, in my opinion. But yeah, my issue is not because Rodgers is fine for if we're okay with a mid-table finish. You know, if we want to go full, in fairness, I can't even say full David Moyes, because he's been very, very good the last couple of seasons at West Ham, and has kicked them up a level. But if we're happy with sort of a David Moyes-esque pre the last couple of years finish 7th, 8th, 9th. Calvin Bassey is potentially the one that got away. I mean, he never looked up to much. He never got a look in at Leicester, and he needed that move. And to be honest, I thought that was probably a bit of a step too much for him, but been fantastic. And I mean, he's not kicked on at Ajax by all accounts, but yeah, he's one of the players that's got all those attributes that you look for in a centre back. And we are absolutely crying out for a centre back at the minute that could slot in alongside Johnny Evans. So yeah, very much the one that got away at the minute. But yeah, you can't fault that as a bit of business. Almost tenfold turning that around. Yeah, can't complain at all. Oh really? You see, fair enough. Oh yeah, he's got bags of potential. You could see he had potential when he was with us. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah, exactly that. That technical training at Ajax is will be a huge boost to him. Yeah, he reminds me a lot of someone like a Tomori, who was in the wrong situation at Chelsea. Went to the right. Went to the right team for him. I mean, you can't ask for a better team defensively than Milan. And yeah, for me, should be one of the first names on the England team sheet at the minute. Um, yeah, because Maguire has done so well for Southgate. Sorry, I'm talking backwards and forwards with my little nephew Theo as well, rascal. And yeah, he's still one of the most expensive defenders in the world. You don't just lose that ability overnight. And you know, 2, 3, 4 years ago, he was the focal point of that England defence, riding the crest of the wave. I think the positive attention maybe went to his head. Potentially, I don't know the lad, but when he left Leicester, he was turning up to England with all his kit in a bin bag, and he was playing well outside of himself. He isn't. He doesn't have that pace that a centre back needs, which is probably why Man U have gone and put Martinez next to him to do his running for him. But if you're going for a big little combination, you want it up front, where it's not going to cost you team points, not at centre back, where one can do your running for you and the other one can do your heading, because you just target the other defender for the thing that they're not good at. Of course, Haaland exposed Martinez. Haaland's an absolute beast, and Martinez, he's built like me. You know, he's not tall enough to be a world class centre half. He's not physical enough, especially in the Premier League as well. If Ivan Toney will destroy him. There's a lot of very physical strikers in the Premier League that will just sit on him and just absolutely destroy him. And I think Man U are going to be at the end of a couple of big defeats this season. Yeah, not bad, is it, that family? Decent. Yeah, not bad little family of footballers, is it? His dad wasn't bad either, to be honest. Unless Roy Keane's around, obviously. A dull 0-0 draw at half time for Leicester. Yeah. Yeah, it took Alf a little while to get his revenge. All it took was, birthing a robot and footballing robot, and he's done all right. still worried about the bloody loading on this. Yeah, I don't think any neutral fan could ever look at Nunez, who's had a couple of good seasons in fairness and does have the potential to be a very good striker, but Erling Haaland is just a different breed of footballer. He reminds me of when Vieira came into that Arsenal team and they were already winning leagues and stuff and playing really well, had the best back four in England, and then Vieira came in and was so professional and just changed the way that a position was played. And Haaland has come into a very, very, very good Man City team and has just... it's been what they've been crying out for since Aguero dipped in form, maybe sort of 3 years ago. Exactly, Petit and Vieira, absolutely unreal. And you look at Haaland with De Bruyne in behind him. You can even look at my little nephew, I'm sure, will point out Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe, and you think, I'm looking at De Bruyne and Haaland all day. All day. Even add Mahrez into that mix. Just an absolute... De Bruyne is the absolute peak ability at the minute. Completely unplayable, the two of them, at times. There are teams in this league that will get, and Leicester may well be one of them, that will probably get 10 plus put past them by Man City this season. How long are we in now? 1 o'clock, so we've got 5.5 hours left. Yeah, I mean, even a few seasons ago, you'd maybe have said Salah, Mane, and then they put a proper number 9 instead of Firmino in there, and that is unbeatable. But yeah, I don't know how you can look beyond. As Theo mentioned earlier, as his dad's a Liverpool fan who's never lived anywhere near Liverpool. He did mention earlier that they may have slightly destroyed your lot. 7-1. Yeah, it's one of them where, again, Salah on his day is just a metronome and can just, the ball sticks to his feet and he can do whatever he wants. But they are not as frequent as they were. And yeah, I'm trying to be polite. And Alexander-Arnold is not doing as much of his running as he has been doing. fuming. Didn't get any into Toto Cup this time. Brightwell needs a rest. Easy enough. Yeah, he's just got that in him. Every now and then, when he wants to turn it on. Go on, Jamie Victory. One thing I will say, and I don't think it's going to be too controversial, I don't think there's anybody that can argue with Haaland and Salah and a few others, De Bruyne, etc. in this league now. There is not a better quality league in the world at all. The state Barcelona and Real Madrid are in. You can't look at them and say Spain is anywhere close. Italy, again, nowhere near. Without Lewandowski and Haaland, Germany are nowhere near now. And France are a one-team league. You know, you can't can't look past the Premier League as being the best league. You see, again, Bellingham. What team does he go to? I mean, it'd be a decent replacement for Tielemans if we lose him. But yeah, again, Bellingham's a every single one. Yeah, he's. But if you're Bellingham, where do you want to go? Because you fit in every team should be building around Bellingham. Oh, I forgot I got Tony James. Fair play. Scored in the first ever game I went to. That season there, I didn't realise it was his one goal that season. There you go. Against Peterborough, look at that. IOU cards, yeah, you get chance and community chest cards as well. Straight to jail, yeah. Now with some of the history of Leicester City players, Collymore and Dickov, etc. Put that well back, I reckon. How's Big Trev doing? Not pulling up any trees yet. He's got time. Tactical master stroke to bring Brightwell back in. I think if you pretty much stick a pin in any of the teams in the Swedish Premier League at the start, you're going to hit some very good players. I mean, very decent goalkeeper. for most levels. Again, a really decent sort of squad player at any level. Can't really complain at any of them. With Bergstrom as well. Yeah, again, really very good winger. Can't go wrong with any of them. I can't think of a Swedish Premier League team that doesn't have a standout player. There we go, Portry's back on. Portry's in motion again. Oof. Tense finish. No. Oh, there we go. What a player. Oh, I love that. This is about the third or fourth time I pulled it out on the stream. Fantastic. It's the best thing about a 24-hour stream. Think of something funny, and then every time somebody new pops in, you just drop it in there. Here's a big question for you then, Gads. As a Rangers fan, there's regularly an argument to be had for Celtic and Rangers to be coming down into the Premier League. Where do you reckon, on the face of the current squads, both teams finish? See, I don't disagree initially, but I think Celtic especially, you probably won't like me saying this, have a huge untapped potential revenue stream just by virtue of the sort of green and white Irish connotations that a team like the Boston Celtics completely depend upon over in America. And I think, again, TV money, and I think an untapped potential North American revenue stream specifically for Celtic would mean that they were competitive within 5 years easily, and that top 6 becomes a top 7 very quickly. And again, the Rangers are going to have a huge following. Again, you've got probably half a country realistically, and again plenty of fans elsewhere, and you would pick up plenty more as well. But again, the only reason I'm thinking Celtic is because of the Boston Celtics, and that very obvious link there would mean a huge boost in revenue for them. I've just hugely improved our squad here. Four class signings in fairness. I don't know how I fit them all in now. I mean, it's not the worst problem to have. Palms injured, I don't like that. How's he been? He's not been particularly good, even though he should be. It's not a bad call, in fairness. You could even start. You wouldn't need to go straight in with full sort of Netflix, Amazon video style subscription. You could go along the lines of the Drive to Survive, which has been hugely successful for expanding Formula One in countries where, I mean, I barely give a shit about Formula One, apart from the ending to last season, which was obviously insane. Or the season before, whenever it was, where it came down to the last lap. And the drama and the bingeability of a series like that, as done as well and with as much access as Drive to Survive has, I think would be hugely successful, not only in Scotland but for Scottish football in the rest of the UK as well. Hey, well done, Swanee, mate. Love to see you in. Bless you, mate. Swanee tile, fantastic as well. That is top point. No, I think you're right. I think, especially in England, I think Scottish football is, hold firm aside, I think I think the viewing figures have been negligible for Sky and for BT, and I think that's because, again, old firm aside, I don't think they give a shit about marketing it, and I don't think that would bring in as much revenue as it could do. Yeah. Oh, Leicester get a huge proportion of our income from the Asian market, Thailand especially. China and Japan, huge for both the Manchester clubs. Arsenal, Chelsea, all the London clubs as well, to be fair, or at least the big three. And again, that's a huge... Oh, I thought Leicester were in then. A huge untapped market for Scotland. And I think the most important thing for Scotland, for Scottish football at the minute, is teams like Aberdeen and the 4th and 5th and 6th and those, the rest of the league catching up, not just in players, in performance, in infrastructure, etc., to Celtic and Rangers. The best opportunity that everybody had to do that was when Rangers were dropped down to the 3rd division. And some of the smaller clubs, your St Johnstone, Inverness Caledonian Thistle, they caught up to your Aberdeens, your Hertfordshire Hibs, those sort of second tier teams. They caught up during that period of time because they had an extra opportunity to get into the Premier League. But I think they needed that extra step for Celtic should have been challenged a lot more in those interim years until Rangers were back in the league. Sunderland had a better playing service. Every team would have no competition with TV. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong at all. The issue would be, granted, I don't think it should be as big an issue as it is. What do you do with players who every 2 years go to a summer tournament? Do Scotland go backwards as a national team? It's a difficult one for me. It's interesting because I don't know as much about Scottish football as I should do, realistically, just by virtue of not having as much access to it here and not having the time to take to access it. So yeah, interesting. And I think I should pay more attention to the Scottish game. I really should. That's a good sign. Yeah, you see, I'm similar with Leicester. Since we won the Premier League, if they're not in my fantasy football team, I'm regularly at a loss because since we won the Premier League, I feel like we completed football, and I've said that on multiple occasions. That what's the next step for Leicester now? I went on European away days, and that doesn't surprise me to say that the standard is not great below the old firm. It's not ideal, and like I said, I think that's got to be the first step. Is trickling down some of that economy. Oh Jesus! I was gone full Liz Truss then. I think I threw up in my mouth a bit. Ugh. Ugh. I'd like to apologise on behalf of myself, my family, everybody, everywhere. Fucking hell. But yeah, teams 3 to 6, 7, 8 need to catch up. were you on this morning when the little fella full on coughed up the entirety of his morning bottle, just pure exorcist phlegmed and sicked all over me? It was delightful. After having been up all night, the first thing that happens is to be covered in baby vomit. It's exceptional. Yeah, bless him. He's just having a kip at the minute. He's having his lunch time, post lunch nap. He's eating himself into a coma. Bless him, and into a food coma. He's he's stuck with me every Saturday now. As his mum and my wife has gone back to work after maternity. 10 months now. December the 20th he was born. Ridiculous. It feels like it's gone really quickly. Is that our third player that's just retired from me in a week? So he's at a really nice age now where he's got his own little personality. He's zooming around all over the place, crawling and trying to walk and getting into mischief and just really. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we were waiting for the date, and it was maybe the week after that we were given the date. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's gone so quick, unreal. Yeah, saw a newborn, a really small, clearly had just popped out, in a service station, driving around last week, and I thought, how was JJ that small? He's massive now in comparison. Wow. 8, so that's what, 2014? Is that right? How is 2014 8 years ago? Wow. Mad. Yeah, see, people keep telling me it goes so quickly. Enjoy it while you can, and I think, and I was mentioning this earlier to Rob when he was on, was that losing Jordan has given me that patience and that ability to sort of slow down and just be present, because I know the worst that can happen. We've been there. It was fucking horrible. Don't want to miss anything because we missed everything with Jordan. And I said earlier that I think that has made me a better father because of it, and a better dad to JJ, because I am present far more than I think I would have been. I mean, there's still times where I'm like having a 24-hour stream while I'm supposed to be looking after him, and just sort of plonking him in front of YouTube and that. But the same token, I would rather be anywhere else than with him all the time. And I need to learn to get him on side with me so I can be on my missus' case, so we can work in shifts and double up on her, same way that your girls do for you. Need to teach him right. Talk to me about your World Cup as well, Gaz. I've seen it earlier on Facebook, and obviously I was a bit up to my eyeballs in this, but talk me through it. What's the plan? As if it is sort of along the lines that I think it might be, then I will be definitely keeping an eye on that. It looks very interesting. Love that. Absolutely love that. I can't believe I didn't put 2 and 2 together as well. When you dropped me a message on Facebook and said, it's Big Ass from last year. I can't believe I didn't put that 2 and 2 together. When I saw your name as one of the moderators. I see, I like that. So that's similar. I don't know if you've seen any of my small horse league. That's why I said if it's similar to what I was thinking. So yeah, it's basically on your game. It's not a network game. It's you're controlling. You're all the human managers, if you like, and they sort of submit all the other human managers. They submit their teams and tactics and that sort of thing, and you play it through on Discord. Oh, it is a network game. Okay. So it is. Yeah, it's very different in that case. There we go. Yeah, I got it. Oof, that seems like a lot of organisation to get people on at the same time. Fair play to you. Following the industry, yeah, exactly. So that's the way. Basically, I've got a league of 13 teams, all with their own. We drafted all of these players in, random players all over the place into each of the 13 teams, and I control all 13 using those tactics and instructions. Definitely get me involved, mate. I will take any opportunity to play Champ Manager as much as humanly possible. As you can probably tell, 24 hours is, I could do this once a month quite happily. Yeah, definitely. That sounds interesting. It's something that a couple of the guys on Twitter tried to sort of set up. Current tactic ain't allowed though. So that was one of the things I added in was sort of no two at the back, no whib wob, that sort of thing, just to keep it competitive. But yeah, this year I've let one at the back in to the small horse league, and yeah, there's definitely some far more interesting games. There was a 6-5. It's exactly the rules I set initially. Minimum 3 at the back, 2 wide men, no whib wob. That was the only tactical instruction. Do whatever you want outside of that. Yeah, exactly, spot on. That's exactly the way that I set up first year. And then people were saying, don't worry about 2 at the back, we're not bothered about 2 at the back, but I like the idea of 1 at the back, or none at the back, as people are doing as well now. And yeah, some really interesting results popping up. Hilarious. Yeah, great fun. It does add that extra element of competitiveness, because this is ultimately it's a single player game that you can while hours and hours and hours on. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, wing backs with a back 2, you can sort of get away with if there's like a wall of 4 across the middle. I think I would potentially let that one off. So this is probably the most attacking sort of cheatiest, I think, tactic that I use every now and then. But yeah, this I would say is probably the least attacking two at the back you can probably get away with, I think. Potentially maybe that sort of wall of 5 there. Let me see, that's still a little bit suspect. That reminds me of trying to think if no, I don't think I've got those sorts of tactics. I might have smart to look. Yeah, that sort of thing you can probably just about get away with as well. That I've had a lot of success with, but of course you then drag 2 players outside the side. Played that a fair bit as well. That's good fun. But I am enjoying a lot of one of the back formations at the minute. This one I like. Oh, I give them random nonsense names. That I had a bit of success with. I like that one. Zero defenders, 0 attackers. Love that. Cheeky bit of whip wop. Little bit of whip wop. I usually use that one to test out my tactics against any tactic I make. Test that out against that whip wop one, see if it's any good or not. It usually isn't. Yeah, all back where they were before. Lovely. How's Miller doing? Not a bad start. Oh, is that a little man? Yup. Oh, that wasn't a very long nap. Right, guys, I'll be back in a minute, mate. Yeah, sure. I hope yourself up coughing again, haven't you, mate? Was it coughing, or have you got me a little present in there? Ooh. Let's have a look. Ooh, Mummy's gonna bring me back McDonald's. Lovely. What you want? A Happy Meal? Yeah. 2 Happy Meals. Yeah. Good boy. We got the co-commentator back. Don't worry. All in hand now, isn't it, mate? Dunno. It'd usually be a 20 nuggets and a McFlurry. Golden. Can't go wrong. But it's Monopoly, isn't it? So you got to get as many tickets as possible. Guess your McDonald's meal, Theo. Ooh, I reckon 6 chicken nugget meal with fruit shoot. That's what I reckon. What do we think? Double quarter pound with cheese, no onion, no pickle, large chips, strawberry milkshake, sorted. Yeah, I definitely think you've left me a little McDonald's meal of your own in there. 9 nuggets, Sprite and medium chips. I was close, Theo. It was close. What about you guys? What are you going for? A McBuckfast? Is that how you do it in Scotland? A McDragon soup and chips? Is that? Yeah. You thirsty, mate? All this talk about McDonald's. Yeah.
Let's get you a nappy, mister. And then we'll be off.
So we played 77 minutes. It was quiet again inside King Power Stadium. Madison underneath it goes down, free kick given. And this is probably in James Madison range, would you say, Clark? Yes. I think. Best part of 28? Yeah, 30 yards, isn't it? We'll hear from Adam Whitty very shortly, but Leicester had a free kick here. Adam Whitty, your matchday commentator, Ross County, passes Colwell Town. Free kick though for Leicester. This is 10 yards to the left of centre, 28 yards out, on the edge, on the verge of Madison territory. He has an opportunity to decide where he's going to go for goal here and beat probably Palace's best players yet in greater, or lift it into the area. Madison, stuttered run up, right footed, hits the wall, out for a corner. So I wait for that to happen. Adam Whitty, how's your Colville team news? 4 changes for Colville here. Emmanuel VP is benched, replaced by Ashley Chambers. Up front, elsewhere, Sean Robertson and Banos coming. Notts County cheating the only make 8 changes with their key duo up front, Lancaster and Scott Weston. Keep up here at 8-3. Thank you very much, Adam Whitty. We'll be back with Adam and Sean Bowles at Meadow Lane from 3 o'clock for live commentary of that FA Cup game. Madison takes the corner, Mike put the delivery to the area. Saves on the line. Leicester getting closer, with 11 minutes to play. Goalless here at King Power Stadium. It was just over the top of Ryan's head, right with the Stone's head. Makes a good run, gets it well. There's no conviction in the head of Wheeler. Easy one for later. It was.
Thank you, mate. Has my glasses gone again?
Inside left channel. Back to Milivojevic. This one goes cracks very soon as well. Yeah. Not really had the minutes that Brendan Rodgers kind of talked about giving him so far this season. Another chance to impress as well. We'll give some much needed energy maybe the final 10 minutes of this game, because there are just 10 minutes remaining. You're listening to BBC Radio Leicester Sport. Right hand side is Elise.
He was not very smart. Easy at all, mate. Good job. Artume, welcome back, buddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, going strong, mate. Doing really well. I've got what, 5 and a bit hours left, I think. What's that, 2? Yeah, just under 5 hours left. Going strong. My little co-commentator here is not being particularly helpful, eh, buddy? He's sort of crying and pissing and pooping and he's a bit of a rascal, if I'm honest. Okay. For instance, he's not got my glasses. I can't find them because I can't see them. I've not got my glasses on. There we go. Oh dear. Younger mate. Should we get your bottle on? You've not drank the last 2. Doing very well in the league as well. Within 4 points of first. Can't complain. Definitely within the hunt. Nah, I got to keep them. Unless Ingledale's there. Excuse me. What are you up to? Will be a boring 0-0 draw, you reckon, mate? Yeah, we want some YouTubes. Oh, there we go. Back to Mrs. Rachel. I would like to point out that he doesn't normally watch this much YouTube. Ooh, how long is the stream? Hit 7 PM, Theo, mate. Long time to go yet. So we've got another 4 hours and 45 minutes, buddy. And I don't think on FIFA you can do trade. I think what you have to do is you have to put it on the market and hope that somebody else buys it. But I'll show you how to do that on FIFA when I see you next. Oh, nearly missed a Canada result there.
by Kelechi Iheanacho finds Pratt right hand side. All the way into the outside. He goes inside, goes back to the left and inside towards Capelli. Now Nicholson hangs it around the corner. Here's Justin. Then Barnes is a player. They just don't have that outlet on the left hand side, do they? Well, we've said it all afternoon. He's doing that far too often. Goes back once more. With Kelechi Iheanacho now right hand side. Inside he goes for Madison. 25 yards out. He drops it off for Mendy. Now Justin tries to move forward. Now first towards the back post. It's standing like that. Then pulls it back across. They didn't send it back into the area. Instead sent it behind the goal. Goal kick to Palace. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Yeah, I just think how poor Crystal Palace have been. And how many times have we worked greater? With quality. Yeah, with quality, with conviction, where he's had to put off a really top save to keep us out. I don't think there's any. Very couple of saves, but
Yeah, so Theo, I'll teach you how to use it. Because if you put it on for the wrong price, someone will you can get more than you put it on for sometimes. So I'll show you how to do it on FIFA. Once I've finished this, I'll give you a call tomorrow and I'll show you how to do it.
not been a afternoon to remember for Leicester City fans or Crystal Palace fans. As Anderson switches the play, brought down well by Eze on his chest. Castagne tackles him. And the ball's rolling out of play there. Castagne just didn't run after it. And Martin screaming at him, but it's a corner to Crystal Palace. Strange. Well, that would work out to be one huge mistake if Crystal Palace scored from this corner, because if he did sprint, he could have kept the ball in. Yeah. 2 minutes to play. Leicester nil at Crystal Palace nil. Corner to be taken from the hand side. Right footed. Swung towards the back post. Heads goal. Headed away. Milivojevic was there. He brings down Mendy in the box in the attempted swing of the right boot at it. Free kick to Leicester inside their own.
Doesn't even look that good, to be honest. Never mind.
I tell you what would be interesting, the crowds, well, the people that are left, that's the City fans, because literally everyone's flooding to the exits now, more or less, but the people that are left, you know, what kind of reaction they give after that. Got more by Martin, he can his back, he gets to the corner of the box, right hand side, not to try and find a Martin, that's right, to try and find Vardy in the box, he goes after a corner, the Leicester fans on their feet, is there one final bit of drama in this game? Oh, what a ball. Martin steps in, breaks 2-3 lines with that pass. Leicester take the corner quickly. Iheanacho into Madison, back into Iheanacho. He tries a strike save by Waiter. Never really looked like he was going to be able to swing that towards a corner, did he? Well, I think, you know, that's been one of the problems. We have got into some really nice areas, and we have played some good stuff this afternoon. First half was it. A little flat from both sides, but Leicester definitely been the better side in the second half, but I've really tested Waiter.
This is terrible streaming. I'm just listening to the Leicester game. What a signing that is. Oof, top of the league. Big game this one. Go on, Byron, bro. Big win if this plays out this way. Quite big Trev.
Marty goes wide right into Castagna. Down the right, looking for Iheanacho. He's going to get there. Really ball being and Michael clear left footed. He tweaks it forward, and Marty underneath it. Iheanacho again. Just well on Marty. He actually played very well in this second half. Got that dodgy back pass to Downwood. Almost personal conversation as he gives it away. Nearly. Here's Madison. Moves around his man. That's a blatant foul. It's almost a rookie tackle from Milivojevic. Leicester 0, Palace 0. The Carter just trying to get on top of this Leicester side. Madison takes the free kick quickly. Looking to
That got way closer than I was hoping for. Right up to within 1 point.
looking to kind of break forward here with Eze. Dewsbury-Hall comes across, can't tackle. Dennis Pratt can't tackle. Castagna can't tackle. And it's going to be a free kick to Crystal Palace, who are just wasting all the time that they can. We played 2.5 minutes before we're added on. It's Leicester 0, Palace 0.
Oh dear. Let's have a look. I know, you know. He is on zonal market there. Surprised they're not actually put more instructions and stuff on that. Jesus Christ. Bob's injury delayed start like it was just. You'd be surprised to hear. Bloody well was. For both of us, I think.
That's what you call desperation. Yeah. Okay. Because he had the ball. Yeah, he did. Should have stayed on his feet. He's trying very close.
Oh dear me.
4.5 minutes of the 4 added on.
I've been confirming that rumour for what feels like 3 seasons now.
Waiter will take this free kick. Right footed.
A boring 0-0 draw for Leicester. I think that keeps us bottom of the league, and we've played more games than everybody. You go, girls. Zach Rogers, Brendan out. It wouldn't have shocked me if they had come away with a full 3 points in fairness. By all accounts have been far worse than us all the way through. Gone above Forest on goal difference. I mean, that's exactly the kind of sentence you want to hear. Oh, Jesus. I've got a feeling my voice is not going to be very good tomorrow. Terrible. Honestly, it is difficult to be a Leicester fan at times. It really is. I mean, there's been far more difficult times. Like the season in League One was quite fun. The season before that, when we got relegated from the Championship, was terrible. We've had a lot of very shit footballing years. I remember drawing 0-0 as a favoured team against Plymouth, I want to say, on Boxing Day, and it was just some of the worst football I've ever seen. Yeah, in fairness, it could be worse. It could be a Swindon fan. Yeah, nobody deserves that. I think our average attendance in League One was in the high 20s. Maybe fairly close to sort of 30. I don't think it was quite 30. Because I've got a feeling Leeds and Sheff Wednesday have both had higher average attendances in League One than we had. But they were really high, in fairness. Another win here would be lovely. Unless you're asking the Swindon fan, obviously, James. Because their average attendance in League One is, when I say in the high 20s, I mean 28, 29, maybe even 30 people in total. Yes, Portree. Five men and a dog. Oh, Jamie Victory. Unreal. Fucking brilliant. What a pair of signings they've been. It is getting tight at the top. It's got to be, 26 games? I reckon 11 games to go. Might even finish this season. Ah, that's fantastic news. Looks like Robin is going to be able to jump on in about an hour and a bit's time as well, which is fantastic news. He can tell us all about his long night, and hopefully he will be as open and as honest and as brave as he was last year. talking all about Ellis. I have saved this game repeatedly, James. At least once a month, in-game month, I'm saving it. Every time it does something that looks loady, like when there's a bar comes up at the bottom and it takes ages, I panic. Let's see, just because you've said the word save, just in case. There we go. Panic over. In fairness, I think I've got Danny Ward in goal for fantasy football this week. Oh no, I've not. I've got Raya. In fairness, who got more than the 6 points anyway, so that's fine. I've had 3 people playing fantasy football. Raya in goal with 10. Maddison got 2. Trossard got 2, and then Danny Ward on the bench with more than both of those 2 combined, and 6 points. Ridiculous. Alright, bro, come on. Oh, fuck. You can't get a cab. Shit, I'm gonna have to sell him. You're not Scottish anymore. Fairness, not played a game all season, so. You're not Scottish anymore. Yeah, he did, yeah, no. And all he needed to do was stay on his feet and put the ball in the back of the fucking net, yeah. He's a tit. He does that a lot, like far more often than any sane human being should. Yeah, I don't get it. He doesn't need to do it either. He's far better than that as a player. Fuck. Awooga! Can't even say I don't deserve to be behind as well. Mirror in the league. Rock bottom as well. Ugh. Luckily, Simon Royce is playing well. 1 match suspension. We've got Man City up next as well. Just to fucking put a little cherry on that top. Let's see if that changes the tide at all. I doubt it. That's 1. Much better second half. Wasteful, but much better. Get in there. Oh, that was squeaky bum time. And top of the league as well if AIK drop points. Yes. '88th minute equaliser for them. Oof. Not that, obviously. Ooh, Michael Tong. Rob Cosnell, don't play right back. Ewan Roberts. Oh, what a player he would be. What a player he was. Leicester City legend. What a season that was. Don't need him now. Still a shame. Dear me. That'll do. Sabuzio Zuma. I'm sure we spoke about him last night when Rox was on at some point. Yeah. Yeah, him and Zico Tomba always get mixed up. I don't really remember why. And is it Dongo? Mamadou Diarra? No. There we go. Mamadou Zongo. That's why I get mixed up with. Zongo and still got mixed up. Zongo and Zumba. Zico Tomba. Yeah. Fucking that was difficult to remember. Oof. Steamroller in the way through the Swedish Premier League. Are you doing your fake squeak again, mate?
Hey, you want a bottle? There's some water there. It's alright, mate. I'll put you a bottle on. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Chatty cat, isn't he, mate? JJ on Co-Coms, he's the main man, mate. He's far more intelligent, eloquent, definitely far better looking. Much better endowed. Yeah, JJ's the one you want to be anchoring a stream for 24 hours, not me. Oof. Tough one to take for the Arsenal fans. Fan. Oh, that's another big game. Oh no, both wingers out as well. Bit of a patch-up job, but not the worst. Up the use. Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's not start you want. JJ? What do we reckon? What tactics do we need for that second half? What do you reckon? Steve Cabba dabba do, yeah? Go on then. See if that pays off then. Good boy. Tricky Trev. Just needed Steve Cabra alongside him. Oh, whoa. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, that didn't work, did it, JJ? You sacked. Yeah, sacked. I think we're going to lose the league now. It's okay. That's my fault. I shouldn't have put that pressure on your shoulders. Too young. Too inexperienced. You don't need to try and steal my teeth. You know? There you go. Where are you trying to go? Where are you off to? You want to go out in there? Any concentrate? Don't any of that off. You make friends with a rabbit, good boy. Completely unimpressed with that. That's terrible goalkeeping performance, isn't it? Simon Royce, how dare you? Oof, you've got away with that one. Yes, Braga. You're lucky, alright? We'll keep you. We're not going to send you back. Alright? Danny Ward been voted man of the match. Wow, that says a fucking lot about that game, doesn't it? We've got a two-tiered, so double-levelled, sort of like a, I don't know how to describe it. It's a rabbit hutch, but he's a fucking big one, and he's currently having a full-blown conversation. You can probably hear in the background with the rabbit, just chuntering away, just telling all about his day, and he does this at least a couple of times a day. Absolute best mates. He even goes as far as to try and eat little rabbit poops whenever he finds them lying about. Yeah. He hasn't yet worked out that he doesn't like hay. It's not very tasty. Still trying to eat that hay. Oh dear me. Right, well there's only a couple of us on, I reckon we go full blown quiz mode. Ooh, this is a difficult one, right? Scorers in a World Cup third place playoff since 1998. There are 22 goal scorers from the last 6 World Cups. 2 from Belgium in 2018, 3 from Holland in 2014, 3 from Germany and 2 from Uruguay in 2010, 3 from Germany and 1 from Portugal in 2006, 3 from Turkey and 2 from South Korea in 2002, 2 from Croatia and 1 from the Netherlands in 1998. What do you reckon? That is actually quite difficult. Got a couple. I think the Belgian ones were last year. Last time out, 4 years ago. Oh, it's doing the loading thing. Well, you lot will fucking know it with that too, yeah. You're getting a Derby County tax, you fucks. You're not in that rabbit cage, are you, mate? Don't read the hell. Okay. So, since he's been on the stream, JJ's played with a wooden spoon, Plastic clothes peg. What else was he a big fan of? Oh, the broom. That was his other big toy for the day. Not asked at all with any toy that we buy him. Even the sleep training sort of animals that we bought him, not bothered with. The fox that James bought him, that's the one. That's the one he sleeps with every single night. Has 2 naps with it and sleeps every night with it. That's his best mate. No interest in all the ones I've bought him. Byron Buck back in. So 9 games to go, I reckon. He's just beat second in the league last game out. Come on, Liam Miller. Here you go. Just staring lovingly, just sat right in front of the cage, staring lovingly into the eyes of the rabbit. Almost wholly devouring plastic clothes. Slippery floor, isn't it? She not love you back as much as you love her. At least we would. There we go. Your mummy coming home soon? Yeah? You'll have some proper parenting. Let's go and get your favourite. What is food? Even brushed your wooden spoon, mate. It's when you find that out. more bottle. Okay. Good boy. Where's Charlie gone? Where's your Charlie gone? Oh, there's enough for here. Dropped it. There we go. Fish out. Do you want to pick the team on the next game? No, you seem some nuisance. Ooh. Okay, you just popped your head a little bit. It's okay. Okay, all better, isn't it? You're so dumb, aren't you? Tired. This is season 1 of the Prem. Yeah, ridiculously doing really, really well so far. Oh, Ruski's back. I haven't Sam Parkins played single, but not a minute yet. It's the goal machine. Still knocking him in. Right, well, needs a little rest. Who do we think will pop in there for you? Australia like that. Who's Petey? Blue. T certainly made. Shall we make any subs? What do you think? Oh, Simon Rusk's back in there. Only because I highlighted him before the game. This is going to be his game to not win. Go on, Tricky Trev. How did Parkin get on? Rubbish. You'll never play for this club again. Some bloody Swindon legend you are. Yeah, better. Or better. Lovely big story. Uh-oh. What do you reckon? Do you think we're going to win the league? Or are we going to go full Spurs and lose it? I think we're going to be Spursy Wurs with you. Okay, yeah. Ooh, that's a big game. Come on, need a win here. That's not gone well. It's not a good start, is it, mate? No. That's better. Of course it's that man again. Up to 20 finishing now. I'm sure it was 15 when he started with us. Should be out on the head by now. This has got... There we go. What signing he's been. Deserved. Oof, needed it as well. So what are the 3 o'clock games on there then? Premier League games. Anything to give a shit about? Hello? You finished at work? Oh, I'm okay. It's up to you. No. What do you reckon? 3rd time lucky? Was that actually muted this time? Oh, for fuck's sake. Wolves Forest, well, that looks like a 0-0. Fulham Bournemouth, that looks like a boring draw as well. Oh shit. Get absolutely dicked it. Oh, it's in the cup. Oh, no, I'm not asked about the cup. In fact, I'm so not asked about the cup. Sorted. Save as many tired legs for the running as possible. Ooh, do I play with no defenders? Tempted. Yes, Simon Rusk with the penalty. Oh, don't come back and draw. Don't need any extra time. Just about snuck through that one. That's a big loss. Fuck. No, hey, you're okay. Jesus, get this shit out. Now, if you ever need cheap players, this is the team to go to. That is a ludicrous price for a future West Brom player. Look at that. Disgusting. 55k for a player of that level. What a player Sladovic is. Getting 30k bargain. What did you say? Turns out absolute worldly at some points. Yeah, it looks like some of these have come through. These are I mean, they're pretty good. But yeah, really cheap, very good. Almost like the Slovenian version of Garforth, I would say. Hello, mate. You stopped eating hay for a minute, have you? Can I say hello? We'll go and say hey. Oh, it's a good job I met yourself, laugh. There's no fucker else is laughing there. Ooh, vented his feelings publicly. That's a good game. How many have we got left? 6 games to go, 1 point in it. Oof. I'm sure these just beat me a game ago, away from home. Ooh, that'll help. What a player he is, by the way. Come on, shrimps. Stop swearing. Sorry, Theo, mate. What? I didn't know I did any swears. Big win. Oh, even bigger. When IFK got a bug. Pull out a draw as well. Sorry, Theo. Didn't mean to do a swear-ins. I don't think it was me anyway. I think it might have been JJ. He's always swearing, he is. I'll tell you what, he's getting binned off because I'm sick of being asked to comment on whether or not he's going somewhere. I don't care.
You're not feeling the tension at all, JJ, are you, mate? Not bothered. Bothered.
Ready-made replacement, okay. No worries, we're still golden. Yes! Oh, tricky Trev. Cabba will have to do. Cabba dabba do. Poor Dean Shields, I know. He's just got further and further back down the pecking order, bless him. Can't get anywhere near. It's just been so good. Parking is far better on paper than Shields is at this age. That's what happens with Dean Shields. It always happens. You get him in because he'll play anywhere, and he will eventually get all right enough to, but he doesn't get good enough quick enough if you go through the leagues fairly quickly. Now, it'd be interesting to have a conference to Prem save with, say, Shields, Paver, and some of these. Oh, that is bullshit. Fuck. Bullshit. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that'd be interesting to see. Well, that might be a save I'd be interested in doing, in fairness. Getting some of those younger players with decent potential, maybe a Carlos Tevez, going from the conference right the way through to the Prem, see if we can get them to improve fast enough going through the leagues. So it'd be worth keeping when you get into the Prem. How's he doing in the reserves anyway? In the Wales squad, I can't get anywhere near my team. 10 in 13 in the reserves, doing alright. Just about a better record than he had in the league below last season. And that's one thing I rarely ever get. Double-digit goals, double-digit assists, double-digit man of the match. I just cannot. I don't know how. I don't know how people manage it. There we go. So there's the closest. The only one double-digit assists, only 3 man of the matches, only 4 goals, only 1 double-digit goals, barely any assists, and only 1 man of the match with a goal in every 2 games. No one anywhere near in terms of man of the matches. It's just I've never been able to properly get it. I see people get these massive numbers. I don't know how you manage it. get Tonino to a level that you would be able to. He also played for us in Middle. It was fucking terrible. Looks absolutely exceptional in the small horse, but shit in every other save I've ever seen. I mean, rubbish in every other save I've seen. They do it with very wobbly tactics. Yeah, you see. I haven't got that in me. Yeah. I mean, I've definitely had iodine CF saves at points where I just wanted to try out some players and win some games. Nothing too competitive, but it's just too easy. Like, granted, I'm winning more than I'm losing with this tactic, but it is really close. Are you trying to break that door? Little shitbag. It's so close, and I don't. Why you just want to win the league by 40 points every time? I'd rather win the league by the skin of my teeth. Who's Leicester City goalkeeper? So this is from 2001 video. This is from years and years ago. So the goalkeeper would be Tim Flowers. So that's a long time ago now. Yeah, I know. I think that's why he set up his own. I don't think that's specifically Ebbs's page. I think that's the forums page potentially, and it is sort of overrun with the Wibbity Wobbiters, which is why he has got his own one that he set up by himself. There's only about sort of 10 people in it and stuff. There's not many people, and he's just just posting his own stuff happily. Because Ebbs plays 4-1-3-2. Fact. that's his tactic. Excuse me. Doors are supposed to be baby proof for a reason in all those. How can you absolutely ruin it? You're not supposed to be able to break it. Come on. Oh, the current goalkeeper, Danny Ward, is the current goalkeeper. He used to play for Liverpool, mate. Yeah, he got a clean sheet today. Didn't let in any goals. So he did alright. Not having a good game. He didn't really play at Liverpool. So yeah, you probably won't remember him. Oh no! Oh no! 3 games to go. I'm behind on goal difference. Oh! Yes! Oh, whoever that is fantastic. Frederick Anderson. They will be dancing on the streets of Umea FC. beers are on Frederick Anderson. Yeah, Allison is their current goalkeeper, and Kieran Kelleher is the backup goalkeeper. Play with that broom again, mate, here. Do a bit of tidying up before your mum comes back. That'd be lovely. Oh, too late. Catch you later, Starty, mate. Appreciate it.
Who's that?
Yeah, happy boy. Some actual parenting. Hooray! Here we go. The happy name on his back. Barely any milk. Yeah, he had most this morning. Spewed it all up on me. Where's McDonald? Alright, oh, we got Tricky Trev back. Come on. Here we go. Everyone's at 100%.
Everyone listening to me snug my son.
Yeah, probably. Nuisance. What do I remember?
He's older again.
No. He's not seen you for hours.
I've been at work.
Exactly. He's been stuck with Daddy. He's been staring at his laptop for hours and hours into me. Keeps making me watch YouTube and Mrs. Rachel. Oh dear.
Now you haven't had this. Oh. He had some.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's had bits and pieces. Oh.
Good.
Too excited by being let roam around the house and doing whatever you want. He's had lots of water things, and that's almost empty. Dima Yankolovsky. That's all.
I'm gonna find sugar bread.
Come on, get back into it.
Is it all finished? Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
2 games to go. It's all falling apart. Get in there! Sam Parker, is that his first ever goal? What a time to score your first goal for the club. Oh, wow. And AIK didn't win again. Oh, I'll tell you what. They've thrown this away all by themselves. This is painful, this is. Stumble to the title is an understatement. This is sleepwalking to the title. This is 2 points ahead of two teams with 2 games to play. What are the games I've got to play as well? Norrköping and Trelleborg, where are they? 4th and 10th. What about Halmstad? Helsingborg and OIS, 5th. In the relegation zone, AIK. Trelleborg as well, and Örebro. But Trelleborg are going to have a huge, already down. So AIK has got to be favourites, or at least pushing favourites to go to get 6 points here. But the form they're in is terrible. Oh, there we go. I think the 20-hour mark passing is really done for my throat there. It's finally catching up with me. No, don't you dare. Okay, I can afford it. Not yet, Stu. There's 2 games to go, and I am struggling across the line. There's 2 points in it between 3 teams. 2 games to go. It is on a knife's edge. Oh, that'll do. You just need to get through another game, mate. Everyone at 100%. That's the best team I can possibly put out, I think. Panicking about it breaking now. Before I get to see the outcome of the bloody league after this morning. Come on. I'm feeling alright, to be honest. Yeah, my throat's a bit sore. I think it's going to be way worse tomorrow when I finally stop talking. But you can hear JJ's full of cold as well, bless him. A little cough that he's got is horrible. It sounds like Wheezy from Toy Story 1, a little penguin that's got dust in his little, what's it, little voice box. Yeah, it's horrible to hear, bless him. Yeah, we're getting there. This is definitely the harder time frame to have picked. 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. was dead easy, because drinking through the night, knowing full well you can just have a kip first thing in the morning, you're golden for the next day. Whereas this is going through the night in the slow part of the stream. That's a big win, that is. Still not won the league. Halmstad. AIK have proper Spursed it. Who came third in a 2-horse race? AIK and Spurs did. Yeah, no worries. I forgot to even pull it out. Next stream, can I do FIFA, please? I'll play FIFA with you, Theo, mate, but I'm rubbish at FIFA. And I only stream on my laptop. I don't know how to do it on my Xbox. And I've not got FIFA on the laptop, it's only on the Xbox. So I don't know if I know how to do it. Getting Simon Royce, what a legend. Leicester City legend Simon Royce. Done a really good job. at this level. Go. Next stream, get Fifey to do the next 24 hours. That is a good idea. I tell you what. Right, Fifey. Mark it down on the stream. 20 hours, 33 minutes and 50 odd seconds in to the stream. Stu's idea. I'll do first 24 hours. Fifey do the next 24 hours. I love that. 48 hours, constant stream. At the end of the 24 hours, I'll save the save, get it on Google Drive. Fifey carries on. Love that idea. That's next level. That is. This has been the most chill 24-hour stream I think probably anyone's had. There's not been a lot of. Drama apart from the 2:30 this morning when there's just me, Star 2 and James on. I've got to remember how to get back onto bloody Zoom now. Tell you what, next year I'm getting a full IT team as well to be able to sort out how I'm supposed to do all of this shenanigans. I cannot work all of these who's you what's its and thingamabobs. Let's drop Robin the link so he can jump on whenever he wants. Oh, I'm muted. How have I managed that? There we go. That was easy enough. Right. Let's get everything set back up again. Don't need that. I need that. I definitely don't need a spreadsheet open. What are you opening that for? Oh no! Closing everything down that I'm supposed to keep open. I'm having an absolute shocker here. I've hit the 20-hour brick wall. There we go. Right. Next year, 72-hour stream. Oh, Stu, I'm in. I am all over that. Oh, that is absolute pure filth. I'm in. I need to make the internet come on so I can get the bloody stream details back up, because presumably oh no. Hey Ebbs, welcome. You can all see the restream details at the minute, but I can't because I've been a numpty and clicked off of it. So I need that one there, I think. Hopefully I've done that right. There we go. So I missed the last two. I have just seen your idea, those two, and that is absolutely exceptional. I'm in. I'm 100% in. Give me a recap on the stream. Right then, Ebbs. So, Wrexham, April 2022 update. Absolute destroying the conference. Miles ahead, sort of 20 points clear in the conference. Such a good team. They'll get to the 4th round of the UEFA Cup from winning the Intertoto Cup. And got knocked out by Leicester in the 4th round of the UEFA Cup. 7.5 hours in, league has officially been won. I've got players coming in ready to go for next season in League 2. Massive increase in quality of player. Haven't saved the game in the last 7.5 hours. 2:30 in the morning, the game just shut itself down. Absolutely didn't fancy it. It's like, nope, no more. It's gone. Turned off. So naturally, I threw a strop. Went back to the original database and picked the worst Swedish First Division team I could. Because as you'll know, the Swedish Second Division is temperamental at best, we shall say. By that I mean it never bloody works. And then went reverse Scandinavians, and I've gone all British, and absolutely flew last season through the First Division. Yeah, that's an absolute shocking error on my behalf. I assumed it automatically saved, but apparently not. And now we are here, last game of the season. 2 points clear at the top. Into the last game. Halmstad have 12th place OAS. I have 10th place Trelleborg. A ragtag bunch of misfits and weirdos, led by Simon Royce in goal. Jamie Victory has been absolutely superb. But an absolute steal at 28k. I mean, everybody knows about him. Barry Lake has been brilliant. Not a player I've ever had before, but for 3k, absolute rock. I mean, to be honest, everyone's done really well. This is the main goal man, goal scoring man. 34 goals in 54 games, 54 starts for a well above his level team. All he's got is finishing. Can Jamie lead you to victory? I'll give you that. I'm a big fan of Scandinavia. But obviously Rox has done his Scandinavians, whereas he's Vitesse and only signed players from Scandinavia. So Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland and Iceland. Oh dear, and I reversed that. Went to Sweden, only Brits. You know, the Brexiteers, Scandinavians. quality of player available has not been particularly high. So a lot of these signings are from, in fact, I would say probably 75-80% of these signings are from non-league or free transfers. So Barry Laker, Farnborough, Brightwell from Hull, but he was initially at Bishop's Auckland. Palmer, been fantastic from Telford. Look at them numbers. Telford, unbelievable. Somerville, great. He was a freebie. Tricky Trev, he's going to be a league title winner in Sweden, hopefully. Obviously, most important thing to do currently is that. But yes, dude, 100% in. That is the best, absolute fantastic idea. Fife will be in whether or not he wants to. We need his Zoom link, don't we? So he'll have to come. He'll have to get himself involved. Plus, he is a fantastic designated driver. I will give him that. Exactly. That was one of the questions earlier that the Fifey asked. Something along the lines of, can you name every club that Trevor Benjamin's played at? I said it would be quicker to name every club he's not played for. By all accounts, an absolute gentleman as well. A really nice bloke. Will always take time to speak to any fans from any of his old clubs. You see, errors that happen in the second division of Scandinavia, because and Ebbs will probably know better than me that from similar to the Australian League, changing from the 14 teams in the original database to 13 teams in 0.68. I think the Scandinavian League changed from the Scandinavian second division changed a couple of times from 0.60 original database to 0.65 and to 0.68. I think it changed 3 times, and that's why. On update versions like this, it will fall over. Perfect timing, pal. About to wrap up the Swedish Prem title. Lovely. You alright?
Yeah.
You left him upstairs?
Yeah.
He was fend for himself?
Well, that's what he's been doing all day, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. Fair enough. You sure? There he is. You're too quiet. I don't know where he was, mate. You boy.
Papa's on the way.
Oh, fantastic. I remember marrying you for a reason. And I'll be honest, most people thought it was your looks. Oh, I tell you what, he's not on the stream at the minute, but so last night, I can't remember what. I'll tell you what the question was. I think it might have been earlier today, so not to last night. Fifey asked if Miss Rachel was fit. And I can't remember what the answer was. I'm pretty sure I said she looks like a kindly primary school teacher.
Totally into bondage, though.
Oh, she's a dirty bitch, yeah. She's absolutely
Theo's
pure.
still listening.
You're what, sorry?
Theo's still listening.
Oh yeah, sorry Theo. That was Auntie Emma. She did naughty words, not me. But yeah, he at some point he was telling everyone how much I was preaching, and at first he said definitely a 10 out of 10, and then went, actually no, it can't be 10 out of 10 because there's only 2 10 out of 10s in the world. I can't remember who he said. I think he said Maya Jama or somebody else. Maybe Mrs. Trunchpole from Matilda, I can't remember.
So you're 10 out of 10 then.
And he dropped down to 8.5. And
Fuck it.
exactly. I said you would be livid and you would text him immediately. See, I know my wife. Your nephew is cutting his ears off right now. Sorry, Theo. Don't say naughty words like that. There is a dedicated Swedish 3.9.65. That's how much of a problem it caused. See, I knew that is as long as you go Division 1 in Scandinavia, in Sweden and above, you I can see the message. My missus just sent 5 feet. You only think I'm an 8.5.
He's a prick.
He's in trouble. Is that what he just said? I love snitching on 5 feet.
I said you were
He's
a
got
10.
he's got such a nice boy reputation as well. Love it. Right, come on. Let's win this last game of the season. Let's finish this out with a win. Win the league, and then we can kick on into Europe.
I said you're a 10, then I said I can't call my mate's wife a 10. You can call his ex-wife a 10.
They got Tommy Gronlund. Have they always had Tommy Gronlund? No! Oh, they've gone up. Charlie Edgerholm.
8.5, otherwise you'll end up on a fantasy list.
Farfy's a pervert.
Yeah, but he's a nice one, so he gets away with it.
Get this game done. I've got a World Cup to start soon. I know, mate, I know. Yes, there's the goal. There's the goal we need.
What is that? What is it?
Top man heads. It's probably hay. He's been trying to eat hay for the last hour or so. Right, doesn't matter what's
He's screaming
happening.
at me upstairs because I didn't let him play with his poo.
Yeah, sounds about right. Tricky Trevor Benjamin. Go on. This could be it. This could be it. Oh, bless me, Nana. Do you want to let Nana know that it's 7 o'clock tonight? Champions of the Swedish Premier League, Umeå FC. I have no idea how to pronounce it. Absolute scenes. Easy in the end. Oof. See, winning on the last game of the season is far more exciting for me than absolutely we're bobbing away to winning it by miles. Unbelievable. Smuts is the best manager they've ever had. Damn right they are. On the luckiest title in history, yeah. I think that's more AAK not winning that than Fifey just sent a message. Fucking grass.
Then they followed up by saying you'd be happy with 8.5 as it meant I consider you more than just a sexual context.
Unbelievable.
What?
He's trying to be polite. He's being Fifey, bless him. He's trying to be polite and say...
I won't tell my husband you think I'm a 10. 2 kisses, there we go.
Stop flirting with me, mate. Unbelievable.
You're MIA.
It's only for it's like 3 hours. 2 hours, 3 hours, yeah.
He knows, lol.
Gotta be some better players that want to come and play for us now. Surely. $650k. Unbelievable amount of money to spend on players. I mean, still nobody any good. Adam Thwaites, was he any good? No. Ooh, Liam Lawrence. David Fox. How did I forget about David Fox? What about freebies? He's available. No one on freebies. That looks terrible. Mayo, like Unagi from Friends. Mia. That's what I'm going with. Mia. Clinton Morrison. He would do a job in the Swedish Premier League. Now we've got a big decision to make. Do I stay? Do I stay as Mayo? Or do I have a look, see what jobs are available elsewhere? And do I then try and reverse Scandinoids it? I reckon I give that a try. Oh, I thought you could add extra leagues. No, apparently not. No, never mind. That sort of puts pay to that plan. So it'd be interesting to have a look at the CM Scout after this stream, maybe tomorrow or Monday, or at some point during the week, to have a look how bad in terms of CA and PA that squad is coming out of the mostly out of the conference and on freebies. Because I think that would be fairly low. I didn't save it. I just thought it looks like it's doing something at least. Right, that'll do you. Just come back on screen now so I can save it. The last bloody thing I need. We are okay. Who else we got to come? Who wants to come and play? Gary Teal. Ooh. Darius Vassell. Ooh. No better than what I've got. David Healy any good? No, not really. Still a lot of not very good players. That's all right players. Again, I don't need him. No chance he wants to come, but wow, what a player he looks. Tempting. Behave. I don't think he'll come, but that is a disgustingly good sign if he pitches up. There's a surprise. Goalkeeper of the year. Jamie Victory.
Barry Laker. No, mate. You've been trying to spend 1 2 balls down, haven't you?
It's a dentist. Dentist make lots of money.
Or a tooth fairy. Could be a tooth fairy.
You could do whatever you want to do.
Top goal scorer. Okay. I thought it's got more than that. Not a chance. What? So, JJ screeching just then was Zoom just thought that we were playing music. I love that. babies as well. Wow. There we go. Hello, hello.
All right.
Welcome, mate. How are you feeling?
It's been a rough couple of weeks and a very strange 24 hours.
Yeah,
I can tell you
it
that.
feels like you've had just as long a day as I have, and I've been here for 24 of them.
Yeah. Well, I say that, but I've actually been asleep for about 10 of the hours. But
No, fair play.
yeah, it's been a strange one.
Yeah, eventful at the very least. Welcome, Robin. Thanks for coming back on, mate. I obviously we've been sort of keeping up to date with your plight in and out of shenanigans and hospital and whatnot and so forth. So it's been
Yes.
yeah, it's been like I said, a long couple of hours for you as well. But glad you're here, mate. And I know,
Indeed.
obviously, you were the star attraction, of course, last year. So to have you back again is for the last 20 odd hours. Have you managed to catch any of the stream at all?
I haven't, I'm afraid. No. I was in hospital.
Well, it was lovely to have you
last
on
night.
anyway, Robin. So I've just
I was hoping to. I was hoping to log in then, but I didn't have enough battery on my phone.
No,
I was at like 20% battery, and I thought sitting there for 4 hours wouldn't have. I wouldn't have got very far.
You wouldn't have kept 20% at your battery at that point. No, fair play. So your timing is pretty spot on, in fairness, as the last game of the season has just sealed the Swedish Premier Division title.
Superb effort
for Umeå FC, with only a bunch of ragtag British expats who have now just been joined by Darius Vassell on loan. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
So there's an absolute belting players there.
Unbelievable. Yeah, some of the players that have managed to get to. I mean, Livermore just came in for 100 grand as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was going really well as well. Yeah, my little lad is still popping about all over the place. He's been joining in for most of the stream, because I forgot that my missus had started back work at weekends after maternity leave last weekend, and obviously I'm in charge of the little man.
Absolutely.
On Saturdays,
needs must at the end of the day, don't they?
Exactly. So it's been
it's good to get them in early on the Champ Man. I mean, like
Exactly.
if they don't learn from an early age what games to play, then they've got no hope, have they?
Exactly. Someone's just asked there, is the stream struggling? Potentially. It did just say something about internet connection struggling, so hopefully we're okay, coming through loud and clear, Ebbs. It kicked a couple of people out on Twitch, fingers crossed. Potentially, I don't think, because it's 24 hours and you're on Twitch, I think it sort of segments off after a certain number of hours, and that's why it keeps popping up with a notification every now and then to say Twitch is back up and running. So potentially, but as long as you're back in now, lads, good to have you. Starting him early on the football. Unfortunately, he was here listening to the Leicester game earlier as well. I had that on the radio as I was playing, and we were not good. Is the polite way to say a 0-0
wasn't it?
A 0-0 draw at home to Crystal Palace, is not an inspiring result.
But well, just thank your lucky stars you're not playing Cambridge United today. Although Wednesday are winning, at half time, so it's
you're
at least
all right.
something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll be honest. I would. Yeah, I think I'd take Premier League football over that. Buffering more than me during intercourse. Well done, Mickey, mate. There you go. I like it. Hopefully, it's 24 hours, mate. So hopefully, it's finished a bit quicker than that. Yeah, still 1-0 up. Second half has just begun. So thanks for joining during your game as well. Appreciate it.
It's all right.
Man, he's gone for a nap, I reckon. There you go. Can we hear issue on Twitch? Okay, right. Struggling here. I need a technical consultant to be on the stream for 24 hours just to fix all the stuff I break whenever I try and do stuff. Let's try and do this. Yeah, you see him behind the wizard's curtain here. Look, how the sausage is made. I just keep pressing buttons until it looks like it's working, and then I hope for the best.
I wouldn't have a clue how to sort something like this out, so
Here we go.
you're doing far better than I would.
Okay, do we reckon Twitch is back up and running now? I mean, that doesn't bode well, I'll be honest. Sending data, streaming on YouTube, sending data. There we go, we might be okay. Okay, and then there we go. I reckon we're okay. And we're back. There we go. Did Smuts just mention sausages? There we go. He sort of did. Yes, there you go. So we're back up and running. Fantastic. Lovely. Excellent. So yeah, there we go. That's almost settled in now. There we go. But yeah, apologies if you can hear in the background JJ watching YouTube and enjoying himself. But yeah, he's been a welcome addition as far as I'm concerned to the stream. He's brought a bit of gravitas to proceedings. It's certainly spoken more sense than me over the last 20 odd hours. Oh, fantastic. But yeah, welcome on board again, mate. It's it's
a pleasure to be here.
I know just how important awareness and weeks like this are to families like both of ours. Unfortunately, we're part of a sort of a club that nobody wants to be a part of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You never want to be part of the club, but I think, especially with sort of the campaigns like the Awareness Week, it actually makes you realise that the club's a lot bigger than people realise.
Yeah.
And
So.
and I think doing stuff like this, trying to sort of remove the almost like the stigma around talking about it. Especially if you get into, say, I mean, I'm 35 now. I think if you get into your mid 30s, you probably know someone quite close to you that's probably been through it. Yeah. I'd be surprised if people didn't in some capacity. So yeah, but people are scared to talk about it, and that's not healthy at all. And we need to do things like this to encourage those people that haven't been through it to ask questions, because it's okay to ask questions about
exactly.
it.
Yeah, I think it was about sort of 1 o'clock this morning. One of the guys that jumped on Rocks, see I'm on the rocks from
Yeah.
Twitter, jumped on and just said, sort of very, very tactfully, bless him, do you mind if I ask you some questions? Because you know, it's something that I never thought about through the first stream. I never thought about through the second stream. I wanted to hear other people's stories. I wanted to sort of bond and band of brothers sort of action. I didn't think, oh yeah, I want to share my story too. You know, I want to talk about Jordan. So yeah, he being able to have that open and honest discussion with Rox, and Dan was on at the same time as well, Rodeo Bibbins, and just sort of chat between the three of us like we were down the pub, just having a normal, honest conversation, but about something that's incredibly important. And
Absolutely.
And if I take anything away from, and if anybody takes anything away from me rattling on nonsense for 24 hours, it's that sort of that wasn't difficult for me. That was something I want to do. I would take any opportunity to talk about Jordan. I don't want to be putting words into your mouth, and I said that to Rob, who popped on a little earlier as well. I presume that is very similar for yourself, and you want to talk about Ellis as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think people are quite taken aback sometimes. And say if you meet someone new or someone that wasn't aware of what you've been through, and you start talking about it, and people seem to go, "Oh my God, you don't have to talk about it. You don't have to talk about it." It's like, no, I'm choosing to talk about it.
Yeah,
it's like
it's my choice. I want to tell you all about. Yeah,
like there's what there's that saying, isn't there? It's like you die twice. You die when you die, and then you die again when the last person talks about you.
Yeah.
Like, and you can't control the first one, but you can control the second one.
Yeah.
And so we don't want people to forget. Like, we don't want people to forget Jordan. We don't want people to forget Ellis. It's by talking about them, we keep them going.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And it's exactly for that reason, as daft as this is, you know, playing a 20-odd-year-old video game with a bunch of like-minded weirdos on the internet is important, because I get to talk about Jordan.
Yeah,
to give you
absolutely.
a little bit of space to talk about Ellis and people who wouldn't necessarily think, oh, this is something that has touched me in some way, can listen and hear and go and ask questions of other people as well. As you said, I'm 35 as well, and until I consciously made the effort to talk about Jordan, people have been telling me their stories all over the place in all different walks of life, and in different situations, and excuse me, the sort of common theme really tends to be nobody ever asks me.
Yeah,
that's what people tend to come back to me and say, oh, you know, there's always that first initial, as you say, clamour to say how they're feeling for you, which is the knee-jerk reaction for everybody is, oh, I'm so sorry. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I don't want to make you upset. Realistically, what they're saying is, I don't want to be upset.
Yeah, I think it's that fear of triggering someone.
Yeah.
And I mean that's fair enough. Like, we all we're all different, and some people might be triggered just by mentioning of their lost child. But at the same time, again, that's to have healthy conversations about baby losses is important, because if we can have these conversations now through our own experiences, and the people that are on listening, who may not have been through it directly, not hopefully they won't be going through it directly in the future, but they might be, and all their brothers, sisters, cousins, best friends, whatever. It's like, if you
20 years down the line,
yeah,
God
if
forbid,
you
touch
know,
wood, fingers crossed, please, I hope not, but
yeah, if you've been part of a conversation with someone about it, then you hopefully, well, by us talking about it, hopefully we may help somebody else be more prepared and more open to talk about it if they end up going through it in the future, or they may be in a better place to help their friend or their relative in the future, to go, come on, let's talk, and they'll ask better questions. Not that any question is bad, but yeah, they'll have a better understanding of sort of the emotional sort of position of where you are when you've been through something.
100%. So someone from within the community got in touch with me, and said that they wanted to jump on and be a part of the process, and be involved as much as they could, because one of their best friends had been through their own loss, and they were coming at it from a trying to console and comfort their friend, and we're mentioning something that sorry, JJ's got man flu, so he's managed to pass it on to me.
Oh,
Coughing all
absolutely.
over the place. It's terrible. But yeah, he was saying that, and I think something that will be probably very similar for a lot of families in our situation. People don't know how to talk to people who have been through loss in this way, and a lot of people just don't say anything.
Yeah, and I think that's the worst thing. If your surrounding bubble falls silent, then I think it isolates you even more. And one thing that really helped me, and I know it wouldn't have been for everyone, but the day after the funeral for Alice, I went on a stag do, and it might sound a little crass and insensitive, but I made sure that my missus was absolutely cool with it. And I pleaded with her, if there was even like a tiny percent of her that didn't want me to go, I wasn't going. But she was adamant that she wanted me to go. And going away with the boys for a weekend was a great tonic, because I wasn't centre of attention for 3 days. And somebody else was, and that sort of, and half the guys on the trip I'd never met before, and they didn't know what had gone on, and I didn't tell them, because again, it was like, I'm just one of the boys on the trip having a good time for my mate, and that was really sort of grounding for me. And then obviously the boys that knew what had gone on, sort of quiet moments, sort of we chatted about stuff, but yeah, not that I'd potentially recommend going on a stag do straight after
Immediately.
burying your child. It is a good idea, but like it worked for me.
Yeah,
And
I
it did
think
really.
that's exactly. Everybody's grief is different.
Yeah,
Everybody's
I needed the
coping
distraction at the time, and
Exactly.
that is what it was for me. It was a distraction in the immediate aftermath, and yeah, it felt sort of perfectly timed in that way. But it was one of those that had it been 24 hours earlier, then there would have been no way I would have gone.
Yeah.
It's just one of those. It just happened to fall when it did, and yeah, I'm pleased I went, but yeah, it might not be for everyone's way
I
of
can
dealing
certainly
with it.
say, in my own experience, my head was. And I've said this earlier. My head was up my own arse. I didn't know where I was coming. I was going. I was, I couldn't get off the settee. So, the fact that you managed to get out, put one foot in front of the other, and have that distraction is, it's certainly something I wouldn't have been able to do. So I'm actually I'm impressed that you had the ability, the sort of the emotional stability, I think is the words I'm looking for, to manage to get through.
Yeah, I mean, it was a gamble, definitely.
I think there's a 50-50 chance that could have.
Yeah, and I knew that there was a bit of me that was being selfish, because I knew that. Well, I thought that it's what I needed to make me feel better, but I was acutely aware that my actions may have had a severe reaction for Vicky, and yeah, I was incredible. Thankfully, we had it was like an evening flight, so I had the entire day to sort of ensure that she was okay with me going, and then it was. I wasn't going to be that guy that ditched their missus to go on a boozy weekend just because I wanted to.
Yeah.
And it was like, thankfully, her mum was here, and like that was a big help, and there was varying factors which made it okay, but yeah, it was definitely it could have gone the other way.
Yeah,
I could have got out there and had first few pints, and that could have just set me off.
Yeah.
In the completely wrong direction. But thankfully, it did exactly what I thought it would do, and just provide that distraction that I needed to take my mind off things and sort of refocus and go, do you know what? We've been through the absolute shittest of shit, but life still goes on, and there's still a lot of life to be had. And like, we had Lewis, who was 3.5 at the time, who was just brilliant, and he was a big help throughout everything as well. So he was just at that perfect age that he was old enough to know that something had gone wrong, but he was young enough to just like run with, like, just not affect him. So yeah, he was a huge help for us in the immediate aftermath, for us to focus our attention. And it's something that I know with your situation, like, I know you did, like, Jordan was your first, so you didn't have.
It was a very, very empty house.
Yeah, you didn't have that sort of to fall back on, which and again, like, somebody I went to university with had a similar situation to yourself, that they lost their first child, and I think the bravery to go, do you know what, we're gonna not let it stop what we want, and we're gonna have a family anyway, and stuff. That yeah, huge admiration for yourself and to Jason, for being able to again not only do it but again talk about it.
It was one of those things where and I think I spoke about this a little earlier, but it's something that I don't think we ever, me and my wife, consciously made that sort of decision. We were adrift parents without a child to look after, and that loss reverberated throughout our entire lives. Everywhere, of course it did, naturally it did, and I don't think it was ever a discussion to have JJ. It was a case of this is our family home, and you know we're a family with not all of us here. We've got all of this extra, we've got all of this affection and love to place on a child who is that we can tangentially hold and physically rear ourselves and raise, and not being able to get through those milestones with Jordan is something that's very, very tough to navigate, both myself and my wife, with JJ. Sometimes it feels a little unfair that JJ's sort of always going to have to live up to the perfect child. You know, Jordan was never in trouble. He was never sick all over me first thing this morning like JJ was.
Yeah.
You know, JJ's got lived experience to sully his memory, if you like. Whereas Jordan will always be our perfect angel. We got 8 months with him to see his personality, and you know we're already through the other side with JJ, and we're 10 months in to him being a little shit, you know.
Yeah. Well, if he's anything like Albert, my youngest, you're in for a fun few years to come.
Honestly, I can't wait. It's one of those where I think Jordan's memory now lives on the decisions that I make as a parent, on the extra little moment of patience I have with JJ when he is being a little prick and he's throwing up on me and I've got puke all over my glasses and in my hair, and instead of, you know, thinking, oh for fuck's sake, it's a case of looking him in his eyes and thinking, I know the alternative.
Yeah. And I think that's, I mean, yeah, I definitely know where you're coming from there. I think the thing that I've taken sort of in a similar fashion is not so much the parenting stuff, it's all the other little shit in life that would normally get you stressed out or mad and stuff, and so much of that now is just like doesn't matter. It's like,
Yeah.
so I find things do not bother me so much anymore. Like yeah, like I don't have as much, like even stuff like people being like arseholes on the road. Like I used to get like road rage,
Yeah.
and I'd absolutely, like, the language would be so blue in the car if about other drivers, and now there's an occasional muttering, but it's like stuff like that, just trivial stuff that doesn't matter at all. I just can just let me will just wash off me so easily.
That's
Because it doesn't matter. Like those sorts of things are so. Why let them bother you? They make no difference to your life.
yeah.
So yeah, that's the big sort of life perspective shift, and I think a little bit happened. A little bit of that had happened when we had Lewis, because obviously having a kid completely changes your mindset and your focus. But yeah, losing a child is takes that again another several steps further, and just like nothing like, and even stuff like what I've been through this last week or so. Again, it was just like, nah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not going to be stressed about it or worried about it, because like I knew it wasn't a real. I wasn't in any like danger of life altering condition. So it was just like, I'm just going to go to hospital on a Friday night and sit in A&E for 4 hours with the well, half of the scrag end of society. Some people that genuinely needed to be there, obviously. But yeah, yeah. If you really want to see the worst in the country, go to A&E on a Friday night.
I couldn't go one better than that. Go to A&E on a Friday night in central London.
Ooh, yeah.
I've seen some sights. A friend of mine broke her arm roller skating at one of them sort of roller rinks where you have a roller rink plus booze. It was a terrible idea during university. Right in the middle of central London, broke her arm, and yeah, seen some sights there. There was an Irish band singer who'd got a plectrum stuck in his eyebrow, and his bandmate who had he had something similar, but it was the guitar string. It's sort of wrapped around. I think it's his forearm or something, and was like cutting off circulation. It was absolute shit show. It was horrendous. Yeah, there was some sights. Whatever. The amount of fingers I saw that weren't pointing in the direction that they were supposed to be from clearly having had a tear up after a few bevies. Yeah, shocking. But I can completely understand where you're coming from. I mean, I've always been a fairly laid back person, but I've become almost horizontal.
Yeah, I'm I've always been laid back, and
I get that vibe from you.
It's I don't again, everything being through just has made me more so, and just like what can life really throw at us that is worse than what we've been through? I don't know what it is. Like
I'd rather not find out. I'll be honest.
No, I'd rather not find out as well. Yeah, I really hope to not find out if there's anything worse. But yeah,
I couldn't think of it off the top of my head, and I know that in conversations I've had with lots of people since mentioning since I don't know, coming out of the closet, if you like, as a bereaved parent a couple of years ago. Obviously, we had Jordan's second. It would have been Jordan's second birthday only a few weeks ago, and multiple conversations I have regularly with people, always along the line of, I can't believe you can carry on. How are you? How do you? It just is. It is the worst thing that most people can think of. And honestly, I'd be worried about you if you could think of much worse than that.
But I think that when you do realise that, and you sort of, you're there and in the depths, and this is the worst thing. I think that again, that was in a sort of perverse ways a lot of comfort to me, because I was like, well, it can't get any worse. So tomorrow's going to be better, and the day after that is going to be better than this, and every day going forward is going to be better than this. So if I can get through today, then I can carry on, and I can get through whatever life then throws our way. And
so I know my wife is a naturally anxious woman. You'll notice, by the way, that I say wife now. I was fiance last year. It's been a big year. Since last year, obviously JJ was born in December. I was given 3 months notice that I was getting married, on my wife's birthday as well. I literally got a text at work saying, take this date off, please. Oh, we're doing something for your birthday? Yeah, we're getting married. It's been booked. You get the suit fitting this day. So, alright, fine.
Fantastic.
And started a new job this month, 2 months ago as well. So I am 100% all in all the time now, because as I have been through the ringer. We've been through the ringer. Yeah. I'm barely phased by anything now. As I said, my wife is a naturally anxious person, so recently me taking a new job in the current political and shit show crises that we're going through at the minute was something that she was naturally worried about. We've got plenty of mouths to feed,
Yeah.
But it wasn't even a consideration for me. It was, this is better for all of us. Let's go. Done. Next. Move.
I mean,
move on.
again, like in sort of a straight. Actually, no. It would have already happened from last year. So, not long before last year's stream, my missus quit her job, and because she wasn't happy what she was doing, and so I was like, well, if you're not happy, don't do it anymore. And we were in a fortunate financial position where we weren't reliant on a second income, needing to feed us. So I was like, well, if we can afford for you to not work, and you don't want to do the job that you were doing, then don't. And again, I think it took a lot of, not persuasion, but sort of reassurance for her to actually finally take the plunge and go, do you know what? I don't want to do it, and yeah, she quit. And she's like the difference in her general mood and mannerisms and everything. She's like chalk and cheese.
Yeah.
She's so much happier within herself.
Good.
But so yeah, it's
So it's effectively spending more time with Lewis. Is that the case?
well, yeah, and Albert. Yeah, so she loves it. She's able to do all the school runs. She's able to go and do baby groups still with Albert, like toddler groups now, and all sorts. And yeah, she loves it. Whereas she was doing nights and 12-hour shifts before, and okay, it wasn't every day, but still, it disrupted the that sort of pattern.
Yeah,
And,
the life work balance equilibrium, effectively.
yeah, and I'm sure she'll go back to work at some point when she finds something that she wants to do again. But say there's no rush for her to do it, and while ever she's still happy not working, and we are able to we're able to afford to be in that position where she doesn't have to work, then yeah, it has my absolute 100% support. Because as I say, like life, being happy and content is far more important than having a few extra quid in the bank.
It seemed a little sort of glib to say, but we are probably slightly more aware than others that life is disgustingly short.
Yeah,
in
absolutely,
a lot
I'd
of
agree there.
cases. So why piss away time doing something that you're not enjoying? And it's you know, if it's a ball ache and it is not, if it's detrimental to your health, your mental health,
Yeah,
pack it in. Yeah, the parallels between us is really striking. So I mentioned earlier that my wife has just gone back last week from maternity. They're actually called Keeping in Touch days, so effectively the last of her, using up the last of her maternity leave. And she's got a whole of November off, and will either go back properly in December or not. But we are also now, with my new job, in the position that it is entirely her decision whether she goes back or not. Entirely down to her. She really enjoys her job. It is
Great.
something she wants to be doing. She gets to talk to plenty of people and then find out how to help them. She's so good at it. She enjoys it. But if she said tomorrow, I can't be bothered, I just want to be with JJ all the time forever,
yeah,
fine with me.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Absolutely. 100%. You've got my support whichever way you want. Again, glibly, life is disgustingly short. Just do whatever you can for that bit of joy, whether it is playing a stupid video game from 20 odd years ago, or going and smashing up one of them riot rooms, whatever will get you through. Do it. It's for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and genuinely, if she turned around to me and said, I don't fancy this anymore, I want to be a bus driver, I want to go and work at McDonald's, mind numbing, packaging, this here and there, just want to turn my brain off, right, go for it, whatever you want to do. you know. That sort of insular family herd mentality that I think, you know, it's all of us here in our home against the world, sort of has really brought us all sort of closer together, I think. And yeah, it's very much I think I've described it before as like a Papa Bear mentality, where it's a case of I'll do whatever it takes to not only provide for the family but to protect as well.
Yeah.
And, yeah. I don't care how it goes down, I'll do it. So yeah, I could see where the anxiety came from with me starting a new job. That level of uncertainty, you know, there's always that.
Yeah, and so it's always
what if it doesn't work out, you know, etc. etc. But
yeah, I think it's yeah. Obviously, I say we're all different, and if she's sort of the anxious disposition, then yeah, change is scary, and things aren't guaranteed to always go well, but so I think the having that positive outlook on things and just going, well, yeah, they can't get any worse.
Exactly, and that's exactly where my sort of default is now. Is
yeah,
okay, I've been through worse, you know.
Yeah.
What's the line from the Street song? If you're going through hell, keep going.
Yeah.
You know, you'll get through eventually.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll tell you what, I remember I jumped back into this so easily from last year. Just the parallels between the pair of us, and even the fact that we're the same age is yeah, striking. It's so easy to sort of get into the conversation with you, because you are very similar to me in that you are laid back and so open, and you just want to, you know, you want to talk about Ellis as much as humanly possible, and I feel such an affinity for you on that basis, and it's odd to think that, you know, we're more or less complete strangers, and this horrible tragedy that we've both been through in our own separate way is what binds us and brings us together. It's
yeah, and I think as well, like with what everyone's experienced over the last sort of 2.5 years with the pandemic and being cut off from sort of normal life as it was. I think people also, well, certainly for me, I crave that that social aspect, but say it was no longer sort of being able to connect with people. Then, like, you had to start doing it over the internet. That was and so actually just sort of sending you a message last year just to go, I've been through this, I'm happy to come and share my story, help out where you can. And you say, and you just by being sort of comfortable to do that, and sort of that being now a sort of quote unquote normal way to get in touch with someone that you don't know, I think it really does sort of help to spread this sort of the ability for these communities to spread, whether it be the Chapman sort of community, or whether it be, say, help, like being part of the Baby Loss Club and trying to help each other and support each other there and stuff. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we've never met, and we've only chatted on these streams and like sort of a couple of private messages to sort of set things up. but it does weirdly feel like we know each other quite well.
Yeah, I know. It's really it's odd. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how else you would describe that to a stranger. That
Yeah.
yeah, it's odd, very odd. But yeah, no, I think certainly, as you said, it's that sort of connection between the sort of parallel experiences is yeah, it's odd.
Well,
But yeah.
so Wednesday's 1-2-0, which is
Fantastic.
good news.
So you've been far more successful than Leicester
Yes.
all season, pretty much. What do you reckon
Just
the chances
about.
of you getting out of the league? Do you reckon back to the promised land of the Championship?
Oh, back to the craziness of the Championship. I'd say we've got a great chance, but we saw that it took Sunderland 4 seasons to get out, when really they should have gone out first time asking. We've got such a strong squad for that league. Second is sort of a little bit of an underachievement with the strength of squad we've got. So really, we should be looking to win the league. It's easier said than done. Obviously, I'd take second now. The most fun ways to go through the playoffs, but it's a lottery, as we found last year. But yeah, it's. I reckon. Yeah, we should go up, but it's each year that we don't makes it that bit harder.
Yeah. I as a Leicester fan, we had one season in League One. Luckily, we got out of it first time of asking, and again, that was the first year with Nigel Pearson in charge, and he put together just a disgusting team. It was not a League One team. It was a mid-table Championship team, and he proved that by basically the same team the next season getting into the playoffs.
Yeah. And that's sort of one of those things that with football, isn't it? Is that winning breeds winning. And if you assemble a squad that's too good for the league below, and you get in on that momentum of knowing that you turn up and you should win, and doing that most weeks, then the next league up is not actually that much different. It's you can definitely do that, catapult through the next league.
Yeah, definitely, and that took far less time than I expected for the resident Swindon fan Fifey to mention that the only team Leicester didn't beat that season were Swindon. And I imagine any minute now, my friend James, if he's still in here, will be jumping on and saying, well, when Leicester won the Premier League, the only team that they didn't beat all season was Arsenal as well.
Don't talk to me about Arsenal.
Exactly. Yeah.
Still haven't forgiven Arsenal for 93.
I can imagine. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I see. That was proper peak football era. That was the first year. Well, in fairness, I don't want to talk about 1993 because also happened in that year, as Fifey no doubt is typing right now. Is Swindon beat Leicester in the playoff final in 1992/1993 season
to get to the Premier League.
To get to the Premier League, yes. They were 3-0 up at half time. There you go. LCFD ain't forgiven us for 93. There you go. Didn't even finish the sentence. Unbelievable.
That's the thing. I've taken Lewis to a few games at Hillsborough, and the one thing that sort of I'm sad about is that I know he'll never see a good as Wednesday team that I got to watch when I was his age.
Yeah.
Like, well, Nigel Pearson was the captain.
Yeah.
Waddle, David. I mean,
David Hurst. Yeah.
people don't quite understand how good David Hurst was.
Yeah.
He was, and I know people are going to absolutely slate me for this, but he was miles better than Shearer. Like, just he was
that
he was
sort of
head
era.
And shoulders, he was head and shoulders better than Shearer.
Natural talent. I would probably agree with you in that era. Yeah.
Because the thing that Hurst had that Hurst had pace,
Yep.
and he had both feet.
Yeah.
So he had everything. Like, and Shearer, don't get me wrong, Shearer was good. He was very, very good, and his longevity speaks for itself. I'm not trying to knock Shearer, but like, if Steve Bold doesn't ruin Hurst with that horrific tackle, like, or if Wednesday had been sensible and sold him to Man United for $4.5 million, when Fergie came wanting, then Hurst would be regarded as one of the greats. But hey,
I'm surprised as a Wednesday fan you're talking about David Hurst to a Leicester fan after what he did with his son. I will.
To be fair, I mean, I don't want to get into hearsay and all that, but I don't think Wednesday handled the situation particularly well either. Granted, we offered George by the times by far the most money we'd ever offered a 17-year-old, and they rejected it. And because of that, we basically binned him and made him train with the under 18s, and didn't even let him get anywhere close to even the under 23s, which was just it's not the way to conduct business.
It's not the way to treat a club legend. Yeah, I think you're right. But at the same token, I think that the potential. We neither of us were there, but it is the way the story goes.
Yeah,
I think from a Leicester side of things as well, and I think we were very underhand in taking him over to Belgium before bringing him.
Yeah,
to
I mean
Leicester.
that really did. I mean, it was so blatant, and that's the thing that was just a bit like, okay, like we rejected your initial offer, and then it's like, well, you'll just get him through the back door for a tenth of the price, and it's just like, fine, whatever. It's the way that big football works.
It left a sour taste in Leicester fans' mouths as well. I don't think that'll come as any surprise, but also I don't think it'll come as any real comfort to Wednesday fans. But as Stu has pointed out, he's was on loan with Portsmouth last year. He's not worth the hype anyway, by all accounts.
I forget where he's gone this year.
He is at a team in blue who I don't think he's I don't think he's pulling up any trees, in all honesty.
Yeah, he did score at Hillsborough last season when Portsmouth played his last game of the regular season, and he scored within the first 5 minutes in front of the Kop, and
I can imagine
a few words.
Yeah.
But then we battered him 4-1, so it didn't matter. It's a shame because he was like one of the first. It's one of those that you just wanted him to sort of son of a club legend, come through the academy. Everyone just wanted him to kick on and emulate his dad and score bags full of goals and like, even if he'd have like progressed through and at 22, 23 having scored 50 odd goals, he'd have moved on. I think everyone would have just gone, fair enough, go get your big move. But the way it happened when he was still only 17 and
Yeah.
18, and he played some like 10 minutes of senior football. It was like, yeah, this doesn't sit right.
I don't think it ever will sit right with either side of the fans, but you know, you get a certain level of potential options in football. You get a very short window of time to make as much money as humanly possible and then retire
Yeah.
at 34, 35. So I
And
kind of also get it, yeah.
And at the time when he left Wednesday, we had an abundance of striking options. Like we had Forrest Jerry, Stephen Fletcher, Gary Hooper, Jordan Rhodes. We had Atinuyu. We had Lucas Shaw. So like he was, even then even if he was the best in our like either under 23 or under 18s, he was still realistically seventh choice.
Yeah.
At that time. Yeah, I can understand why you wanted to leave, because you could tell that at that time there wasn't necessarily the progression through to the first
he's not
team.
getting minutes behind,
Yeah.
six other strikers, senior players.
But yeah, ironically, had he stayed a couple more seasons, he'd have probably been first choice.
Yeah, massively. Yeah.
But hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, he's currently sitting on the bench behind Ben Brereton Diaz at Blackburn at the minute. So.
Oh, is he at Blackburn?
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah, I don't think he's pulling up any trees, like I said. So. Yeah, I mean, we'll see where he goes, but I think I don't see an obvious pathway into the Leicester squad either, to be honest.
I think yeah, he's had several loans. He had a spell at Rotherham as well. I think he did all right at Pompey last year. I think he might have scored 7 or 8 goals. He didn't really do anything at Rotherham the season before. Say if he's not doing anything at Blackburn, it seems that his level's going to be probably League 1, League 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which, I mean, fair enough, fair play. Like I would have
I'd beat your hand off.
given anything to have been good enough to play any level of professional football, and I think again, like watching that Wrexham documentary over the last week or so, sort of gives you that insight into that lower league type of pro, and again, just sort of like it's such a unstable profession. But the chance to play at that level would have been a huge honour. But I was absolutely shite at football, so I never.
I peaked at around about
danger.
sort of 11, 12, 13, that sort of age, and I remember moving from one club to another for an under-the-table deal that was a crate of Becks, and I think I got one of them chocolates dib-dab things where you it was one side was white chocolate, one side was dark chocolate, and you got little sort of breadstick type things to dip in it. And that was a massive transfer coup for the team at the time. Yeah, that was about the level I got to. I was what do they call it? School of Excellence, they called it in the early 90s, late 90s. And that was about as far as I got. But I was never determined enough. You need to live and breathe football, and it has to be the be all and end all. And
there was a lad I was in. It was in my class at school that was in Sheffield United's academy until he got United let him go at 16. He went to Wednesday. Wednesday let him go at 18, and then he unsuccessfully had trials at like Halifax and a few other sort of clubs sort of around either League 2 or like National League level. And then he ended up playing sort of 8th, 9th tier football. But he was phenomenal. Like by far the best player I'd ever played with. And but he wanted to be one of the lads.
Yeah.
And at 15, 16, instead of being sort of dedicated to becoming a professional footballer, he wanted to go out, getting drunk, chasing girls, and as a lot of 15, 16-year-old lads do. And he didn't have the discipline to, or maybe he didn't just have the desire. I mean, I wasn't particularly close with him, so, and I never sort of knew, but like, you kept thinking like, well, if he's not good enough to make it, and you look at some of what you perceive as donkeys that do make it, and you think, well, how good are actually the people that we're like saying are not fit to wear the shirt, and like how good they have been to actually make it. So heck.
I briefly mentioned when I was with Wrexham for the fucking first 7.5 hours. There was a lad who is on loan at the start of last season from Boreham Wood to someone a little lower down the pyramid. I can't remember, but he was at Barnet when Edgar Davids was the manager, and I used to play five-a-side with him, and he was, even at five-a-side, when he'd turn up and he'd play, he'd already played 4 or 5 games at five-a-side, just because he loved playing football. He was head and shoulders above everybody.
Yeah.
And that is, a good, very good conference level footballer. Boreham Wood are still conference now, so he's a good, played hundreds, 120, 130 odd games at conference level.
Yeah.
Footballer, and he's just you just have to live and breathe football, even more so now, with sort of 15, 16, 17-year-olds coming through.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
The absolute, just sort of complete segregation you need to have from like 8, 9 years old when you get put into an academy, and this is the academy way at that age.
I'd say a guy I know, his lad is, I think his lad's 10, and is joined Wednesday's academy this season as a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
And like the amount of restrictions, like that they're like, he's not allowed to play for his school team. He's not allowed to play for his old Sunday league team. Like all these things, and like that they put in place, and
it's at 10 years old. Just go and play.
10 years
just
old,
enjoy
and
yourself.
Exactly, and that's the thing, and that's the danger. And his dad's sort of like umming and ahhing about whether they've made the right decision, because he's now not enjoying it as much because he's not playing with his friends.
The amount of potentially really good footballers that will have that joy stamped out of them, in the current system, is probably more detrimental to the quality of football moving forward than it is when your Phil Fodens, your Jude Bellinghams, etc. do make it through from those systems. At the same token,
I agree.
there is always the lottery ticket winner aspect of people like you have to look at Raheem Sterling, who came from the background he came from and is now a multi-millionaire, and came through those academy systems from QPR through to Liverpool to Man City, and has clearly grafted himself off all the way through, and to get to that properly top tier level. And you still got people who look at him going, why is he in the England team? Why has he gone to Chelsea? Are you thinking?
Yeah.
That is one of the most dedicated human beings in the world to drag himself up from where he was to where he is now. And it's a complete different mentality.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't got the minerals for that sort of thing.
No. I didn't have the talent either.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I'm not going to pretend I did either. No. Yeah, no, I was very much in the Jan Mulby of my era. Didn't do a lot of running, but could spray a pass every now and then. Bit of a Hollywood ball that made me look really good. Never really quite connected, but was okay. Was good enough to make me look more impressive than it really was. Yeah, that's about my level.
Yeah.
Right. Why are we here? I always forget about the actual. I got the amount of stick I got last year for only managing to get through about a season and a half of the game because I was just chatting away, just in conversation the whole bloody time. It's even worse this season because the first 7.5 hours were completely wasted.
Well, I mean, at least you've won the league though.
Exactly, I managed to get through two seasons realistically, and won the league twice with a completely unfancy team.
You're doing all right.
Yeah, it's not too bad in fairness. I'm going to count it as having won 3 leagues because I won the league with Wrexham as well. But yeah. It's 3-ish seasons. I'll take it. Are you got a save on the go for Champ Manager at the moment?
I've got a. I mean, you might boot me off here. I've barely played since the last stream. Like,
yeah, I could.
It's just one of those that's. It's one of the things that's just. I've not had time to do.
Were I not working from home as often as I am and able to just have the laptop open alongside my work laptop, I'd never get a chance to play at all.
Yeah. I think also like I just before COVID hit, I transferred from a laptop to a desktop, and I've got a sort of a shed down the bottom of the garden, and that's where my computer is. So like there's times when on an evening where I could, like normally I'd be like, oh, Vicky wants to watch something shite on the telly, I'll just load up the laptop and play half a season. Like if it's like pissing it down with rain and it's cold, I'm like, can I be asked to go down the shed and build it up and stuff like that? So it's that's sort of half of what's restricted me and stuff. And there's just other life gets in the way sometimes. So yeah, I do. I'm ashamed to admit I've barely played on a save since the last stream, and certainly not in the last few months. So no, I've not got anything on the go at the moment.
Completely understandable. Were it not for the fact that I make a concerted effort, because this is something I enjoy. I can turn my head off. I can click through and lose myself in a very impressive spreadsheet. It's I could very easily go months at a time without even turning it on.
I think that's I've certainly found that that I go through waves with it. Like I'll not play for a year, and then like in a 6-week period I'll play loads, and then it'll tail off again, and then I'll pick it back up at a certain point, and it could just be arbitrary, just happen to fancy playing and just go right, and it only takes one save to just sort of pique your interest, doesn't it?
Completely hook you in, yeah.
And then like you realise, oh my god, it's 3:30 in the morning and I've got to get up in 3 hours to go to work, and I'm on a good run. I can't quit just yet.
I called it one more game-itis. A couple of months back when I really got suckered into a game, and exactly. It was 2:30 in the morning. I was thinking, oh, for God's sake, I really should have gone to bed. I've got a 7 a.m. start. this was stupid, but I couldn't help myself. It had to be done.
I remember pulling a few all-nighters at uni, not even planning to, just sort of getting completely lost in the game, and then sort of wondering why my housemates were having showers at what I thought was 2:00 in the morning, and then I looked and it was 8:00 in the morning. I was like, "Oh crap! I've played all night." But yeah,
I think we've all been there and done that on multiple occasions as well. Yeah. Ridiculous. Yeah. But if you'd have done that on Football Manager or the current Football Manager,
he'd still be in pre-season.
You'd have still been. You wouldn't have even got past pre-season.
That's the thing that I don't get about the new games. I think I might have downloaded FM18, possibly, because it was cheap one day. But like, I think I loaded it up once. And I was just like, I get that it's really realistic and you've got so much control and it's all that, but if you can't play a season in 3 or 4 hours, then it's just like, what's the point? Because you can't get into the depth of the game.
You just end up missing half of the game.
Yeah, like the real beauty of like the early Champ Mans are what happens sort of seasons 5 to 15 and beyond. Like that's when like the real game, like for me, kicks in, because you can't rely on football knowledge, outside football knowledge. You have to rely purely on in-game knowledge. And adapt to how the game develops, and that's where for me the skill comes in, and the depth of the game, and and like you want to take the team from the conference to the Premier League. Like you want to why? Yes, you can just start a league with Roma and win the Champions League straight off, but like it's far more fun, I think, to try and start in the 4th tier of German football and see if you can make the Bundesliga and all that sort of stuff.
It's about a story.
Like,
it's about how you get there, who you get there with, rather than plugging and playing with, the class of '92 straight in. Oh well, I won it again. That was fun. Dismantling the squad and then starting again once you've won everything.
Yes, exactly.
So, bless. Is he alright? My little lad, I could hear screeching in the background, bless him. He's alright. Yeah, teething and got man flu all at the same time.
Teething is horrible. It never seems to end.
Doesn't seem
and then
to. It seems to be never ending.
A few months after it has ended, you sort of realise, oh yeah, it's over now, isn't it? And
I'm looking forward to that bit.
Yeah.
I found out yesterday I'd missed one of the teeth coming through, so he's now got 2. So
you don't miss them for long, because you normally find out they've got another tooth because they're bitten you and you're like, ah.
Yep. Now that now hurts from the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just going to double check that image was alright. Is he okay? Have you kept him in his cage? There you are, buddy. Hello. Okay. He's covered in garlic bread, eh? Oh, lovely. There you go. Oh, you've been my little co-commentator most of the day, haven't you? Yeah. Literally, first thing this morning, first thing I saw was this little fella's face. Managed to get 3 or 4 ounces of bottle down him, and then I saw those 3 or 4 ounces again. moments later, as he coughed himself into a exorcist style projectile vomit lesson. You're a nuisance in ya. Eh? Are you going to play for Leicester one day? Yeah. You're going to have a look. You are going to play for Leicester. Yeah? Get an house on you, mate. Yeah, it's so clingy at the minute because he's poorly, bless him.
Yeah.
Don't blame
Yeah, I
him.
mean that's the especially at this age when they've got no communication other than crying.
Yeah.
And yeah, they just I found with both of them again they just want mum, and like you feel a bit slightly redundant, like because you can't provide them the comfort that they want, especially like if mum's not there, and it's like it can be tough at times like that. But
especially as he started saying mama as well, and that's the only word really he says. So he has been able to communicate exactly what he wants, and it's never me, as you said. Yeah, it's always mama.
Yeah. I got lucky with Albert. He said Dada way before he could say mum, and it really annoyed Vicky for months. But yeah, as soon as he learned how to say it, then my fun was over.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I've been really. This has been my anxiety for most of the after the first crash, waiting for this bar to get to the
Oh
end.
God, yeah.
Just to make sure that it makes it. Nearly there. Hour and a half to go.
It's a sterling effort, absolute sterling effort.
It's good. It had to be done. Like I said, I sort of built a run for my own back last year by doing it, and I would happily do this once a month if I got to speak about Jordan for 24 hours and play chat manager and pretty much slack off on the parenting. More than happy to do so. It's important to me, and I really do get the sense, like I said, we're sort of very simpatico at times, and I understand. I could tell how gutted you were that last night when you were expecting to be jumping on, and I was trying to be along the lines of, honestly, I know that you're going to do everything you can to get on here. I do, but don't worry about it. Look after yourself first and foremost.
I
know I'd have been exactly the same.
It's one of those that obviously did even like I must have sent you a message at like 5:45, or maybe even later than that, 6:15 or something. Even then, I was not expecting to be in an ambulance at 9:00.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, it was massively overkill in terms of like I did not need an ambulance sending for me, and I did not need for the ambulance to take me to A&E, and I didn't really need to be in hospital at all. But the just on the tiny chance that what was happening was far more serious than it was, though they couldn't take the risk of me sort of having potentially under-egged my symptoms. It was what it was, and I could have really done without 4 hours in sat in uncomfortable waiting rooms. But hey, I was absolutely fine, and I managed to sleep most of the morning. Sorry, yes. I should have remembered who I was talking to then. been a strange couple of weeks for me
I can imagine.
health wise. Been through the ringer again, but it just pales into insignificance.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
At this point, water off a duck's back. I know what you mean. Yeah. There was a point during last year where, earlier this year when all three of us had COVID.
Yeah.
You know, we're all together. We're all in the house. We're all, you know. Actually, I wasn't too bad, but the two of them were rough, and you know, we just got on with it between the three of us.
Yeah.
Looked after each other, and and I made sure I kept getting as late a test as possible so that I could stay at home as long as possible as well. Obviously,
yes.
Naturally. Just because it was exactly that. It was as rough as we all felt, and we were all confined to the house. It was exactly that. It was worst places to be.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things that the whole pandemic was actually beneficial for me personally, was that I got effectively 10 weeks paternity leave.
Yeah.
And it was incredible. Like that first lockdown for that, and I would have never got to spend that much time with Albert in those first few weeks had it not been for the pandemic. So I was very grateful in hindsight, like that it happened when it did.
Yeah, it's where timing can be everything.
Yeah.
And you've got to take those moments when you can.
Absolutely.
Little victories.
And again, it might seem a little sort of crass of me, but I'm like, with my recovery of what I've been going through last week, I'm really starting to flag. I'm afraid. So I'm going to log off if that's okay, mate.
Absolutely fine, mate. I really appreciate you popping in. I know that again, this will be one of the highlights of what people take most memory-wise from the 24 hours. So I really appreciate it, mate. And get well
Not
soon from everyone here that is still listening, and I'm sure. And take care.
Obviously, when you do it again next year, I'll try not to be in hospital.
You're number one on the guest list again, mate. Don't you worry. All right. Good luck.
All right. Cheers, mate.
Really appreciate.
Good luck with the last hour or so.
Yes, thank you, mate. And we'll speak soon. All right. Top man.
Indeed. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, Robin. Bless. I know the graft that Robin put in to make sure that he made it on today, bless. So thank you so much, Robin, for popping in, and Ellis and your story really meant a lot to me to hear, and as I said there, it seems odd to think that someone I've never met and only had a couple of conversations with is been so intrinsically linked with me for so long. So yeah, it's really good to have Robin in. Especially at perfect time, because nothing is happening in the same as well. How's your man doing?
Fine.
Good boy. He's what, sorry? Yeah. I'll just let him do what he wants all day. Jamie Victory, player of the season. That is not a shock to anybody. Never mind. Oh yes, mate. Yeah, jump in, Fifey. If you're still around, I'm sure you'll have the link as it's still your account. Yeah, not sure if I need a new code. Oh, okay, hang on. I'll send you the link to your own Zoom. Hang on, 2 seconds. And as has become custom on the Smutsathon, I have had a pizza delivered and have let it go immensely cold as I've been chatting away for what seemed like 10 minutes, but I'm sure it was probably more like an hour and a half. I could easily spend all day talking to Robin. I'm so glad you managed to make it on as well. Let's see if the copy and paste is still going to work. There we go. There we go. Into the final stretch, more or less. Just realised I'm waving at you and you can't see because the bloody video's not working.
Evening.
Welcome back, mate. How we doing?
Alright, you?
Yeah. Still going strong. My voice is holding up more than I was expecting.
Oh, you're sounding alright. You've got just over an hour to go. You must be, the end is in sight. You must be delighted.
Yeah. I'm obviously the end in sight is for me and Emma and JJ to light a candle for Jordan. So that's the ends that I'm more than looking towards.
It's been a different one for you this time round. How does it feel doing it again a second time round?
A lot more calm, I think, this time. At the same token, I feel a little guilty for not being able to throw myself headlong into it this time around.
In what way?
Well, I literally didn't make any. I wasn't able to really reach out to anybody and say, would you please come on? Robin immediately said, I'm here, get me involved. Everybody else has just jumped on as and when they were available, which I loved, because it was kind of the plan this year, wasn't it? Was to make it nice and calm, and to to make it a space where, like in the middle of the night, and if you can get back to see it, it would have been around about sort of midnight-ish. Excuse me, when it was me and Dan and Rox, and Rox was fantastic, just asking some questions.
Yeah.
And that for me was huge because not many people generally want to know and want to show how interested they are at the same time as not being too worried about.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Maybe
It's
it being a
that
bit
balance
morbid.
of,
You know what I mean? It is that balance, and
it's that balance of being interested but being respectful of boundaries and privacy as well.
yeah. And I was glad that Rox, again, is someone I've never met, other than chatting away to him almost daily on Twitter and whatnot. That felt comfortable to know that he can ask me anything.
Well, I believe you've taken this vow since meeting me that you won't meet strange men off the internet again.
I've said sorry. Say again.
I said, I believe you made that vow that after meeting me you weren't going to meet strange men off the internet again.
Well, yeah, not in Premier Inn adjacent bars. No, as that's still a running joke in my house. That on what is it? Find My iPhone or whatever it was. The bar
Yes.
that we met at the first time was attached to either a Premier Inn or a Travelodge or something, and that I was meeting Phoebe rather than Fifey in a Travelodge.
And who would have thought all these years and months later we were still getting up to shenanigans without even trying?
Exactly. And I'm still telling my missus that you're Fifey and not Phoebe. You know.
You're also telling her that I don't think she's a 10, but we won't get into that.
What did I tell you? At the time, I said she's going to be fuming with you, and I'm snitching immediately.
Yeah,
Soon as she
specifically
walked
making
through
to
the door.
grass me up for it.
Soon as she walked through the door, and what did I say? I see. I know my wife. She's disgusted that you would put her so low. I said you were a 10, mate. I also said I'd give you 1, but that was. You went back and listened to it.
They don't like me.
Did she just say she went back and listened to it?
Yeah.
To make sure I wasn't lying in my grovelling apology.
There you
To
go.
make sure he wasn't lying. I trusted you guys.
There you go. She trusted you immediately. She said I was going back to check on me. There you go. Again, I know my wife. I knew instinctively that's what she was doing.
I'm a trustworthy kind of guy.
Exactly. You've got this persona that you are the nice, trustworthy guy.
Persona?
Oh, it's all an act.
It's impossible.
You have got a basement full of I don't even know what.
I don't even have a basement.
Oh, not on the real plans, Joseph.
Not on the what, sorry?
Not on the council plans, no. But neither did your contemporary, Mr. Fritzl.
Just putting mine in Aiden's tea and giving it.
No problem. I tell you what, you've managed to be back for what, 2 hours now? And this is the
What did the
loudest it's
domestic
been
game
this-
finish in the end?
You what? Sorry, mate.
What did the domestic game finish in the end? 0-0.
0-0. Yeah, absolute dull affair.
Yeah, it didn't sound pretty on the radio, the bits I heard, but they did say you were the better team.
Yeah, it sounded like Crystal Palace were absolutely terrible.
Yeah, speaking of terrible, you know that former Leicester player that now plays for Swindon that I was telling you about, Tyree Shea?
Yes.
He scored the winner today.
Did he?
Yeah, that one that I said is one of the worst players to ever wear a Swindon shirt.
You've got WhatsApp for phone for laptop, haven't you? Can you send James the new link?
Send James the link.
Yeah, so he can jump on as well.
What's that? I'm on my phone, not laptop.
Oh, no worries. It's going to take me about 15 minutes to. Colville Town won 3-2. Wow.
Did they get through? Did they beat Notts County?
They beat Notts County 3-2.
Fair play.
Wow.
Oh, hang on. Oh, only hosts can share the meeting. You're hosting,
okay,
so I
hang
can't
on.
share it. Why are they going to take you 15 minutes? It took you about 10 seconds to send it to me.
Yeah, because I'd just done it for Robin. I could just copy and paste it from his Twitter to yours. Dead easy. Oh no! So they bid for Darius Vassell. Oh, offered him a contract. I didn't know I could do that. Darius Vassell, hot prospect for the future. Only wants 500 quid a week. Yes, please.
Oh, we're still in charge of Unreal FC. How did we get on the first time in
Won
the
it.
top division?
Can you send me the new link, please? I'm trying. Alright.
Wait, before you do, did Stevenage win today?
I don't know.
They were drawing.
I
Hang on.
don't know if you know, Fifey, but for the last 20, almost 23 hours,
Oh, mate, believe me, if I was streaming for 24 hours, I'd know exactly what every score was.
You're busy sat down playing a game.
Exactly. I've been really busy.
They drew 1-1 with Gillingham. Yeah, that's fine. He can be invited on.
He can come on right. Where's the buttons to? Oh, there we go. Participants. Copy invite. Oh no, I'm just going to press invite. What? How is that the first name?
How has Damari Gray already made 50 appearances for Everton? It took him about 7 years to make 10 appearances for Leicester.
Yeah, because he kept coming off the bench.
It's still an appearance, mate. Come on. So you're supposed to be a scientist these days. It's not...
Scientist.
You ordered from Papa John's as well.
I did, yeah. How do you know that?
Because you've got screen share on your bell and I can see your inbox.
Jesus wept. How did you know that? There we go. Yeah, I've still had not even finished one piece.
Is that his email address?
Yeah.
Oh, he's clearly got a much more important job than I assumed.
Oh yeah. As I pump it on until Monday. Yeah, I see. I'm very similar. Oh, fuck you, Darius Vassell.
Well, he was never going to accept being a hot prospect in Sweden over playing for Rotherham, was he?
Gee, the call of the Chuckle Brothers was far stronger than that of Ulrika Johnson, obviously.
Yeah, I was never a big Ulrika Johnson fan.
Oh, Shooting Stars was the absolute business back in the day.
But then again, is Cascada not from Sweden?
Who?
Cascada.
I don't know. I'll tell you who is from Sweden. What's the face? What's that pop star whose sister I kissed when I was about 7? Who was that?
Dewey Looper?
No.
Nana
Cherry's daughter.
Yes, Ray?
Yeah.
No. Was it Ray? Who did I go and watch at Radio 1's Big Weekend?
Oh, I wasn't there.
You could have been, you turned it down.
Did I?
I think so. You suggested I take someone else.
Did I?
You did. So I did.
Fair enough.
I think that was more to do with you not being a fan of pop culture music, though, as
Yeah,
opposed to trying to do your best by me.
it'd have been awkward, wouldn't it, between me and whichever one, Nona Cherry's daughters. That was there.
I'm sure it was Ray. I have to check now. Hang on.
Hello,
Welcome back, James.
how's it going?
Oh, here he is, Mr. Chirpy.
What are you saying about my job?
You're way more
You have
important
a
than me,
very
the Firefly.
Mabel, by the way.
I'm not that important.
I just noticed your email address, so I realised you had a much more important job than I assumed you had.
Well, what did you assume I did? And then I'll tell you what I actually do.
Given that your words, not mine, when asked to describe me, I was, what was it? An inch taller, a stone heavier, and something else. I can't remember what the third thing was. I assumed you were just sort of some sort of admin person, probably an accountant, given that you're a startling intellect.
I don't know about a startling intellect.
Or
yeah,
maybe
no,
it's just your accent makes you sound smarter, because I'm used to people from Leicester.
yeah, I think that probably does help. Yeah, no. So I work for the NHS. I write code all day. I'm just a code monkey.
Oh, you're a coder.
Well, I've managed a team of coders now. But
Oh,
yeah,
how missed!
I was a coder.
Or as
You
I,
watch
I've
it.
once,
got the,
I,
I've got
I
the
used to
Spurs
describe.
Everton game on in the background, and
Yeah, that was
my
nice.
brain just missed an absolute sitter.
I
You
used,
did.
I used to describe James's job as a big spreadsheet man.
He
Yeah,
essentially
yeah.
has all the skills to make a good football manager.
Yeah.
But yeah, my under sevens did all right this morning. we had a
Did,
we had a
did the
little
spreadsheet work?
the spreadsheet worked. Yeah.
Get in.
Yeah. We had a mini festival day, and we went up an ability group on the last festival after we won 2 and drew 2 last time, and we went up with the 2 teams that we drew against, and we beat them both. We beat them 2-0 and 1-0, and then
Wow.
we
Massive
lost our.
congrats to the under sevens there.
Yeah, that's my.
Which one of your boys are you glorifying by letting him play up front?
Oh no, so he's a goalkeeper. He played 2 matches in goal, 1 match in midfield. He was on the bench for the other one.
Yeah, he was rubbish in goal when I was scoring 12 past him in your back garden the other day.
And given that it's the under sevens, he's also rubbish at FIFA because even I beat him on a console that I don't play on, and I haven't played FIFA in years.
Poor Danny.
It's alright, the other one's not much better. He got beat in a sprint race by a fat lad who was also
He's
wearing jeans.
He's 10.
Yeah.
I don't think he
And
was
we
as
all
invested
saw you
in the
kick him
race
as
as you
well.
were. I think he might have been slightly less invested in the race.
He was the one that asked for the race.
Yeah, and then he kind of jogged it while you sprinted at full speed, ready
Directly
to
at
kill
me.
anyone that
Yeah.
got in your way.
Directly at Carl, and the fear just draining in his eyes was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Yeah. They love Uncle Fifey now though.
Good. I'm glad. Everyone does. Apparently, it's all part of the character that I give off, according to Carl.
Yeah, creepy Uncle Fifey. That's what we. Everybody knows him as.
Creepy Uncle Fifey.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit harsh.
Well done, he's 11, big neck.
No, they love Uncle Fifey. It's creepy Uncle Carl, Uncle Smut. Sorry.
I think Fifey's given out my real name about 57 times over the last 20
Well,
years.
so have you. I think you said
Yeah,
it about
I
10
keep
times last
forgetting.
night.
I keep forgetting I've not got a real name.
What's quality is, despite all of that, we've managed to dispel the myth of smuts, and everyone knows that you're a Carl. But with the exception of your wedding, the myth of Fifey carries on, and everyone just carries on calling me Fifey.
Genuinely, that's the hard. It was impossible to describe you as anything other. This is my mate. What's your real name?
It
The fact that I've had to
genuinely-
type in your
genuinely
email
time.
multiple times. I know full well that your real name is Stefan Fife.
Indeed, yeah. The amount of times that it looked like I was just a random nobody at your wedding who couldn't introduce me was hilarious.
This is Fifey, the driver.
Trying to go after my cousin.
Yeah. Has my Mrs. cousin been in touch? Is she? Have you kept in contact at all?
No, I don't think we circulate in the same sort of social climate, given that she's a fairly attractive, well-educated woman from Nottingham, and I'm a lowly educated southwestern guy exiled in Leicester.
You didn't comment on your own
What
looks.
What you said about
You said she was good looking
16.
and then didn't mention your looks.
Oh, okay. Distinctly average and fairly generic.
So it's,
Great
I
hair,
think
then.
that's not how I'd have described you. I think that's quite a compliment to
No,
yourself.
you would describe me as about an inch taller and a stone heavier. We've done this.
Yeah.
Oh, did you say taller? Ah,
Yeah.
I thought you said longer.
Oh, 4
No, that was
inches
4
longer.
inches,
We
we said
clarified
that.
that.
Mrs. Smuts is still waiting on you to rate your Greek-looking cousin.
To rate her.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. This. Okay, so.
Body 10, face 4.
That's too high body-wise.
Yeah,
Right.
no, we can't rate anyone else today a 10. Believe me, it's not worth it.
Okay.
I would put it in the region of 7.5 to 8.
What, the body or the overall?
The total package.
You're in trouble
Yeah.
again.
Why
Seven
now?
overall.
Do I?
It's lower than her.
She's a cousin I
Not
don't
low
like.
enough.
She's what?
She's a cousin I don't like.
Well, yeah, but I've not got to know the personality. So if the personality sucks, she'll drop down to like a 6.
What
I
fantastic
thought she
name
seemed
is
really
this
nice.
is, by the way.
It's like I was having a very similar conversation at work not long ago, and I said the thing is, it's like I find girls in football shirts quite attractive, so you can instantly go from a 6 to an 8 if you've got a football shirt on, but equally as soon as you take it off, you drop down to a 6 again.
Then
What
you're
am I in a
hang on.
football
You're doing it wrong. Right.
Well, yeah, no, I know what you're going to say there, but you get the thing of what I'm trying to say. Ooh.
I'm gonna say you talk yourself completely into a circle there. Once you put a football shirt on, you go from a 6 to an 8. When you take it off,
No, yes, I know what you mean there. You don't need to be so specific. Did you ever just say, what am I if I've got a football shirt on there?
yeah.
So, depends if it's fucking your old Leicester one or not.
I'm gonna say if you're lucky, you're pregnant again.
Who is? I am.
There's no chance you'd fit in any of my old football shirts.
No,
Hey.
she would fit in all of them, but there'd be plenty of room left over.
Yeah, that's true. No, I meant James. But
Oh,
you keep chatting up my missus, mate. Good luck.
Hey, when we break up, where do you think you're staying?
In the car.
Nope.
Are you
What's in
getting
the
that
car?
in the divorce as well, are you? It's a work car.
Yeah. And everything you work for is half the money.
all I've heard since you got this new job is everything's on expenses.
Yeah, where do you think this pizza came from?
There's pizzas on expenses.
Yeah, expenses from my credit card.
Bone with a bone.
There was a time, if we go back to the original names, there was a time that Mrs. Smuts would just quietly be in the background, not saying anything, and now we're having a full conversation
Yeah.
over a stream when we can't see each other.
Yeah, I don't know why the camera's not working.
Well, it says mine's on, but I can't even see myself anymore.
Yours is on.
Yeah, I can see you.
Not sure why, but never mind.
You're doing something wrong.
Oh, you got blue tack in front of you.
It's next to it, not in front. Oh yes, the receipt. I've got a little Tupperware box full of receipts.
Oh, that's awful.
One from last month, one for this month. Got their own Tupperware box. Well, I say Tupperware. What I mean is Chinese takeaway box.
It's an empty ice cream box.
I know, because I forgot to put that one there. I can't believe I got Darius Vassella, the Premier League, like the worst team in the Premier League. Why have I not got any Champions League games yet?
Oh. Do you know what? Sometimes I think Pickford is terrible, and other times he's superb.
I think he's terrible more than he's superb.
There was I had to laugh earlier. Like I say, I was listening to parts of the Leicester game on the radio, and Stuart Pearce was on coke opposite. And something happened. I think Eze may have had a shot from distance on an angle, and it just went flashing past Ward, and he went. I'm not sure whether that was luck more than judgment from Ward. I'd have to see the replay, but he did not look comfortable with that at all. I watched the replay and he said, maybe I need to give him a little bit more respect. However, I would have been very, very disappointed if that was my goalkeeper and he left it like that. I just thought, looking at every time Leicester on the telly or the radio, someone is slagging him off as the worst goalkeeper in the Premier League.
But he's the worst goalkeeper I've ever seen play in the Premier League.
You've definitely not been watching football as long as I have. Okay.
I have. He is god awful.
Yeah, he's. I described goalkeepers earlier on Champ Manager as if you get 7 out of 10, you've done all right. You don't need to be Neville Southall every single week.
Because Neville Southall is the benchmark of all Premier League goalkeepers.
Is he not?
No, Manuel Almunia is. He was another goalkeeper who sometimes was brilliant and most of the time was awful.
Yeah.
Arsenal have had quite a lot of them. They usually sell.
I'm trying to think of a goalkeeper that was worse than Ward, and I genuinely can't think of one. Even Taibbi was better than Ward.
I can name you 5 just from Leicester.
Go on then.
Kevin Pressman.
No, he was better.
Nonsense. Pressman.
When they played for Leicester. Rab Douglas.
No.
Jimmy Nielsen. Jimmy Nielsen, whose name was Casino Jimmy Nielsen, because all of his wages immediately went into a casino.
Doesn't make him a bad goalkeeper.
I mean, I'll tell you what, one who was on trial at Leicester but never actually played for Leicester.
Well, that doesn't count then, does it?
Hang on. Theo, close your ears. Stefan Posma. What? What's wrong with that? You don't know who Stefan Posma is?
Yes, I do.
You know who Stefan Posma is? Don't Google it.
Well, you just
Don't
told
Google
everybody to
Stefan
Google it.
Posma. Do not Google Stefan Posma.
Getting some suggestions in the chat.
Vince
Barkley.
Bartram.
Who was the really, really shit Villa keeper that let in the throw in? Was it
Peter Enkelman.
Enkelman? Yeah.
He was alright, fairness. He
was
had
better than
one
Ward.
bad game, in fairness.
I'm still not convinced that anyone's named any keepers worse than Ward. Bywater. No, he's better than Ward.
Stephen Bywater was alright, in fairness.
Oh no, who was the really shit Liverpool goalkeeper for Champions League time? Arias.
Yeah, he was still better than Ward. Even in that one game, he was better than Ward.
When he was concussed.
Well, yeah, supposedly. Can think of other
Some
words.
say concussed, others say shit. Tottenham must have had some bad goalkeepers in their time because they've been
Eric
rubbish.
Thorstad.
What?
Chris Wheel. Terrible.
Harold fucking Wappenau is the worst Premier League keeper ever.
He was not good.
That's not a bad shout,
He
to be
was
fair.
not good.
He was not good.
That's not a bad shout, but I still think Ward's worse.
I'm not having Bywater on the list at all.
No, I thought Bywater was alright as well, to be fair.
This is fun though. We should keep going through the positions. Worst Premier League fullbacks of all time.
Gary Coatsworth. Exactly.
I've no idea who that is.
Exactly.
John Otsemabor.
You see, no, he was alright when he dropped down.
Yeah,
the
but
leagues.
Milton Keynes Dons in League One.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Worst fullbacks in the Premier League. Trent Alexander-Arnold.
I think you
Because
can
he is
really
not a
say
fullback.
somebody completely reinvented his position. He was the worst.
Yeah,
Oh,
But
what a touch!
he's got to be on the.
Pass the ball, you greedy bastard.
Trent's got to be on the worst and best list.
Yeah, because he is very good at what he does. Unfortunately, what he does is not defend.
Oh, no, I've got it. Robbie Nielsen. Jimmy Traore is a very good shout.
No, what? He scored one of the greatest own goals of all time.
Yeah.
What a touch it was. Little Cruyff turn on the goal line. Jimmy Traore. I think Duckler's enjoying this conversation, just throwing names in the hat for his own amusement.
This is very much the Twitter trend of boys can just sit around and name ex-footballers and be having the best time. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, we can. That's right.
Can we move on to centre backs then? Because I've got one loaded.
John Terry.
No.
Igor Stepanovs. Oleg Luzhny.
I swear, if you say Pascal
Listen.
Segan next, I'm not going to be happy.
Pascal Segan.
No, I wasn't going to say Segan. I was going to say Johan Juru.
Yeah.
Giroud. Could I throw the current
switchback
Man
of
United backline in there?
Just all of them.
Just all of the backline.
It's a bit harsh on
Yannick
Varane.
Vestergaard.
Leicester are funny. They beat a team 9-0 and go
And then
by
sign
two
off of him.
defenders.
William Prunier is a very good shout. Ex small horse. Season 1. Didn't play a single second or minute for Ebbs' team, who played every player in his squad, pretty much. When he
On the flip side of the coin, can I just say, if it wasn't for injuries, Ledley King would have been the best of all time.
Yep.
But it was for injury, so he's just a useless prick.
Players you wish hadn't got injured half as much would be Ledley King and Dean Ashton.
Dean
Dean
Ashton.
Ashton.
Yeah. Dean Ashton, give it that one.
Honestly, I reckon Dean Ashton would have outscored Rooney and Kane for England.
So there was a player for Leicester called Mick Galloway, who was fucking brilliant. The 2 or 3 games he played for us until he got just properly injured, and that was it. That was his career over. He was gutted. And one of those players that nobody apart from me would ever remember. Colin Gibson, terrible centre back. Jimmy Willis,
Just throwing names out there now.
Richard Smith, Mark Blake. Basically every Leicester player in the 90s that isn't Steve
John
Walsh.
O'Shea.
Nah.
No, you can't call John O'Shea. You know,
I can.
multiple
It's
Premier
terrible.
League title winning centre back.
Yeah, like I could. No, if I was in that Man United squad, I'd have multiple titles. Doesn't mean I played the
Yeah,
part.
but you weren't.
No, they hadn't recognised my talent yet.
But they had recognised John O'Shea's.
No, he just had nudes of Fergie. Ugh.
What, Sarah Ferguson?
Oh, what a calamity! Surely.
Go on. Go on.
What?
Finish it.
Oh, how was he missed?
Oh,
That is terrible.
Everton should be 2 or 3 up.
Actually, on that note, can I add Eric Dyer to like worst Premier League centre back?
Yeah, you can. Just, I don't think you need to put a position on him. One of the worst Premier League players.
He's not,
One of
even,
the worst Premier League players.
Yeah.
Bit harsh.
he's not even the worst Premier League player with that surname.
Oh, Kieran was better than him.
Kieran's
Yeah.
better than Eric.
Yeah, so was Lloyd.
Yeah.
So was Lloyd.
So was Bruce.
Bruce Dyer.
But Wayne was terrible.
Wayne Dyer. Can we just, off topic, say that the Bowyer versus Dyer fight was one of the funniest things to happen in the Premier League?
Yeah. I enjoyed that. That was good.
Look at
I remember
that level
watching it
that he's
live.
dropped to. Bedford.
One of the only things that comes to mind instantly for funnier is Phil Babb sliding into the goalpost.
No. I've automatically crossed my legs just at the thought of Phil Babb's name.
Yeah. I have to admit, I tensed
Yeah.
when you said that.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a great shout. Despite winning the World Cup, Roque Jr. was bloody awful.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was
Yeah.
not good at Leeds.
Nobody in that Leeds team was good, and they had people like Alan Smith, James Milner, and Mark Viduka.
Yeah.
Other funny moments from the Premier League era include, and it wouldn't have been funny at the time, obviously it would have caused much controversy. Thankfully, social media didn't exist. Di Canio pushing over the referee.
That didn't cause much controversy at the time, did you say?
No, I'm saying, had social media been around, it would have been worse.
He was literally run out of the country.
Imagine if all the keyboard warriors got to have their say.
He wouldn't have given a shit. He's the most right-wing human. He's a Nazi. He's got an SS tattoo on his chest. He doesn't give a shit.
So, what are your 3 thoughts on Jordan Henderson versus Gabriel?
What's happened between Henderson
I haven't
and
seen
Gabriel?
any
What's
of
happened?
it. I've seen that there is a video that exists, and some lip reader somewhere has tried to work out what they were saying, but I have no idea what went on.
All right. Yeah. Well, it's currently under investigation. So, bearing in mind it was the first weekend that the players voted on taking the knee, and we're massively into the no need for racism era.
Mm.
He's allegedly called Gabriel the N-word,
Oh.
and you can see from the clip I've seen. You can't see his lips in the clip I saw, but you can see Bobby Firmino's face, which instantly drops. And then someone goes over and tells Allison what's happened, and he starts doing his nut as well. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I can't comment. I haven't seen it either. But as a side note, I would quite happily put Jordan Henderson very much at probably the top of the most overhyped Premier League player of all time list.
No, not even close.
He is.
Both of my boys who are like they're 6 and 10, don't understand how he's a Premier League football player.
I'm 32 and I don't understand how he's a Premier League football player.
Yeah.
Jordan Henderson.
He is the most average player I've ever
Yeah,
watched.
so I don't understand why people would have any opinion on him at all.
Winterburn's reaction to Di Canio,
Yeah,
that was
hilarious.
a good reaction.
The best reaction to anything ever is Stefan Freund's face. Stefan Freund's face when Duncan Ferguson has his and then not long after Jimmy Bullard's face just when he's near Duncan Ferguson.
It is. Smut, should we just not invite Duckler on to join the conversation?
Yeah,
so he doesn't have
to be honest, I don't.
Typing in messages in.
Yeah, Stu, hang on. Send Stu the link. Oh no, I've got to work out how to do this again now.
Oh, don't forget was it Wigan? I think it was at the time. There was the pile up in the area, and Jimmy Bullard just went jumping over everybody.
Bullard's great. You do it. Other than Jimmy Bullard, who's the next footballing character? Vardy at a push? Who else is there?
Vardy.
That's what I mean, at a push. What's the next closest footballer
Like modern
with a personality? Who, sorry?
I just mean, you mean in like more modern time?
Yeah, since Jimmy Bullard retired, who's the next person you could go? Oh, he got a personality.
Vardy wouldn't have been anyone that came to mind.
No, that's what I mean. The closest you could probably say is probably the one non-conformisty.
Who was that? Sorry,
Vardy. That's what I mean. That's the closest you could probably get.
Vardy's got zero personality.
No, not really.
well, you see, I think there's going to be a return of characters coming back, because I really like Aaron Ramsey. He has me as
Harry Kane's got more personality than Jamie Vardy.
No, he's not. Harry Kane has got a lisp. That does not mean he's got a personality. He's got a tongue
What's Jamie
too big for
Vardy
his
got?
face.
Jamie Vardy's got a vocabulary of about 10 words.
He's got a very large bill of services for his lawyer. That's what he's got. What was that, Fifey? Sorry, you squeaked.
well, after I said Ramsdale, I said Declan Rice as well. He's quite funny.
This is what I mean. That if that constitutes as having a personality.
Maddison?
Again, no, not really. He's just good at football.
Going back to funniest moments in Premier League football, do you remember Jimmy Bullard sitting the players down on the pitch, taking the mickey out of
Class.
Phil Brown.
Yeah, Phil Brown, after he sat them down on the pitch at half time. That was a...
Welcome, Stu, mate.
Hello.
Perfect. Dropping in for the last 40 minutes, getting all the credit. I like it. Love to see it.
Well, welcome to the trip down memory lane.
Yes. Yeah, I've been loving it. I've just been sat there going, oh yeah, this happened. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's...
I can see someone on the screen.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. He's a good-looking bastard. The beard is it's just so delicious. The state of it.
Oh, who's that? I missed that one. Yes, that's a great shout, by the way. Zach Knight was fucking terrible.
I mean, he's like a little version of Titus Bramble. What are you on about?
Oh, I won't have a bad word to say about Big Tit.
Big tit. No, Titus Bramble was terrible.
No.
Pompey had some
really,
awful
really
players.
Well,
I
yeah,
think
but Pompey was like a retirement home for Premier League players at one point. That's why.
yeah, but it was
And
also great.
managers.
Yeah.
Was there a point where Terry Venables owned Portsmouth?
Yes, bought
Did I
it for
dream that?
£1.
He bought it for £1, didn't he?
Yeah,
that
yeah, he
happened.
did. Yeah.
I didn't dream that.
No, and then he sort of like drove it into the ground, and Mandaric had to save it.
I mean, if Milan Mandaric has to come and be the saviour, that tells you everything, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, he did also save Leicester. I struggle to have a bad word to say about Milan Mandaric because he did sell it.
Did
to
he not
our
also
current-
appoint Sven-Goran Eriksson?
No. The current owners appointed Sven-Goran Eriksson.
Was that the current owners? Well,
Yeah.
really, they did get some things wrong there.
In fairness, technically not the current owners. The family.
Well, no, the family.
So in my head, I've forgotten that Sven was manager of Leicester.
Yeah.
It was in the
Magic.
championship.
Yeah.
He signed Darius Vassell and Ricardo.
Sven should pick Darius. Sven should pick Darius.
It also picked Ricardo, the Portuguese goalkeeper who took that penalty at Euro 2004 or whatever it was.
Really? He played for Leicester?
Yeah, played for Leicester. And there you are. There's another one who was dog shit.
I'm not having that
Unbelievable.
Ricardo.
That was the
He was
weirdest.
quality.
Paul Konchesky also signed him.
No, if you even begin to tell us that Paul Konchesky was shit.
No, he was all right for Leicester. He was probably the best signing Sven made.
I mean,
And Darius
if-
Vassell was number 2.
if there's a Liverpool fan around, he'll probably say that Paul Konchesky was shit.
Was Paul Konchesky the one that assaulted Mendes for Pompey?
No, that's Ben Thatcher.
Was it
also
Ben
played
Thatcher?
for Leicester.
I get them two mixed up. Yeah.
Yeah, they are both bang average left backs. One's a
Yeah.
thug and one looks like a thug when he had his head shaved, but has now got properly grey hair and looks like a kindly old man.
Oh, shit Premier League players, even though he was a legend and brilliant, Mark Haitley. He played for Leeds when Leeds were on the downward spiral, and he was awful.
Speaking of Leeds and humorous moments in the Premier League, I can't remember who the other player involved was, but I seem to recall an incident where Danny Mills got sent off for wrongful identity because there was another bold player who kept getting booked, and Danny Mills ended up being sent
Seth
off.
Johnson,
just
I think,
standing
if I
there.
remember.
Mills was just like, why am I being sent off for? I've been nowhere near it.
Yeah, no, Danny Mills. It was the referee had foresaw his commentary and was like, "Just take this.
Yeah.
I'm getting this out the way."
Just get him in the bin now. Just get him in early.
Oh. There's no recipe for what makes a good or bad pundit, is there? But we know that Michael Owen is a terrible pundit.
Oh, he's awful. He's awful. He's just got nothing about him.
I tell you what I didn't foresee. Gary Neville is very good at punditry.
Gary Neville is superb, absolutely superb.
Yeah, and I didn't see it with Richards being
With who, sorry?
a good pundit as well. Mika Richards.
Yeah,
Micah
brilliant.
Richards. Didn't see that.
Hey, how did the World Cup draw go, Gaz? Did Ireland win?
It
I'm
looks
not
like
sure
he's-
Mika Richards is a great pundit. I think he's a good character on TV. I'm not sure he's a great pundit.
No, I think he's. Oh no, that's not good, Smuts. I think he's good.
I do like him and Roy Keane together, though.
Yeah, that's
it's
a
funny.
partnership you would think would never work.
He's making Roy Keane go soft.
Yeah. Yeah, you would
England
think
won. Unbelievable.
after doing a show together, you would find Roy Keane naked and oiled up and tooled up, stalking a hotel looking for Mika Richards. But
I do not need imagery of Roy Keane oiled up.
If in this image, does he have the big grey beard?
yeah, he's looking like Saddam Hussein.
And how lubricated is the beard?
Well, you need to put oil in your beard. Your beard has to be, you know.
I like that he's got one of those virtual backgrounds on. No one else other than obviously us guys can see this, but he keeps disappearing into it, and
Yes,
part
I
of
know.
it,
Impressive.
part of it is like a what appears to be some sort of hand statuette with a middle finger in the air.
So I use that for when I do stuff with Germany because I don't. I like to give the impression that I'm actually working, where I'm not sat at home.
Oh, the amount of people who do that on Zoom calls is hilarious.
Yeah,
I'm not that bothered.
The
James is in
Germans have
most of
a
mine.
big thing. Germans have a big thing on, you know, you're at work and you've got to.
Yeah.
Ah, you don't.
Almost as if they've got a reputation for ruthless German efficiency.
Yeah.
Although
I've tried to
I've
with some of
never,
my suppliers, that would soon dispel that myth.
I'm going to say every German supplier or every German company I've ever worked with, I've never really noticed any level of efficiency. Incompetency, plenty. But yeah, never really noticed any level of efficiency from them.
Right.
James, who's going to be the next Arsenal player or former Arsenal player to make a decent pundit? I mean, Thierry Henry, I suppose, making a career of it now.
No. James isn't here anymore, but... no.
Oh, has he got the ump? We invited someone else on.
No, he's jumped out. He's not feeling very well, bless him. He sent me a message to say, I've got to jump off, I'm not feeling well. But yeah, no, Thierry Henry is not a good pundit. He's just a good-looking man who cheated.
Cheated the Irish.
He did.
No, I don't think Henry's a good pundit. An Arsenal player that could make a good pundit, I don't think there is one. Jack Wilshere, what he knows about football, you could write on a stamp. It's awful. I heard him a few weeks ago on the radio. They interviewed him, and oh my word.
Yeah, but David Beckham always sounds thick when he does interviews, but I'm sure he knows plenty.
No, who was the Real Madrid manager when
Ancelotti?
when Beckham went there? No, when Beckham was there, the Real Madrid manager.
One day Ramos?
No, it was the racist Spanish one that was in charge of the national team. Anyway, he said that you would have your meeting, and he said you give everybody their tactics on this is how you play and this is what you do. And the majority of the time there was no meeting because they were the Galacticos. And he said he got to Beckham and he just skipped him because he just didn't understand tactics.
In fairness, when you've got an actual wand of a right foot, and basically Beckham's job was to get the ball off of Gary Neville and do a crossing, and if it comes to it, take a free kick near the goal a bit.
And in fairness, to that Real Madrid
Bloody
team,
good
if
at
I
it.
remember it, you had Beckham, Figo, Zidane, Raul, Guti. You know, you didn't really need to tell these players how to play football.
Yeah.
No.
You just off you go, lads.
Yeah, I think that's what he was getting at. Majority of the time I didn't need to, but when it got to a big game there had to be tactics and he didn't get anything. But then, this is the man that employs Phil Neville as manager. What do you expect?
Oh man. Well, Mr. Smutso,
Mm.
I've got to go and dish up my dinner now, so enjoy the last half an hour.
No
I'll keep you on in the
problem.
background and comment in the chat, but congratulations, and I will
Thank you very
no
much,
doubt
mate.
see you, JJ, and Mrs. Smuts very soon.
Will do, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks for hosting again.
No problem. It'll be even better next year. We'll have all sorts of flashy pictures and stuff for you.
Oh, Stu's got big ideas for next year.
Really?
Big
Yeah.
ideas.
We'll have to arrange a team meeting like a month beforehand.
Oh, he's going to need more than that for planning.
Okay. See you guys.
Catch you later,
Cheers.
mate. Love you long time. Yeah, I'm well up for that, Stu. Next year, I'm in.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm in, 100%.
Yeah. Well, I've got the place to do it, so we
Love it.
could do that. People drop in, do everything like that.
Absolutely love it. Yeah, all over it like a bad rash. It's a
Yeah.
great idea as well.
Yeah. You're nearly there. How are you feeling?
I'm all right, to be honest. I thought I'd be the same as last year. I said it sort of got a second and third wind at multiple stages. Our Star 2D2, our Canadian friend, absolutely dragged me throughout the night. Bless him. Just that was constant comment, keeping me going.
Is that
literally-
CM Canada?
oh yeah, CM Canada. Yeah, exactly.
He's when I get up in the morning, I normally look, and then there's loads on Twitter from him every morning early.
Pretty much,
Obviously,
yeah.
it's
The first two
yeah.
people I always see in the morning is him and you. After you post your upgrade or updates to Journeyman Save, yeah.
Yeah, that's sort of died. So I downloaded something and it just killed it, and I can't get it back.
Oh,
So I have started again, and I'm 5 seasons in.
so what is it that wasn't working for the save?
It just the save now just comes up every time I try to load it. I have a massive bar through the middle, and there's loads of error. This massive error comes up, and I just can't. I take it back. I go, try to go back and look at a save point, because I made a file with lots of
Multiple,
saves
yeah.
in. Yeah, and no matter what I do, it just will not load now. So that's 40 years.
That
It
is
was.
absolutely heartbreaking.
So I started again to try and do it, and I made a little tweak on my rules, which will make it easier for me,
Yeah.
where I can sign players that don't have to be scouted or found by my scouts, just because it was so hard.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the sort of sadomasochistic part of it that I couldn't get behind that. I haven't got the minerals.
Yeah, I'm in Norway at the moment, with Asan.
Oh, Asan and Die. Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
No, Asan, Asane.
Yeah.
Sure, you say Asan.
Yeah.
My nan would be kicking me if I said it wrong. But I finished Australia. The worst thing was I started with Football Kings in Australia.
Oof, yeah. Kings
And-
with a Z.
Yes, and the worst bit was I won the league straight away, hardly lost a game, and I had to stay there for 3 years till I could get to do the Oceanic Champions League,
Yeah.
because it's not every year, and that was killing me doing that. It really was. I just wanted to quit.
It's an absolute grind. Yeah, you almost need to find out whoever's in it first.
Yeah, that's what I should have done. Was
And
gone
just
for
start as them. Yeah.
yeah. I can't remember who is there first.
I think because I obviously did it for Small Horse, I think it is one of the Sydney teams. The purple one. I can't think of the names.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'll be able to
It's
tell
not- I've just seen a name come up for who you're playing against. worst Premier League goalkeeper. Shabani.
Rami Shaban.
Yes.
Yes, was
Yes.
absolutely garbage. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yes.
What do I want on desktop? And then where did I keep all of those pictures? It's in there. Then names somewhere, probably for small horse. Is it in there? Then it is Oz teams. There we go. There was a far quicker way of doing this, literally on the game itself, but this is the way I've thought about doing it. While I'm in the middle of a game. I didn't really need to properly present this photo, because it's just a screenshot of the teams in Australia. It's not even working after all this as well. There we go. Right, it is Perth Glory. There you go.
Yes.
That was way more effort than it needed to be as well.
No, it's not starting well for you. Oh no, you've got one back.
Yes, tricky Trev.
Trevor Benjamin.
What an absolute array of talent on display. Trevor Benjamin feeding Darius Vassell. You still can't win.
Liam Miller must be up there with worst Premier League players. Because he was going to be the next Roy Keane.
Yeah.
And he wasn't even the next Kevin Keane.
Was it? was it Liam Miller or was it Darren Gibson? Do I get the two of them mixed up?
Darren Gibson's a proper awful player as well.
Yeah, he was never.
And human being.
Yeah, by all accounts,
yeah.
He's not a nice player.
Yeah, no, it was definitely Liam Miller. He was going to be the next Roy Keane.
Yeah.
And I think they're from the same area in Ireland as well, Miller and Keane. I could be wrong on that, but I think that was, that was all people were saying.
Yeah.
Was why they were put together.
Put in the same breath, yeah.
Yes. So,
well, I think Kim Kallstrom's stint in the Premier League was really poor.
Yeah, but he had a broken back.
He did, in fairness. I don't understand why he was signed at any point. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea what Wenger was doing then, but yeah, that was a bad one.
Yeah.
And John Dale Thomason was
struggled at Newcastle. Yeah.
Thomas Brolin
was so overweight, bless him.
Yeah.
I mean, the obvious answer to worst Premier League player of all time is Ali Dyer. Game over, full stop, done.
No, see, I like him because he took.
Oh, of course you like him. Yeah, as a Portsmouth fan, he's a cult hero for you.
Yeah, he
George
is,
Ware's cousin. Yeah, yes, Graham. Yeah, no, I can play tomorrow. Yeah, no problem. Why don't you have a Liberian accent? Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I want to know. The ball's on the man just to do it, just to try it.
Absolute plums on the fella. Yeah, legend.
Do you think he just went, do you know what, I'm going to see this? And his mates were going, go on, see if it works.
Yeah.
And there he is. And, yeah. But what was Souness thinking?
It was the 90s. It was different.
It wasn't, though.
You couldn't Google stuff on the internet that was invented. Asna, mate, welcome. Last 20 minutes, pal. I'm nearly there. So close. I can smell the notes. I don't think I'm going to get Champions League here.
No, I don't think you will.
Win in the Premier League.
No, you will get Champions League, but when you're in April,
the draw won't be made until July. The final's probably not been played yet of the previous season.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong actually. Sweden, yes, I do. There is one Champions League. So some of them competitions, European Champions Cup. Yeah, it's quarter-final stage.
Yeah,
Might be a while yet.
yeah. All the usual suspects and Celtic are there. It's,
To be honest, Celtic do tend to get quite far. If they keep Henrik Larsson, John Artson and Chris Sutton, between the three of them are disgusting.
yes. Yeah. I think
Welcome back, Dan, mate.
one of my next challenges is I'm going to ruin a football club by taking them from the Premier League all the way down to
Without getting
Conference.
sacked is
And
something
yes.
I've tried before, and it is very difficult and very fun.
yeah, I'd like to bankrupt somebody so they're like 200 million in debt and try and bring them back.
Hello, mate.
That'd be a good one.
He says his bath. Yeah, there's a button on the editor that you can press that just instantly bankrupts teams. As
I've
well.
never been in the editor.
I saved Mega Horse's his big long hull save that he'd broken somehow by not spending enough money throughout, meaning that he'd got like over £1 billion in the bank, and that broke the game entirely.
Oh, really?
So I was able to go into the editor for him and basically shave off a couple of zeros off the end. And that was one of the first times I'd properly been into the editor, a real-time editor, it was called, rather than the actual editor. Obviously, I've been in the editor plenty doing the bloody small horse, hours and hours at a time. But yeah, no, the real-time editor, you can do it during one of your games. You can literally click a button and go, right, you're bankrupt now. No.
Ah. See, that would be good. But then it'd be fun bankrupting something.
Yeah, obviously it'd be fun bankrupting Southampton over and over and
Or
over.
Oxford.
Or Oxford, yeah.
Or Plymouth.
What should be for Plymouth?
For some reason, they think they have a rivalry with Portsmouth because someone on Sky called it the Dockyard Derby once.
Because their names are vaguely similar. They've got some of the same letters.
It's the same as apparently there's a thing called the Army Navy Derby, which is Portsmouth and Aldershot.
Oh.
And no one in Portsmouth or Aldershot knows about this apart from someone on Sky Sports decided that was a derby.
At some point, Jeff Stelling has said, "Oh, I tell you what."
Yeah.
Jeez.
And Plymouth fans seem to have taken offence to Portsmouth fans that we have a Dockyard Derby.
I mean, they've struggled to have. Who else have they got? Exeter, Torquay.
Yeah.
Yeovil,
Yeah.
Posh. There's not a lot down there, is there?
No, and then you're talking about a 2.5 hour journey to Bristol for someone
yeah,
to.
exactly, and calling that.
Yeah.
No, you just. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, one of those teams. Maybe I'll do it with Oxford. I've beef with them because they're the localist side to me, and I just really don't like them.
I managed to get Man U relegated and keep my job in the first season.
Wow.
Because I won the Champions League, the FA Cup and the League Cup, but every single game in the Premier League.
Yeah, that's good going.
But then I had to do the same again the next season. and it was a struggle. Great
Yeah,
fun though.
that would be an impossible thing to do. I think, you know. Who's Leon Towner? I've never even heard of him.
No, me neither. I can't remember signing him. I think I did in a fit of delirium at sort of 5 o'clock this morning or something. I mean, he looks decent. He probably should have played more games, in all honesty. Signed for 5k, played 4 games, and then I forgot all about him.
See, too many in the squad, should have sold him.
Exactly. I thought I did at one point. Oh no, he asked to be transferred by request, I remember. It's not like there's a lot of players in there.
Maynard's in all reserves.
Just because I've got so many defensive midfielders, to be honest, probably I've never heard of this fella before. Not bad. How much did I sign for? 20k. Yeah, I was in a flap at sort of 3 o'clock this morning, thinking, my brain does not work. I don't know how to. I normally sign players better than this, in terms of, you know. So the signings I've made since. So, first season I struggled to find players, but from.
Some of them are like my dream, because if I always start low.
Exactly.
I have never signed. Who have I never signed? I've never been as Roma, so I've never had Totti.
No. So. There's a lot of really. I remember on one of what's his face, Scottish. Looks like a bargain basement version of the fella from X Factor. Boise, that's his name. On one of his streams early on in COVID, he mentioned Comandini. I was like, I've never heard of him.
Yeah.
And it was like scoffed at. I mean, he's one of the best players on the game. Like, that'd be why then.
Yeah.
I've never got to that level. Or when I've got to that level, it's regens. And it's Mark Hughes's grandson.
Yeah, I've never signed Mark Kerr.
I must have done when I was younger. Was he in Something in the Air? I feel like he was in Something in the Air, but didn't get much of a look in.
It's why I'd never be any good as in the Super League, and I just don't take it as serious as everybody else.
Yeah, it's why I wasn't very good in the Super League. I think the first game I was sort of given the reins by Jamie, because he was struggling for time. By all accounts, Duggan had given him his team for the week, and we were up against Duggan. I didn't know who we were up against until I just played 4-3-1-2, 4-1-3-2, just for a laugh, and we won. Just because I thought it'd be funny, because I've been saying for weeks and weeks and weeks, you've got to play forward back. Anyone who doesn't play forward back's a knob, you know. And then I was like, I've built a rod from my own back here. Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, so my favourite player ever to sign is Lukaku, but not.
The other one. Yeah, I know the one. Yeah. Not Tontonzo. Right?
Yeah, the Belgian.
Yeah, see, mine keeps changing. Like, I'd never had Chewy before Something in the Air. Never had Tonino before this year. Maresca again was Something in the Air. These are the sorts of players that. Yeah. Gonzalo Sorondo is one I sign most levels.
I've got him in Small Horse.
Yeah.
Have I? Have I got him in Small Horse? I don't know. I might not.
Tell you what, we'll check while we're here. Seems though we've only got 9 minutes left. Let's have a look. We'll preemptively plug whenever the next time I remember to do small horses. Look at that.
Look at all of that saved on
Normal
yours.
starter kit, small horse starter kit. Clever. Fresh starter kit just in case. The master spreadsheet. The amount of effort that went into making it look like I'd put no effort in. Have you gone to bed already? Oh, bless you. This does not look like it's opening. It's going to take 9 minutes for this to open now after all.
Can you also knock me over? It doesn't have to be now, or at any time. The link so that we can donate.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's a good point. I should do. Start kit is already running. Oh, you numpty! I forgot to do this. Yeah, good call. I've been so lax at doing that sort of thing. Do. Where's it gone? There we go. Move that over. Yeah, I need to pop that link in while I remember. So while I remember, I've forgotten about 15 times already. Here we go there. Is it opening? There we go. That's why it's not doing anything. Useless. I like Vargas. There are a lot of sort of Colombian, South American, Paraguayan sort of players that are really, really good players.
Yeah.
That you can get for buttons as well. So there is the link for anybody who wishes to donate to Baby Loss Awareness Week and all the assorted charities. Spoke a lot about them last year. Sam's and Sam's and Tommy's in particular, two of the better known charities, as well as for Louis, which was a charity that really helped me and the missus. No, you don't have Sorondo. Maybe he is Swanee. No. Definitely in the league somewhere. Really? There we go. That was not getting a game. Unhappy at not getting a game. It's not the best version I've ever seen, to be fair. But yeah, with the countdown on, 5 minutes to go, I should start giving a speech, shouldn't I? Really? Is that what people do? I don't really know. I don't do this sort of thing. I do it once a year for a reason. Yeah, obviously the whole ethos behind me standing up and saying, right, let's do this 24 hours, is the fact that I know how to do two things: play a very old video game, mediocre ability, and to talk a lot of nonsense for as long as humanly possible. And if I can do that for a cause as close to my heart as Baby Loss Awareness, And in memory of my little boy Jordan, I would do this every year happily. So any excuse to raise that little bit of awareness, so anybody who's joined in, and like yourself, Stu, jumped on and spent a bit of time dragging me through the 24 hours, has contributed in any little way in the chat, like Starty D2 dragged me all the way through the night. James, who stayed as long as humanly possible, 5 for you, helped me set everything up, and Dan and Rox and of course to Robin, everybody who was involved, really did. And Rob, of course, who was on in the this morning as well, hungover, and shared a bit more of his own story, and really appreciate it. Dan, of course, jumped on too. I'm literally reading his name right in front of me. It's been a long 24 hours, so I apologise if I forgot anybody at all. Just thank you to everyone for joining in, for getting involved, and for propping me up for 24 hours again. By all accounts, Stu, you've got big plans for next year that I'm all in on, and 5 years whether he likes it or not. So it's going to be back and bigger than ever by all accounts in 2023. So watch this space. In a couple of minutes' time, I'm gonna run away and be with the missus. And I would love it if everybody could join us in lighting a candle, leaving it burning for an hour, and I'm thinking of Jordan when you do. The candle at 7 o'clock today symbolises the wave of light, and that's what I'm literally running away now to go and be with the missus while we light our candle for Jordan. So, Rob, mate, thanks for dropping back in again, mate. Love to absolutely everybody who's helped out in any way, and as I said, dragged me through, and my man flu ridden voice has held out, and I'm really thankful again that I managed to do something as important to me for Jordan. So thank you for indulging me, and for joining in my silly little stream. So I'm going to run off now, but love to everybody. Thanks for popping on, Stu, mate. Love you, long time.
Big love, love.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Right.
And, I shall.
I'll drop you a message tomorrow.
Top man, mate. Appreciate it.
Lots of love. Go be with the missus.
Lovely, mate.
Right. We'll all light a candle.
Thank you all, mate.
Tonight.
I appreciate it. Yeah, and I will see you all on the next small or stream, I'm sure.